Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Perfect Death by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecraft. 1. Kenzi. Perspiration beads on my forehead. I wipe the dampness away and twist the AC knob, but it does no good. The cracked window will have to be enough to ensure I don't arrive overheated. A red face and sweat-soaked clothes never make a good first impression. Fanning myself with the first fast food wrapper I grab, I check my makeup. So far, so good, but the venue is still 20 minutes away. An engagement party, I think. Something like that. My date is Dan. Or is it Dave? Dax? I can't remember. I'll have to check my notes at the next stoplight. I'm in luck. Yellow light. I stop even though I totally could have made it and pull out my phone to check the deets from my supervisor's text. Dayton. My date's name is Dayton. Much cooler than Dan or Dave. Not quite as edgy as Dax. Hopefully his face will match his name, or at least be enjoyable to look at. And we'll be going to his twin brother's engagement party. I'll be there to keep his family from asking about Dayton's own relationship status, or rather, the lack of it. Should be a fun afternoon. Lots of good food and drinks at the very least. I have the best job on earth. Honk. Oops. I put down my phone, wave a quick apology, and hit the gas. If I can make all the remaining lights, I can be there in 10 minutes and hopefully cool down in the building before meeting my date. Thankfully, some clouds have started to creep across the sky. With any luck, they'll find their way over to the sun and stay there for a while. I really need to fix my air conditioning and stop spending my money on other things first. Mental note: set aside some money for that when I get my next deposit. Not that I'll remember. As soon as I step out of this sweltering car and into a building with cool air, I'll forget all about it. I'll end up spending my AC money on a new dress, shoes, or whatever ad shows up next on my phone. I'm always a sucker for something cute to wear. At long last, I make it to my destination. An apartment building? That can't be right. I double-check, and it's the right address. Tap, tap. I turn toward the door. Standing next to my car is an extremely tall guy in a tux, with slicked back black hair and a dusting of a beard. He smiles and my heart leaps into my throat. Please be Dayton. I give him my best grin, grab my purse, and step out into the sun. It's actually cooler than in my car. But that's hardly what catches my attention. I'm glad I picked my highest heels because this guy is well over 6 feet tall. Even with my stilettos, I don't reach his shoulders. Are you Mackenzie? He even has a smooth British accent. Shoot me now. I hold out my hand. You can call me Kenzi. You're Dayton? Yes. He takes my hand as he nods. Pleasure to meet you, Kenzi. So much better than a Dave or a Dan, or a Dax. The pleasure's all mine. I glance over at the dwelling. Is the engagement party a small family affair? He shakes his head. No, this is just a meeting place. I thought we'd arrive together. He steps to the side and gestures toward a shiny black convertible. I have no idea what model it is, but it looks foreign and oh so expensive. My breath hitches as I look back and forth between him and the work of art. I don't usually drive with my dates. In fact, I never go anywhere alone with a client, even though the company I work for thoroughly vets each one. But it's hard to say no to a ride in that car. Not being alone with them isn't corporate policy. It's my thing. Plenty of my coworkers do it all the time, and there's seldom a problem. Dayton chuckles, pulling me from my thoughts. I assure you, my motives are pure. When the party's over, my family will think something's up if we don't leave together. I'll throw in a tip if you arrive with me. I hold back a laugh. He wants to pay me to ride in his car? I must be dreaming, and crazy not to just go with it. I pat my purse. Okay, but just so you know, I'm packing. I'm not actually, but he doesn't need to know that. He nods. Let's go. It's only a few blocks away anyhow. My heart sinks. It would have been nice driving clear across L.A. in that car with this hot British guy. Dayton holds the door for me. The supple leather seat, like the rest of the vehicle, is luxurious. Too bad this isn't a real date. Oh well, I'll enjoy myself regardless. He climbs into the driver's seat and starts the engine. It's almost too quiet to hear. Then he turns to me. Any music you prefer? I'm not picky. He turns on a top 20 song and pulls out of the spot. So, this is a little awkward. I'm not used to hiring fake dates. You might be surprised how common it is. I pull down the visor and check my makeup. Everything is still perfect. So, people hire you all the time to get their families off their backs? For all kinds of reasons. I put the visor back. This is one of the more common reasons, but sometimes I'm just a fake friend instead of a date. Whatever the occasion, I show up to make it a good time for my client. Isn't that odd? Not really. People are lonely, you know. Everyone puts their best life on social media, but nobody sees the bad days, the reality of life. He frowns. That's sad. I lift a brow. Is it? You're doing just that. Dayton shakes his head. I'm all about my business. I don't want to be burdened with a relationship or anything that goes along with that, much less getting engaged. He shudders. But my mother and grandmother are relentless. So are my aunts and sister. He sighs. They just don't get it. I heard about your company and thought I'd give it a try. Well, it's not my company, but hey, I get it. My family doesn't get me either. At all. That's why I'm here in Cali. The more space, the better. Where are you from? Near Seattle. I'm sure you've never heard of the town. Probably not. He pulls into the parking lot of one of the most expensive hotels in the area. My mouth drops open as I stare. I've only been here for an event once, and it was one of the best fake dates I've been on. Dayton parks and then turns to me. How does this work? We just walk in and start acting? It's up to you, really. Anything specific you want from me? A name you want me to go by? A pet name, maybe? Is there anything about your family or you I should know? He chews on his lower lip with a distant look in his eyes. I give him my best smile. Hey, no worries. I'll just follow your lead. We'll get through this night together, honey. The corners of his mouth twitch as he meets my gaze. Sounds fabulous, love. My pulse races at that. I'm so glad this is a fake date. Did I already think that? I don't want a relationship any more than he does. Being tied down sounds awful. He does make the prospect seem moderately appealing, though, I have to admit. He reaches into the back, pulls out a corsage, and slides it onto my wrist. Then he starts to say something, but hesitates. What? I ask. Dayton rubs his scruff and glances back again. Would this be too much? Before I can respond, he reaches back again and pulls out a black rectangular jewelry box. This. He opens it and clears his throat, revealing a necklace with a large pink jewel in the center and with diamonds running up the length of it. I'm speechless. He wants me to wear that? It looks like real gems. Dayton removes it from the box gingerly. It's a pink diamond and possibly over the top,
but would you mind saying it's a gift from me? For the anniversary of our meeting?"
I just nod. This is crazy, especially considering last night, where my date was at a redneck bar and I was singing karaoke with my client's drunk grandma. How have I gone from that to this in less than 24 hours? Relief washes over Dayton's face. He slides the necklace around my shoulders, brushing his silky sleeves across my face, then clasps it. I get a whiff of a mouth-watering cologne. Then he leans back and looks me over before smiling wistfully. "Is everything okay?" I ask. He nods.
It almost makes me think. Never mind. We'd better get inside. We're already making a fashionably late entrance. Hopefully that doesn't bother you."
I clear my throat. "It's all up to you."
"Perfect."
He looks behind me at the building and gives me a forced smile.
"Let's do this."
Once outside the car, I loop my arm around his and walk as close as I can without tripping over him. He holds open the door for me, then we quickly find the banquet room, which is decorated with more flowers than I've ever seen in one place. Even more than some fancy schmancy weddings I've been to for work. The room is filled with well-dressed partygoers, and a live band plays off to the side. I start to loop my arm around his again, but he takes my hand and threads his fingers through mine. And I try to ignore how incredibly soft his strong hands are. A group of women swarm us, and guessing by their ages, they're his mom, grandma, and sister. They all have the same dark hair as Dayton and similar features. They talk over each other and introduce themselves to me. I get into character and go with the flow, answering all their questions and looking over at my date lovingly. He returns the gesture and kisses my cheek several times. The women pull me away and shove a glass of white wine into my hands while continuing to question me. Dayton throws me an apologetic glance. I give him a smile and sip my drink. This is what I get paid for, so I don't mind. I go with it, making up the best answers I can, imagining what Dayton's fiancé would say, if he had one. After at least 20 minutes pass, they finally let me be. I step back and take a deep breath. Hopefully they're well convinced this sham is real. Dayton waves to me from across the room, surrounded by a group of men, one of whom has to be his brother. They could almost be twins. Oh, wait. They are. I head over when my phone vibrates in my purse. Ugh, I thought I turned off calls and alerts. Whatever, at least it isn't ringing. Dayton makes eye contact as I near. I flash him my best grin, wrap my arm around his waist, and snuggle close as I join the group. "Hi, sweetie. Are you having fun?"
"Of course, darling. Let me introduce you to everyone."
I smile at each person as he says their names. Halfway through, my phone buzzes again. It's weird because I don't know who would be calling me. My bestie is also out on a fake date, so she wouldn't call. Dread runs through me. What if something's wrong? If Misty's fake date turned dangerous? It rarely happens, but it does on occasion. Hence why I don't make a habit of getting into cars with clients. I meet Dayton's gaze. "I need to use the ladies' room."
"Of course. Do you know where it is, love?"
"I'll find it." I hurry out into the hall as quickly as I can in these heels. Before I reach the door, my cell vibrates yet again. Something is definitely wrong. My heart hammers as I dart behind a small potted tree and dig for my phone. The missed calls aren't from Misty. They're from an unknown caller, but I recognize the prefix. It's from Seattle. One of my relatives? A spam call? But why would they keep calling? It vibrates again. Same number. I accept the call. "Who is this?"
"Is this Kenzi Brannon?"
asks a feminine voice. "Maybe. Who are you?"
"I'm Natasha Bradley, attorney at law. Are you Mackenzie?"
Yes. My stomach knots. And whatever it is, I didn't do it.
No, she says quickly. Nothing like that. I'm an associate of Claire's.
I throw my head back and groan. Something to do with my sister. Should have known when she said attorney. Why are you calling me? Natasha clears her throat.
I'm afraid I have some bad news, Mackenzie.
Kenzi. Everyone calls me Kenzi.
Okay. Are you sitting?
I lean against the wall. That's going to have to do. Yes. Lay it on me.
Claire's dead.
Natasha's voice wobbles.
Suicide.
It feels like a slap to the face. What? Are you sure?
Unfortunately.
Her voice cracks and she sniffles.
I'm so sorry to have to tell you this over the phone. It's such a shock to all of us here. I've been dealing with everything myself up to this point, which is why I'm only now calling you.
I press my back harder against the wall. Claire's dead? Killed herself? That's impossible. She's a successful lawyer, or was. Perfect family, house, the works. That doesn't make any sense. My sister had everything going for her. Natasha blows her nose on the other end of the line.
I know. Just this morning she was telling me about Ember's upcoming art show. Sure she would win.
Ember. Another reason Claire wouldn't off herself. Her daughter. She has to be, 15 now? Yeah, 10 years younger than me. My niece is closer in age to me than my sister is. Was. Claire lived for that girl.
Are you still there?
Natasha's voice brings me back to the present. Yeah. I clear my throat and nearly drop the phone. I'm shaking and freezing.
Can you drive over? We need to go over her last will and testament.
Me? What about Richard? Natasha clears her throat and speaks in a quieter voice.
She gave me strict orders to go over this with you and not him.
What? I exclaim. Are you sure? This is insane. I haven't spoken to Claire in 5 years, since our dad passed away, and she chose me to handle this? Instead of her husband?
Yes. When can you be here? An hour? 2?
I close my eyes and take a deep breath. You do realize I'm in LA, don't you? And I'm working.
Are you able to fly up? This is important.
Can't afford a plane ticket at the moment.
You don't understand,
Natasha insists.
This is urgent.
Why? It's a struggle to keep my voice calm. She never needed me when she was alive. There's a moment of silence.
Claire left Ember to you.
What? The floor seems to disappear from under me. You must be reading that wrong.
We talked about it extensively when putting this together.
Why would my sister spend so much time thinking about this when she had everything going for her?
It's smart planning. If you had a family, you'd understand. And besides, it's clear she was planning for this day.
Something seems fishy to me, but I don't know about the legalities of any of this. Why didn't she leave Ember with Richard?
He's her stepfather, not her biological dad.
As if that's supposed to explain Claire leaving the care of her daughter to her estranged sister, who she's never approved of. I struggle to find words. I know he isn't the sperm donor. That man has never met Ember. But Richard's been there since she was 2 or something. I'm sure she thinks of him as her dad. She can't possibly remember life without him. And besides all that, Ember doesn't even know me.
Well, Claire wanted her with you.
Natasha's tone is sharp.
If you can't make it up here, we can do this over a video call. Is now a good time?
Everything spins around me. No! I told you, I'm at work. And besides, I need some space to take everything in. My mind races. Are the police looking into the possibility of murder?
Murder? That's crazy.
It makes a lot more sense than my sister taking her own life.
We'll video chat in 1 hour.
I can't do that.
I'll text you the information for the video call. In the meantime, you need to figure out if you're going to move here or bring Ember there with you.
She has to be kidding.
But she's not.
2. I stare at my phone, unable to process the news. This has to be a monumental joke. But Claire isn't like that. Still, I look around for hidden cameras. Nothing. Dayton walks past and stops.
There you are!
I can't even respond. His mouth curves down.
Are you okay?
No, but I'll be able to push everything aside to finish the date.
What's the matter?
Tears mist my eyes, and I blink them away. It isn't important. I stand taller, clear my throat, and force a smile. Let's get back in there. Dayton's brows draw together.
Not until you tell me what's going on.
I got some bad news, that's all. Nothing I can't deal with later. He puts his arm around me and guides me over to a plush bench.
What's the bad news?
I don't know why he cares, but I blurt it out anyway. My sister died.
What?
We weren't close. I'll be fine. Let's get back to your party.
After you just got news about your sister's death?
He looks at me like I'm crazy. Maybe I am. Or just in shock. Or maybe a little of both. I shake my head. You paid for...
Forget the money. I don't care about that.
He gives me a squeeze.
You know what? I've already had more than enough of my family. We'll tell them what's going on, then leave so you can go deal with this. And I won't have to see my relatives until Thanksgiving. It's a win-win.
I almost smile. Are you sure?
Yes. They're driving me insane anyhow.
I'm really sorry about this. He shakes his head.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Then he helps me up and we say our goodbyes, his family offering me condolences for a sister I never really knew. In his car, he turns to me.
Would you prefer I take you home instead of to your car? I can't imagine you'd want to drive right now.
Thanks, but I'll be okay. It'll give me some time to process everything alone.
Understandable. But if you change your mind, I'd be happy to drive.
I just nod, my mind spinning out of control. What would possess Claire to leave her daughter with me? She's always complained about every aspect of me, from how messy I am to my joke of a job. I'm clearly not mom material. I'm hardly cool aunt material. I could be if I was around more often, but that girl and I are nothing more than strangers. She'd rather be with the man who raised her. Or even one of Claire's friends. One of Ember's friends' parents. Anyone other than me.
We're here.
Dayton's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. I turn to him. Sorry again. I was having fun until I got that call.
Think nothing of it. You did me a favor by allowing me to leave early.
He gets out and holds the door open.
Sure you don't want a ride home?
I shake my head no. There's no way I'd let any of my clients know where I live. Thanks, though. He gives me a kiss on the cheek and doesn't get back into his car until I'm in mine. Then he follows me out of the parking lot. I wonder if he's going to follow me home. But at the first light, he turns left when I go straight. My mind wanders as I drive. I try to make sense of a situation that lacks any clarity. When I get to my studio apartment, I step over shoes and other random items before throwing myself onto the futon. I'm the last person who should be raising another human. This has to be a joke. My phone vibrates in my purse to remind me it isn't. There has to be a way to get out of this. Prove I'm unfit or something. That shouldn't be hard. I ignore my phone, but it keeps making noise. It's probably Natasha again. The woman is clearly desperate to talk to me, and I've put her off an hour just driving home. Groaning, I roll off the bed/couch and find my phone. Yep, it's her again. And I have 3 missed texts, too. I accept the call. You don't give a girl much time to process bad news. Did you get my texts about the video call? Yes, and I have some questions. I'd rather discuss this in my office. When can you be here? I rub my temples and try to calm my racing thoughts. I thought you wanted to talk over the video call. Besides, I have some questions that need answering now, not later. Like what? Are you for real? I exclaim. How about telling me how my sister died? Who found her? Where was she? A sniffle sounds on the other end of the line. She died in her office. My assistant found Claire when she didn't show up to a meeting. Natasha's voice wobbles. I raced in and found her slumped on her desk. I can hardly take it all in. She died at work? What makes you think it was a suicide? More sniffling. The empty bottle of sleeping pills next to her lifeless hand. The reality of the situation hits me. Claire is really dead. My sister killed herself. She couldn't have. There has to be more to the story. Tears blur my vision. My chest tightens. Natasha blows her nose on the other end of the line. When can you come to my office? The law firm isn't a crime scene? No. Claire's office is taped off, but otherwise, it's business as usual. After a colleague just died in the building? It's what she would have wanted. That explains why she's so eager to get me in. Can't this wait? It's not business as usual for me. This is urgent. You need to get Ember as soon as possible. Tonight. Why is this such an emergency? It just is. You need to pick her up, chop chop. I try to figure out the urgency, but nothing about this makes any sense. After a few moments, a thought strikes me. Richard isn't dangerous, is he? I'd really rather discuss sensitive issues in person. Blood drains from my head. Are you saying he's a threat to Ember with Claire gone? I'm saying we should speak in my office. If he's so terrible, he might have killed Claire. You can't just make accusations like that. Do you have any proof? No, of course not. I don't even know my brother-in-law. Take a deep breath, Natasha says. I'm not saying anything is wrong with Richard. Just that your niece needs to be with you. You're her only remaining family. Blood is thicker than water. My mother is alive. A beat of silence passes before she responds. And your mom doesn't recognize her own reflection. She can't take care of a child. I realize that. I'm just saying I'm not Ember's only relative. Can you give me some more time to process all of this? We need to go over the details of the last will and testament. If you can't make it up here today, then follow my directions for the video call. I'll be able to screen share the documents. I take a deep breath. Fine, let's do this. Maybe I'll be lucky and discover Natasha is wrong about me being Ember's guardian. Wouldn't I have had to agree to that? We never discussed it, and I certainly didn't sign anything. See you in a few. Natasha ends the call. I look over the instructions, deciding to do this on my laptop. I'll be able to see more on the bigger screen. Once I fire it up, it takes less than 2 minutes to get the call going. The lawyer answers right away and speaks in a flurry of legalese. I have to ask her to slow down several times. How does she expect me to keep up? I take a deep breath. Basically, you're saying there isn't anyone else who can take Ember. Exactly. The courts aren't going to approve your senile mother. I frown. My niece doesn't even know me. You don't think Richard will fight to keep her? He raised her, so that has to count for something. Wouldn't that give her the most stability? I don't want to overstep my bounds. This is going to crush him. I can't do that. Natasha's mouth forms a straight line. Your sister's will is clear. He isn't to raise her. My mind races to find a different solution. What about her biological dad or his family? Wouldn't they have a say? Do you know who they are? Natasha gives me a hopeful look. I shake my head. Claire never told me who he was. Then it's either you or the foster care system for Ember. The words are like a knife to the gut. I glance over at the fridge where I hang their annual Christmas card and frown. The last thing I want to do is let my own flesh and blood down. But I have a feeling either choice will do just that. Do you have any questions? Natasha asks. I turn back to the computer screen and sigh. How is this going to work? Am I going to bring her down here? What about her schooling, her things? Or am I expected to move back home and raise her there? Not that I have a place to stay in Washington. That's all up to you. You should come up as soon as you can, though. Ember's going to need you for moral support and to help her move out. Has anyone told her about the death? When exactly did this happen? She doesn't know yet. Not that I'm aware, anyway. And like I said, you should get up here. Be the one to tell her. It beats hearing it from the police. The police? What about her stepdad? I'm sure he would be able to break the news to her in as gentle a way as possible. Anger festers in my gut. How could my sister do this to us? Set me up as her daughter's guardian without telling me, then kill herself? If she hadn't taken her own life, I could almost forgive this, assuming she never thought she'd need the will executed. Should I email the papers you need to sign? I shake my head. I don't have a printer. You can take it to the library. She smiles like she's being helpful. Do I look like the kind of person who has a library card? You look like you could afford a printer. She lifts a brow. I don't know what that means, and I'm too flustered to care. Look, you're going to have to give me time to digest this and figure out what on earth I'm going to do. Ember has her life up there, and I have mine down here. I'm not sure my car could make the drive up, and despite what you think, I don't have tons of money. She frowns and flips through some papers. Her eyes light up. What's this? I'm not even mildly curious. How am I supposed to figure out all the tedious details? My niece's future is in my hands, and I'm hardly the kind of person to make good decisions for another human. I'm barely getting by on my own. Earth to Kenzi. I turn my attention back to the attorney. What? I nearly missed this file. So? She holds it up like it's supposed to mean something. Claire has left you more than just Ember. What? Is there a horse I have to provide for, too? Natasha scowls. According to this, she has a second property. I never even knew about this, and we were close. Or at least I thought so. Where is it? She rattles off the address. Not that it means anything to me. I can't remember where anything is up there. I've been gone too long. Then it strikes me. I do know what she's talking about. Our parents' house? Natasha shrugs. You and Ember could move there. I don't know anything about the property, but that's such a nice area. I'm sure it'll give you two plenty of space. And that isn't all. She left all of her personal items to you and Ember. Her Mercedes is yours. My mind spins. My childhood home? Another thing I had no idea about. Of course Claire would end up with our parents' house. She was the responsible one. But it stings that nobody even thought to mention it to me. The empty home just sitting there. And here I've been struggling for money all this time. The lawyer gives me another smile. It feels fake, or at least forced. If you drive up now, you'll have a place to stay. What's stopping you? Other than my life? I have jobs lined up. You think I can just drop everything at a moment's notice? You should if you care about your niece. I bite back an annoyed comment. I'm sure she can stay with Richard a few days. They can grieve together while I figure all of this out. And this is a lot, in case you hadn't noticed. Natasha's brows draw together. One thing I know, your niece and her stepdad don't get along. At all. You really should get up here as soon as you can. Help the girl pack and settle into your new house. Or move her down there. Whatever works for you. I narrow my eyes. Give me an hour. I need time to process this. She sighs. Fine. 1 hour. I end the call without another word. Stare at the screen in disbelief. Struggle to take in a deep breath. What I need is to get out of this form-fitting dress and heels. Take a hot shower. Let my hair down and breathe in the steam. After that, I can figure everything out. I slide off the shoes and the corsage, then pad over to the bathroom. The only room with a door in this place. Not even the closet has such a luxury. I close the door just because I can and stare at my reflection. My makeup is smeared and a tuft of hair is sticking out on the right side of my head. I pull out my hair tie and bobby pins, then pull my hair loose from the elaborate bun. It falls halfway to my waist, looking as tired as I feel. I reach for the zipper on my dress and gasp as I stare in the mirror in total disbelief. Dayton's necklace. Awesome. Now I'm going to get charged with theft and lose my job on top of everything else. 3. I pull the damp towel from my head, throw it on the back of the futon, run the brush through my hair as I prepare to search for Dayton on social media. I'm not supposed to contact my clients unless it's through the agency, but this is an emergency. My heart hammers and my mind pulls up every worst-case scenario it can. Him accusing me of stealing it, getting me in trouble at work, or worse, with the law. It was an accident, he has to know that. I'd have remembered to give it back to him if I wasn't dealing with an emergency of epic proportions. I glance at the enormous thing sitting on my coffee table. It feels like a snake about to strike. I have to convince him I didn't take it on purpose. He has to understand. I was under stress, so much that he offered to drive me home. This is going to be okay. It just has to be. Why is all of this happening to me? I didn't ask for any of it. When I woke up this morning, I just wanted coffee and a decent day's work. That was it. And everything had been rolling along so nicely. Until that phone call. My sister and her timing. Maybe I'm a horrible jerk for being pissed at her when she's dead, but I don't really care. She took her own life without any thought as to how this would affect anyone else. Did she think about her daughter or husband? And what about a heads up about me being her choice to raise Ember? Just to let me know so I could have a contingency plan. Be somewhat prepared. Not taken by surprise like this, having to deal with the shock of her planned death. But not only that. I'm going to have to help a 15-year-old work through her mom's suicide. That's got to mess with her head. I'm not ready for any of this. I don't even have any plants. Now I'm supposed to be responsible for a teenager? I march over to the fridge and glare at my sister's image. How dare you do this to us? but the longer I stare at the photo, the mistier my eyes become. I haven't spoken with her in 5 years, but she's still my sister. She was my sister. Guilt stings. I should have tried harder to get to know her. Not that she made it easy. Neither did my parents, or life in general, really. With a 15-year age gap, we didn't grow up together. I don't have any memories of us living together before she graduated. And as I was growing up, she was busy with college, then law school, then her practice. Claire had Ember around the same time she became a lawyer, if I remember correctly. She came around more then, mostly to show off the baby. I was 10 and more interested in my niece than my sister, who was more like a hands-off aunt to me. We never had anything in common. Nothing. I was the wild child my parents weren't expecting when they were almost empty nesters. Claire was their ideal daughter, focused and driven, great grades, never got into trouble. And I always heard about it whenever trouble found me. Mom never lost an opportunity to tell me how great my sister had been. I was such a disappointment, a mar to the Brannon family name. After 18 years of that, I graduated and moved to LA with a few belongings. I've been here ever since and haven't looked back. It's been great to be with people who appreciate me for who I am. No regrets. Or at least I hadn't had any until a few hours ago. My phone rings. I blink a few times and glance at the microwave clock. Exactly 1 hour since I got off the phone with Natasha. She can wait. I need to find Dayton first. Maybe I'm just trying to avoid dealing with grief, but I'm also trying to avoid jail time. If I end up getting arrested, that's only going to make things worse for Ember. I storm over to the futon and sit. Fume. Rage at my sister. Flirt with the urge to punch something. Not that any of this does any good. My phone rings again. I text Natasha that I'll call her in a few. Then I open one of my social media apps and look for Dayton. Being the gorgeous hotshot that he is, I'll probably never find him. People like that either aren't online or they guard their privacy like crazy. But there he is. I stare in disbelief at his picture. The rest of his profile is private, but the name and photo are right there. I take a deep breath before typing out a message. If nothing else, at least it's proof of me trying to give it back to him. I type out a quick note expressing my apology and ask how I can get it back to him. Natasha calls again, and I ignore it. To my shock, 3 dancing dots appear next to the DM I just sent Dayton. He not only read it, but is responding? Maybe he's fuming mad. I wring my fingers and pray he accepts it as the misunderstanding it was. The annoying attorney calls again. I'm tempted to block her number, but I can't do that. I just need to get this taken care of first. Then I can think about the massive mess Claire left me. Dayton's message appears. My heart leaps into my throat and my hands shake. I take a deep breath before reading it. Dayton.
Don't worry about the necklace. Keep it. I bought it for tonight. Don't need it at all. Besides, I never gave you the bonus I promised for letting me drive you in my car to the party. My condolences again for your sister. Take care. Perhaps I'll see you again at Thanksgiving. My family liked you.
My mouth falls open and I glance back and forth between the necklace and the DM. He seriously doesn't care about getting it back? It has to be worth a small fortune. Then I realize he has probably seen the red receipt and is waiting for a reply. What on earth am I supposed to say to that? I'm not often short on words, but this guy knows how to leave me speechless. Regardless, I have to write back with something. Kenzi. Thank you, but are you sure? I need to head out of town. It's really no trouble meeting you to give it back. He replies with,
"Like I said, keep it. I'm not going to wear it anytime soon."
I can't help laughing, despite all the stress. More dancing dots. Dayton.
"See you at Thanksgiving?"
This is insane. Not only does he want me to keep the expensive piece of jewelry, but he wants me to be his date again at the end of the year? Kenzi. Sure. It's a date. Dayton.
"Perfect. You can wear the necklace if it'll make you feel better. Or not. Best of luck with everything in the meantime."
Kenzi. Thanks. You too. I hold my breath, unsure if he'll respond again. He doesn't. The jewelry seems to call me. I don't know what to do with it. It's probably worth more than my car. No, it's definitely worth more. Before I have time to consider what to do, a text comes in from Natasha demanding I call her immediately. The woman is driving me crazy, but I return her call just to get her off my back.
"Okay," she answers. "Richard has agreed to pay for your flight. In fact, it's probably all taken care of by now since you took so long getting back to me."
I had something else to take care of. You can't honestly expect me to drop everything. I have a life, you know.
"Start packing. I'll send you the details."
Pressure builds in my head. I'm going to end up with a migraine if this keeps up. Fine. Send it over. I end the call before she can grate on my nerves any further, or make my headache worse. Rubbing my neck, I get up. After finding and taking some ibuprofen, I stick some questionable leftovers in the microwave and hope I don't end up with a sour stomach on top of everything else. Natasha sends me a text saying I have 2 hours to get to the airport and check in. Says to check my email for the ticket information. Ugh, I'm going to need something much stronger than ibuprofen to get through the night. 4. By the time the plane lands, after several fitful attempts at sleep, which only resulted in nightmares about my sister, I have several texts waiting for me. All from Natasha giving me instructions on what to do. Richard has already secured a ride for me and is expecting me at the house. I follow the directions and get into the Uber, every muscle aching. At least my headache went away, but I have a lump in my throat that won't. It takes about an hour, but the driver finally pulls into a neighborhood of large and well-kept older-style homes. After a few turns, he stops in the driveway of a huge house. I've never been to my sister's place, but she obviously had it good. Which makes me wonder, why did she kill herself? Perfect family, beautiful home, successful career? It doesn't make any sense.
"You need help with the luggage or something?"
asks the driver. He probably wants me out of the car. Nope, thanks. I step out, then grab my suitcase and backpack. He drives away the moment I close the door. I stare at the 3-story Victorian, unable to tell what color it is in the dark. Several windows are lit, but all have closed blinds or curtains. When I reach the porch, the light reveals a grayish-blue paint. Boring, safe. Just what I would expect from Claire. I ring the doorbell. Wait. And wait some more. Is this the right house? Or are they somewhere the bell can't be heard? I ring it again and stand there. Finally, footsteps sound from the other side. 2 deadbolts click before the knob turns. My pulse drums in my ears. Will my brother-in-law be furious to see me? Angry I'm here to take his only child, one he has no rights to despite helping to raise her, simply because he didn't supply the genetics? But he doesn't answer the door. Ember stands in front of me, so much more grown up than the last time I saw her. She's taller than me. Her straight brown hair reaches her elbows, sticks out in several directions. Makeup is smudged, smeared. Eyes red, the skin around them splotchy. She already knows. At least that means I don't have to be the one to drop the bomb. It takes me a moment to register that I should say something. I'm the adult. I have to get used to adulting, and fast. Since I'm tongue-tied for what has to be the 5th time of the day, I wrap my arms around her and squeeze. She doesn't resist, but she doesn't return the embrace either. I step back and hold her gaze. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Her only response is to move aside and gesture for me to come in. She must be shocked, traumatized. Can't say I blame her. If I could, I'd sit in my apartment like a zombie for a day or two. But now I have to be responsible. Ember closes the door and locks it. So... I nod toward a couch in the next room. Let's sit. Talk. She shrugs and follows me, sits across from me on a recliner, looks at me expectantly. Shouting sounds from somewhere in the house. I lift a brow. Ember rolls her eyes. That's just Richard. He shouts a lot? Basically. She picks at a nail. At who? Anyone he feels like. What do you want to talk about? I lean forward. We could start with how you're taking the news. She stares at me. How do you think I'm taking it? I breathe deeply and hold back an eye roll of my own. I know we're all stressed out, but I'm on your side. I didn't drop everything and fly up here for me. Nobody said you had to. Ember twists some hair around her finger. Who else is going to raise you then? She tilts her head. What do you mean? Didn't anyone tell you? What? Color drains from her face. You and I are stuck together. I could have worded that better, but it's too late now. She may as well get used to my bluntness. You mean... Her gaze darts around before landing on me. You're taking me from this hellhole? Well, I wasn't going to word it quite like that, but yeah. Apparently your mom made me your guardian. Surprise. Why didn't she tell me? I shrug. No idea. It's news to me, too. The shouting grows louder. Ember turns toward the noise and tightens her expression. At least I don't have to stay with him. She turns to me, her eyes wide. Wait, you live in California. Does that mean I have to move? Leave my life? My friends? I'm still trying to figure all of that out. Natasha insisted I come up here right away. I've barely had time to process the news, much less figure anything out. She scowls. Natasha, of course. What does that mean? She's so pushy. Her nostrils flare. You know your mom's lawyer? They're co-workers, besties. Mom always picked, the worst people, I swear. Richard's shouting grows even louder. I can almost make out words now. I lean closer to my niece. Maybe we can figure this out together. We basically have 2 options. Either move into your grandparents' house or into my apartment in L.A. Ember jolts. Wait, what? You're giving me a choice? Yeah, why wouldn't I? Because I'm just a kid? I arch an eyebrow. You're 15. That isn't a kid in my book. She just stares at me. But your whole life is down there. Why wouldn't you just drag me there? Because I wouldn't want someone doing that to me. And my job is flexible. I can easily transfer to the agency up here. Her eyes narrow. You do that? Sure. It's not like there's room for the both of us in my apartment. I would have to move anyway. And I can't imagine you want to be pulled away from your friends and school. What about your friends? Ember continues throwing questions at me, and I keep giving her answers. Finally, she leans back in the chair, convinced I'm not playing her. After a few minutes pass, I ask, What do you think? She rubs her temples.
We can really move to Grandma and Grandpa's house?
I nod. It's ours for the taking, but it's probably going to need some work. It's been sitting there untouched for like 5 years.
What kind of work?
We'll have to take a look. Everything is bound to be covered in layers of dust. There could be rodent or bug infestations. Who knows what else? Ember wrinkles her nose.
Rodents and bugs? Seriously?
Unless you and your mom have been keeping it up. She shakes her head.
No, but is 5 years really that long? It isn't like it's been sitting for decades.
We would still have our work cut out for us, if that's where you want to stay. Ember closes her eyes.
We can't live somewhere else?
You want to see pictures of my apartment? It's smaller than this room. We'd have to share the futon, and I steal covers.
No.
She shakes her head vigorously.
I mean, around here.
I'm broke. It's that or my parents' place. Take your choice.
Can't you just sell the house?
Sell it? It's been in our family for generations.
So?
It has all that history. And even if we sell it, we still have to go through everything and get the house ready for the market. Ember opens her mouth, then closes it, her eyes deflated.
Basically, you're saying we have to go there.
I nod. Unless you want to move to LA with me into my tiny apartment, and I know it's a lot to take in right now. I reach over and pat her knee. You're still processing what happened. So am I. It wasn't my idea to fly out tonight, but I'm your new... I struggle to find the right word. She just stares at me. Well, I'm still your auntie, and now we're in this together. We have a lot to figure out. But first, do you need anything? She shakes her head.
Not unless you can bring back my mom.
I wish.
Why did she do it?
The $1 million question. I have no idea. I'm sorry. If I could go back in time and talk her out of it, I would. But for now, I'm here for you, whatever you need. She looks away and wipes her eyes.
I don't know. I can hardly think straight.
Richard's shouting sounds again. What's with him?
He's always mad about something.
But his wife just died. He should be upset, mourning. Ember sighs.
His only negative reaction to anything is to yell.
Sounds like a fun person to be around. I rise from the couch. Want to get some air? Grab something to eat?
I'm not hungry.
Have you had dinner?
No.
Then you need to try to eat. I glance toward the shouts. And it'll do good to get out of here for a little bit. She doesn't budge.
When are we going to move?
I frown. That's a good question. I have a lot to figure out, and I'm having a hard time thinking right now. A door slams and footsteps thunder in our direction.
Ember!
Richard shouts. She throws me a pleading look. We're in here, I call. A moment later, he darkens the doorway, furrows his brows at me.
What are you doing here?
Great to see you too, Richard. I put my arm around Ember. I'm here as her new guardian. He glowers at her.
Have you started packing your things?
What?
No.
His scowl turns my way.
This isn't a hotel. Help her move and you two get out.
I give him a double take. You can't be serious. We're family. He shakes his head.
You're a stranger. I've barely met you. And she isn't my daughter. I want both of you out of my house.
It's my home. Ember shakes. I tighten my hold on her.
Not anymore. I only let you stay here because of your mother.
He narrows his eyes.
Now you're out. Both of you.
I step between them. We're going to need some time, not only to figure out the logistics of moving, but also dealing with the grief, which I'm sure you can understand since you just lost your wife. His only response is to narrow his eyes.
You've got William and Regina's place. Go there. I'll find the keys.
Seriously? I step back next to my niece.
Yes.
Both Ember and I jump at the strength of his voice.
No reason for you two to stay here. She only has the one bedroom. Shouldn't take long.
He glowers at Ember.
Especially since I told you to start packing hours ago.
I put my hands on my hips. And there's the matter of Claire's belongings. According to the attorney, those go to us. His nostrils flare.
Her personal belongings? Don't think anything else is yours. I set up a very detailed prenuptial agreement.
Great, but how are we supposed to get all of these things to her other house? I don't even have a car up here.
You can have Claire's car.
Is that in the garage? I didn't notice any vehicles in the driveway when I arrived.
At her work, I'd assume. That's where she took her life.
Ember gasps. A little tact? I glare at him.
I don't care about anything other than getting you two out of my hair. Pack the things, and I'll help drive them over to your new house.
Happen to have a key? I ask.
I'll find one.
He storms away. Ember turns to me.
I can't believe he's kicking me out right now.
And I can't believe your mom put up with him. Come on, I'll help you. The faster we get away from him, the better. 5. It's after midnight by the time we pull up to the road leading to my parents' abandoned house. Ember and I are in Claire's car, which we picked up at her office, and Richard in his truck. The street is exactly as I remember it, well kept with the enormous homes spread out far from each other. Many are tucked so far back they can't be seen from the road. My family's house was the first built and is the last on the long street. It's not hidden from view, but its immense backyard stretches farther than I was allowed to explore as a child. I pull into the driveway. The structure looms in front of us, even bigger than my sister's home. It didn't seem too huge when I lived there. No, that isn't true. I rarely had friends over because I was embarrassed by the size. I've just gotten used to a super tiny living space since being on my own, which now makes my childhood home feel monstrous.
It looks haunted,
Ember whispers. That's because it's dark outside and hasn't been taken care of. All it needs is some TLC. But we'll worry about that later. Let's just get everything inside, then we'll be free of Richard. I rub my temples, trying to get rid of the headache that came back after reuniting with him.
Can't wait for that.
She opens her door. I dig through my purse for the keychain and stare at the home before getting out. Old memories run through my mind, just as dusty as everything inside must be. Richard slams the truck's driver's side door.
Let's get this over with.
I couldn't agree more. He glares at me. I look back and forth between the house and the full vehicles. My body aches with exhaustion already, more from dealing with Richard's complaints and bellows than the actual labor of packing up 2 lives. Only 2 bags are mine, just what I could carry on the plane with me. I still have to deal with my apartment and explaining this mess to my boss. All I want to do is sleep, but that's going to be a long time coming. I march up the cracked walkway and try to ignore the overgrown lawn. As I get closer to the house, I notice peeling paint in thick layers of grime. It's going to take more work than I imagined, and this is just the outside. The top lock struggles against the key from so many years of disuse. After a few jiggles, it relents and unlocks. Then I repeat the process with the lock on the knob. It twists, and I open the door. It creaks in protest. Out of habit, I reach for the light switch, but then I realize this place is probably without power. Doesn't sound like anyone has been here since my parents moved out. But the moment I flip the switch, light flickers on. Nearly all the furniture is covered, and the cloth is caked in dust. The floor is covered with old, muddy footprints that will surely be challenging to get off. The large, curved staircase in front of us is exactly as I remember it, though dusty, with its polished wood and ornate wooden railing. I remember running my hands over the carvings countless times as a child.
"You can stare later," Richard snaps. "Help me get your stuff inside."
Ember and I exchange a look before following him outside. We clear the car before moving on to the truck. There isn't much left, as he already got a lot of it. Clearly, he's as eager to be rid of us as we are of him. Once it's empty, he wipes his hands on his pants.
"Looks like we're done here. What if there's something we forgot?"
Ember asks.
"Shouldn't be."
He climbs into the driver's seat.
Ember steps closer. "What if there is?" "Then call me. Hand over your key."
Her expression falls. My heart breaks for her. She's officially lost everything in less than 24 hours. Richard extends his hand toward her. She draws a ragged breath, removes a key from a chain, and hands it over.
"See you at the funeral."
He stuffs the key into a pocket.
"Natasha will be in touch with the details."
Are you kidding me? I press the door so he can't shut it. You're going to plan it without Ember? Me? We're Claire's blood.
"And I'm the husband. I'm in charge."
He slams the door, barely giving me time to jump out of the way.
"I hate him,"
Ember mutters as he drives away. Can't say I blame you, especially if he's always like that.
"Yep."
I remote lock the Mercedes and put my arm around her. Let's get settled. I'll call Natasha tomorrow and see if she can't at least let you help with the memorial. Ember shrugs. I guide her inside and close the door behind us. A small plume of dust puffs out.
"What now?"
My niece leans against a pile of boxes. I think we should get some sleep. We'll deal with all of this tomorrow. I hand her a box marked with a star, the things she needs for tonight, then grab my 2 bags.
"Where?"
She looks around. You could take your mom's old room, and I'll take mine. Unless you don't want to be in her room. Is that too much right now? Ember adjusts her hold on the box.
"No, I think I'd like to be in her room."
Mine's just next door if you need me.
I remember.
We make our way up the creaky stairs. I don't recall them being so noisy. It sends a shiver down my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I silently chastise myself for being so creeped out. It's the house I grew up in. Nothing more. It just needs some love. Ember stops, and I nearly run into her. You okay? She looks around.
"Did you hear that?"
I listen, only hearing our breathing. Hear what?
"I'm not sure, but it was something."
Like I said before, probably rodents. Nobody's been here in a long time. Without a word, we make our way to the 2nd floor. The entry has all the same paintings and statues that I remember. They fascinated me as a child, and I often played with the statues as if they were large, immobile dolls.
"You sure about that?"
Ember asks. About what? She nods down the hall.
"About nobody being here."
I glance in the direction and notice spray paint on one wall. You have got to be kidding me. Vandals broke in? I swear. Was your mom aware of that? Ember shrugs. We're going to have to check out every square inch of this place, or at least I am. You can get settled in if you want. She puts down her box and steps closer.
"I'm not leaving your side."
Like I'm going to offer much protection if we find someone hiding somewhere. and that might not be out of the realm of possibility. The house is huge, something like 5,000 square feet. I remember my parents throwing that number around. I release a breath I hadn't realized I was holding.
Are you scared?
Ember looks at me with huge eyes, reminding me of when she was little. I swallow and try to ignore my racing heart. No.
Liar.
Let's just do this. Whoever was in here is probably long gone. She jolts.
What if we find a dead body?
Thanks for putting that thought in my mind. We're not going to find a dead body.
What if we do?
Another chill runs down my spine. I drop my bags next to her box. This isn't a murder house. It's our home. Your mom and I grew up here, and so did your grandparents, and so on. Going back, I don't know how many generations.
They never told you?
She asks. If they did, I wasn't listening. Come on. We need to check everything out so we can go to bed. I'm exhausted, and you must be too.
Not at the moment.
She moves even closer to me. It's not a murder house. I say it more for me than her. But then I recall going to therapy for having a friend my parents said was imaginary. Billa came to play when I was alone. She was real, not imaginary, and not a ghost. The girl was just shy and she didn't want her parents to find out that she was sneaking out. Nothing weird about that. Okay, now that I think about that as an adult, it is a little strange. But that doesn't make this a murder house. That would be even crazier than the day I've had.
You okay, Aunt Kenzi?
I snap my attention back to her. Yeah, of course. This place just brings back a lot of memories. It's weird.
Ghostly memories?
Nope. I loop my arm around hers and head downstairs. I'm going to prove to you that this is just a lonely, forgotten home. We'll bring it back to life, and then you know what you'll think of it as?
A bright, cheery murder house?
You need to stop watching scary movies and start.
I read far more scary books than watch movies, I'll have you know.
Either way, you need a new hobby. I look back and forth, trying to decide which way we should start. We can either start with the kitchen or the living room, then to all the rooms beyond.
Everything looks normal here, she says. If someone broke in, it was probably in the back.
That's true. All the other houses in the neighborhood are well kept, so a broken window or whatever would probably be noticed right away. She stands straighter.
Let's check the ballroom first. It has the biggest windows, so probably the easiest to break.
Sounds good to me. I step off the last stair and turn right. We pass a sitting room with windows facing the front. Everything looks normal there, intact glass and covered furniture. I walk through the room using my phone as a flashlight and look anywhere someone could be hiding.
What are we going to do if we find someone? Or a body?
Enough with the body talk, seriously. We're not going to find anyone, but if we do, we'll run and call the cops. You have a phone? She nods.
But I don't know how long it'll last. I can't imagine Richard will keep paying for it.
I'm sure he won't shut it off tonight. I move to the hall and check the library. More dust and covered furniture, but nothing suspicious. Same with the ballroom and living room beyond that. We keep going and come to my dad's office. A boarded window. Ember grabs my arm.
See? Someone was here.
And the situation was clearly taken care of. I spin around and find spray paint on one wall and notice the old muddy footprints are thickest in this room. Some things from a shelf are spread out on the floor. You don't remember your mom ever mentioning this? She shakes her head no. Well, it's fine. Whoever broke in is long gone. We continue down the hall, checking rooms until we come to the kitchen. Ember's eyes light up.
Think there's anything to eat? I'm starving.
This place has been empty for 5 years, except for the intruders. She frowns.
Never mind. I'm more tired than hungry anyway.
We go upstairs and check the bedrooms and the other living areas, mostly just finding covered furniture and dust. The playroom has empty beer cans and candy wrappers, but nothing looks out of place, and more importantly, nobody's inside. Ember leans against a wall and gestures to the ceiling.
Are we going to check the third floor?
It's more of an attic, I point out, but realize that like the other 2 floors, it's massive. Or at least, I've always thought of it as an attic. It wasn't a living space when I was growing up. Technically, it was built to be servants' quarters, but I was never allowed to go up there. It's storage space. She lifts a brow.
Grandpa never let me up there when I visited either. We should check it out, if anywhere is likely to have a...
Don't say it. I march toward the door leading to the 3rd floor before she can say ghost or dead body. I twist the knob, but it's still locked after all these years. It's inaccessible. No need to worry.
Or all the more reason to worry.
I shake my head.
Unlock it.
I don't have the key. She folds her arms.
Try the house key.
Look at this keyhole. It takes a skeleton key.
If you're scared, I'll try it.
I'm not about to let her destroy the antique knob trying to get in the 3rd floor. I gently press the key to the hole. See? Not even close to a match. She stares at the door like it could bite her.
I'd feel better looking around up there.
It's just filled with boxes. My parents always used it for storage.
In other words, for hiding things?
She gives me a knowing look. Yeah, like Christmas presents. Come on, let's get some sleep.
Wait!
I turn around. What now?
We should at least try the door.
I take a deep breath and gesture toward it. Do the honors.
Really?
Her eyes widen. It's always been locked and we don't have the key. It's probably somewhere in this house, but good luck finding it. She grabs the knob and turns it to the left and the right. Then she pulls on it with both hands. She repeats the process before giving up.
It's not going to budge.
We'll look in there another time. If we can't get in, nobody else would have been able to either.
Isn't there a basement?
Also locked. I already checked the knob when we passed the door. Her lips part.
That's what that was? I thought it was a closet.
I shake my head and turn toward our bedrooms.
What's down there?
Nothing, I snap. It's locked. That's all we need to know. She arches a brow.
Triggered much?
I flash back to getting myself locked down there as a little girl and being scared of the loud machinery that looked like monsters ready to eat me. We can check the 3rd floor and basement another time, preferably when it's light. Sound good?
I thought we didn't have keys.
We don't, but I have a few ideas where Dad hid them.
Okay.
She yawns.
I'm tired anyway.
Sure you don't want to crash in the same room tonight? I wouldn't mind the company.
Ember looks conflicted. It'd make you feel better?
Yeah, I say, even though it's not me I'm worried about. She shrugs.
Okay, sure. I can do that for you.
Thanks. I grab my backpack and glance at my old bathroom. Hopefully this place still has running water. I was surprised about the electricity. Ember glances down.
I think Mom always kept this place as a backup.
Backup?
To get away from Richard.
It makes sense, given what little I've seen of the jerk. Well, maybe we're in luck and have water. Let's get some sleep. We have a lot to do tomorrow. She runs her finger along the statue of a man holding a globe and looks at the thick layer of dust.
We have a lot of work to do for the whole summer.
That we do. My gaze lands on the spray paint behind her. We'll be lucky to make this place home before she starts school in the fall.
6. Ember. I bolt upright in bed and gasp. Where am I?
What happened? The brightly lit, strange room does nothing to help jog my memory. Not with everything covered. Then everything hits me like a bus. My mom is dead. My stepdad kicked me out of the only home I know. And now my only aunt, who I barely know, is going to raise me in my grandparents' haunted house, which could have people hiding somewhere. Where is Kenzi anyway? Did she wake and start unpacking or removing the sheets from everything? I lay back down and take a deep breath. I don't really care where she went. How am I supposed to deal with my entire life being flipped upside down? Just my mom's death would be enough to deal with on its own. It's probably a good thing I don't have to put up with Richard on top of that. I should probably thank him for kicking me out. He was the whole reason I'd been counting down the days to graduation. I don't know how Mom ever tolerated him. My stomach rumbles, but I kind of don't care. I hear it, but I don't really feel it. Everything is basically numb. And I actually prefer it that way. I spent so much time crying in my room after hearing the news. I really don't want to feel any more hurt. Not that I'm naive enough to think I've pushed it away. It's just a relief not to hurt at the moment. My gaze roams over the room, Kenzi's old room, and I compare it to mine. I mean, my old one. Richard has probably already transformed it into a workout room or something. He's been talking about what to do with it for as long as I can remember. I used to sneak into this room when I was younger, before my grandpa died and Grandma moved to the retirement home. Kenzi always fascinated me, though she drove Mom crazy. They were complete opposites, and it's hard to believe they were sisters. Not that they ever were in the traditional sense, since there was such a big age gap. My aunt is actually closer to my age than Mom's. The room is full of band posters, pictures of a younger her with friends, and collections of various other things. In other words, a typical teenager's room, but frozen in time. Because this house is so huge, it wasn't like Grandma and Grandpa were hurting for room if they wanted an office or workout room or whatever. There were so many that went unused already, and after Kenzi took off to LA, it was just the two of them here. My mind wanders, pulling up old childhood memories. I used to love exploring and sneaking into rooms when nobody was looking, until I found things I shouldn't have. Heard things. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and try to ignore the goosebumps forming on my skin. My fists tighten around the blanket. There is no such thing as ghosts. I was just a nosy kid with an overactive imagination. That's it. And this house is old. Like, crazy old. It creaks and moans. Settles, as Grandma used to say when she actually remembered anything. Unable to take another moment alone, I leap out of bed and hurry downstairs. The house is bright. So unlike last night. The creepiness factor is down to almost nothing. Almost. The boxes we brought in stick out in stark contrast to everything else. Once we get everything uncovered and dusted, it'll look and feel like it used to. Well, except for having family around. Now it's just Kenzi and me. Two strangers brought together because my mom, her sister, died. My eyes mist. I blink them quickly. I don't want to hurt right now, and thankfully there's plenty to distract me, starting with finding my aunt. I'm about to call her name, but my voice catches in my throat. What if someone is actually hiding in the basement or on the third floor? Or somewhere we happen to miss? We looked in just about every room, the ones we could get to, but didn't check every little space. A shiver runs down my back. Why did she have to get up without waking me? Probably because I'm not a little kid and I should stop thinking like one. It's hard not to go back there, though. I was just a kid the last time I was here. I tiptoe around the lower level, half expecting someone to jump out from underneath every piece of covered furniture I pass. Nobody does, but I also don't find my aunt. She wouldn't have left me alone, would she? Why not? It's probably just a normal house to her. She thought I was nuts last night when I was freaking out about the house. Maybe she's right. She grew up here, and she doesn't think it's haunted. I never spent more than a few nights in a row here at a time. That alone probably made it easier for my mind to make things up. With the hair on the back of my neck standing on end and goosebumps constantly forming, it feels like someone's watching me. But that's ridiculous. This is just my grandparents' home, a place filled with love, and that feeling will return once we uncover everything. It doesn't help that all the furniture pieces look like ghosts, or that my mind would prefer to think about anything other than the fact that my mom preferred death to raising me. I shove that thought aside. My throat closes, tears blur my vision, and my skin grows hot. I blink my eyes clear and march back upstairs. Time to shove childish thoughts about hauntings out of my mind. If this is going to be my new home, I may as well start to make it mine. I grab a box marked for my room, heft it up the winding staircase, and freeze in front of the closed bedroom door. Mom's old room. I thought we left it open last night. Maybe not. It's just as well. I'm not quite ready to go in anyway. I'll just bring the boxes up, maybe pick a different room. Mom's gone, and now all we have of her is her stuff. I kind of don't want to move her things around. Then I can go in there and feel like I'm with her, since everything is just how she left it. I'm so grateful for my grandparents leaving her room the way it was. So unlike her husband, who eagerly threw her stuff into boxes last night like they'd burn him. He couldn't wait to be rid of us. Me, at least. Since she'd left her personal items to me and Kenzi, he had no choice but to pack it all. Well, he could have let us pack it, but he wouldn't let us near their room. Just wanted us out. Tears blur my vision again, and I wipe them away. Then I go downstairs and bring up all the boxes for my room. By the time I'm done, I've broken a sweat and my stomach is really rumbling. I go back to Kenzi's room, and that's when I see a note I missed before. She went to Mom's office to sign some papers and ordered groceries to be delivered. Just enough time to get a shower. I find all my toiletries in one box and an outfit in another, then I head to the bathroom. The water runs brown and makes a sputtering noise. I jump back and watch in horror, hoping it'll turn clear. Maybe that's normal when the pipes haven't been used in years. The sink did the same thing the night before. By the time the water does run clear and the gross stuff drains, I don't have much time left if the delivery arrives at the beginning of the expected hour. It's just as well. I still feel like I'm being watched, despite the fact I'm too old to believe in ghosts. But I'm not too old to believe in peepers, especially if whoever broke in is still here. I double-check that I locked the bathroom door. Then I take the quickest shower of my life. It's kind of ironic that Richard was always yelling at me to save water, and now that I'm finally away from him, I bathe in record time. It's almost like I'm sticking it to him, even if it isn't on purpose. Just as I slide my shirt on, the doorbell rings. Luckily, it still works. No way I'd hear knocking from up here. I pull my hair into a quick ponytail and race downstairs. The guy looks at me with a slack mouth, but then nods. He doesn't look much older than me and has a ton of freckles and an easy smile. His tag reads Luke. Someone actually lives here? Yeah. I open the door wider. How does this work? Do you bring it into the kitchen or do you leave it on the step? Do I have to sign? I can bring it in or leave it. Your choice. Relief washes through me. So crazy that I feel better about having this stranger in the house with me than being here alone. Like I can trust him more than some psycho hiding out in the basement. It's through here. I motion to the left and lead the way. I can't believe I'm inside the Brannon house. I stop just before we reach the kitchen. What do you mean? It's the Brannon house. Yeah. Your point? He shifts the weight of the box in his hands. You haven't heard? Obviously not. I move aside so he can put the food on the counter. I probably shouldn't say anything. Luke glances at the dusty marble.
Should I set it here?
I don't know where else you'd put it. He shrugs and shuffles back out into the hall. I chase after him. What have you heard about this house? Luke doesn't say anything until we're outside, and that's when I notice the yard looks even more overgrown than it did the night before. In fact, despite the bright summer sun, the house looks haunted. No, it's just abandoned. That's it. Do people say it's haunted? I stare him down. He squirms, then grabs another box.
Just rumors. Probably nothing more than hot air. I shouldn't have said anything.
Then he rushes back into the house. I hurry after him.
You can't do that to me.
What are the rumors?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. I'm sure this is a great place to live.
Do I look like a little kid? I can handle whatever it is. Luke doesn't say anything until he puts the box next to the other groceries.
I'll tell you outside.
I narrow my eyes.
You'd better.
Once we're outside again, I put my hands on my hips. Tell me what you've heard. I have to live here, so don't you think I should know? The guy frowns.
I wouldn't want to freak you out.
Like you haven't already. He sighs.
I'm going to get fired for this.
I'm not going to tell anyone. I just want to know what the rumors are about my house. Luke leans against the truck and studies me.
It's probably nothing but stupid stories kids made up.
Then what's the harm in telling me?
Your parents could get pissed and complain to my boss.
I fold my arms. I don't have any parents, so no worries. He gives me an incredulous stare.
You live here alone?
With my aunt.
She could have me fired.
I'm not going to tell anyone anything, okay? Just spill it. Luke nods.
People say there have been a lot of murders in there over the years. Sorry.
It is a murder house. Do you have anything more specific? Who, when, maybe which rooms? He licks his lips and shifts his weight.
I've heard about the basement. Some science experiments done on people. Insane, huh?
If he is right, that means one of my ancestors did that. As far as I know, the house has always been in the family.
Right?
Luke asks.
Just stupid things kids make up to scare each other at Halloween.
Sure. Anything else? He glances at the house.
People say a light comes on at night when nobody's home.
A chill runs down my back, but I hold motionless.
Where? That window on the end of the second floor.
My stomach drops the moment I realize which room he's pointing to. It belonged to my grandpa's brother who passed away as a child.
Oh? See? Luke frowns. I'm freaking you out.
I shake my head no. I just want to know what people are saying. You're helping me out. He glances at his watch.
I need to get these inside into the next house. I'm going to be late.
I'll help you.
You sure?
I hold my arms out. Give me a box.
Thanks.
We get the rest of the food into the kitchen in 2 loads. Luke has me sign for them, and he races out as fast as can be. Probably won't be seeing him again. It's just as well. I open the fridge, not sure what I'll find. Moldy, gross food from years ago? Will I have to spend the next hour cleaning it out? Nope. Someone cleaned it out already. Probably Mom when she moved Grandma out. She was always thinking ahead like that. Not that she'd have seen this coming, Kenzi raising me here. The temperature drops several degrees, and I shiver. I'm holding the fridge door open. I don't know what else I expected to happen. I slam it shut and bring over a box of food to be kept cold and shove it in. Then I fill the bare cupboards with the packaged goods, and dust flies around. We'll deal with that later. I'm not cleaning anything right now. Just as I'm about to go upstairs and figure out which bedroom I actually want, I freeze in place. Footsteps. 7. Ember. My body won't move. I'm going to die. Though whether by a ghost or an intruder is yet to be seen. But if I can't get my feet to budge, I'll know soon enough. I struggle to breathe, look around for a weapon. Grandma's kitchen knives. I just need to get over there. Come on, feet. Move. The footsteps grow closer, louder. My heart is going to explode. A shadow in human form covers the floor in the hallway. I scream at the top of my lungs. The owner of the shadow yells. It takes me a moment to realize it's feminine. Kenzi appears in the doorway, her expression wild. My knees give out and I crumple to the floor. I'm still screaming. She runs over to me. What on earth is going on? Stop yelling. I gasp for air. I can't stop shaking. My aunt helps me to my feet. Why were you freaking out? I didn't hear you come in. Just heard footsteps. I lean against the fridge for support. I didn't mean to scare you. I thought you'd hear the front door close. It slammed shut behind me pretty loudly, actually. I study her, trying to tell if she's messing with me. I didn't hear it. Well, everything's fine. She looks around, her gaze landing on the empty boxes. Thanks for putting the food away. I was hoping to be here when it was delivered. It's okay. I close my eyes for a moment to regain my bearings. Then I look back at her, my heart still hammering. Maybe changing the subject will calm me down. What papers did you have to sign? She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. The real question is, what didn't I have to sign? There were so many forms it made me dizzy. I'm now officially in charge of you. The house is in my name as well as the car and some other stuff. It's hard to believe all of this is really happening. I chew on my lower lip. Did you see Mom's office? I struggle to ask the real question. You know, where it happened? It's still off limits, but I talked to the detective. He said it should be released soon. He also said something that struck me as odd. My chest tightens. What? Your mom was missing a yellow shoe when they found her. What? I try to make sense of that. Where would it have gone? Kenzi tugs on her ponytail. That's what he wants to know. Just one? I ask. According to him. I don't know why that would be. Does he really think she killed herself? Her expression darkens. He said it was pretty cut and dry, but he's looking for evidence to the contrary. I feel lightheaded, so I lean against a counter. Why would she do that to me? My aunt wraps her arms around me. I wish I had the answers, kiddo. We might never know. I stiffen at the hug, but then return the embrace and let the tears fall silently. My body shakes. I don't know if it's from getting scared half to death or if it's the news that the evidence actually points to a suicide. I don't understand. She steps back, keeping her hands on my shoulders, and looks me in the eyes. Maybe we'll find answers in her things. Do you know if she kept a diary? I shrug. It's not like she'd tell me if she did. Her face scrunches like she's deep in thought. Do you want to look? My mind spins. I don't know what I want. It feels like an invasion of privacy. Don't you think she'd want us to look for the truth? What if someone did this to her and covered their tracks? I shake again. You actually think it's possible? We both know I've never been close to her, but she's the last person I'd expect to do something like this. The few times I saw her with you, she was clearly a devoted mom. Nobody who loved her child that much could do this. What if she was depressed and never told anybody? Her eyebrow arches. That would explain her staying married to Richard.
I can't deny that. He could make anyone want to kill themselves. She steps back and twists her ponytail around her fingers, looking deep in thought.
Why did she stay with him?
Got me.
You never asked her?
Kenzi holds my gaze. Well, yeah, but she just gave me pat answers. She didn't want to put me through a divorce or all marriages have rough patches. But everything with Richard was difficult. There were no patches, only moments of relief when he went on work trips. She steps closer, her gaze darting around, and speaks just above a whisper.
Do you think he could be behind it?
He's a first-class jerk, but... I can't get any more words out. Could he be capable of something so horrible?
But what?
I swallow. It's a huge leap from that to a killer. I mean, I'm sure if he wanted her out of his life, he'd just divorce her. She frowns.
But your mom was a successful lawyer. He could have thought he'd get the short end of the stick in court.
Sorry, I shouldn't be talking about this with you. Not so soon after. I stand taller. No, you should. I like that you treat me like an adult. I'm not a kid. Kenzi sizes me up.
Are you sure she'd never do that? Or just wishing?
She wouldn't.
Are you willing to speak with the detective? I've got his card, and he said to call if I think of anything.
My stomach twists. I don't know if I can convince him. I just know her, that's all.
It's better than anything I have.
She frowns and looks away, her expression full of regret. Mom loved you. Kenzi turns to me, a brow arched. She did, even though you two weren't close.
You don't have to sugarcoat it. We had a huge age gap, and she never approved of anything I ever did. Neither did my parents.
She runs her hand along the countertop.
In fact, I'm sure Dad's turning over in his grave right now because I'm living here and in charge of you.
I'm not sugarcoating anything, I insist. No, you two never had anything in common, but she adored her baby sister. She always thought of you like that.
Thanks.
She doesn't look like she believes me.
What are we going to do about the detective? Should I call him?
My stomach knots again, and I feel like puking. Then what? We have to go to the station? I picture being interrogated, like on movies I've seen.
He might come here, especially if we have anything that could prove your point. That's why I mentioned a diary.
I swear I really am going to vomit. We can go through the boxes of her stuff, put them in her room.
What about your things?
I'm not sure I want her old room after all. I'd kind of like to leave it like she had it. Kenzi nods.
Whatever you want. You could take my old room. I was actually thinking of taking my parents' bedroom. I've never had a master bedroom. Actually, I haven't had a separate room for my bed since moving out of here.
Really? I'm glad for the change of subject. I don't want to have to think about proving my mom didn't kill herself. That means that someone else did this, that someone murdered her. What if I'm next? Especially if I'm the one who points the police in their direction. Or maybe this house is getting the best of me. That's probably it. And it isn't haunted. Except it is. I can't deny anything I've experienced. And what about those stories? What if they're true?
You okay?
I nod slowly. Just thinking. Should I call the detective? Is there time to go through Mom's things first?
I don't see why not.
We bring up the rest of the boxes and put them in her room. The door's open. Did I open it? A chill runs down my back, but I feel more confident with my aunt here, like she can protect me from a ghost. I sigh. She puts a hand on my arm.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. Kenzi pulls the fabric sheets off everything.
It's like a time capsule. Makes me feel like she could walk in at any moment and get mad at me for snooping. I almost smile. But what if she's right? No, she's not. My imagination is getting the best of me. That's all it is. Rational people don't believe in ghosts. It's just fun to watch scary movies or read books to frighten myself. None of it's real. Mom is gone, and she isn't coming back. If someone killed her, we have to get justice for her. Where do you want to start? Kenzi nods toward the boxes. The thought of tackling such a monumental task makes my bones ache. I have no idea. She marches over to the pile and grabs a random box. How about this one? Sure. My aunt drops it on the old bed, whips out a pocket knife, and cuts open the cardboard. Clothes. She holds up a shirt Mom wore to work all the time. I grab another and hold it close. Kenzi opens the closet. More clothes? There isn't any room for these new clothes. It's already stuffed to capacity. Maybe we should donate the clothes. She pulls out a dress. It's just retro enough to be cute. I grab it from her and hold it up to me. I think it might fit. She nods in approval. You'll look gorgeous in it, and I'm sure your mom would think so too. Do you want me to let you go through these things? I nearly drop the dress, and blood drains from my face. Or I can stay here and go through another box. Maybe find a journal or something else useful. Relief washes through me. I'm such a baby for not wanting to be left alone. Kenzi grabs another box and opens it on the bed. I lay the dress over the back of the computer chair and grab another from the closet. There's nothing cute about it. I hold it up to myself and shudder. That one's awful, Kenzi says. What was she thinking? I almost laugh. I have no idea. Maybe it was a gift. We can only hope. She digs through the box in front of her. I remove the hanger from this dress and start a donate pile. Before long, nothing is left in the closet. So much for leaving things as she did. And I have 2 massive piles. One is of the things I want to keep, and the other is to give away. She had just as many stylish items as she did hideous ones. Next, I go through the clothes from the box. Not much appeals to me because I don't want to look like I'm going to an office, but I hang some pieces that remind me of her. You ready for a break? I ask. Kenzi turns to me. I'm starving. Want to grab something to eat? Even though we just got groceries? They aren't going anywhere, and I could really go for a burger. You aren't vegan? I ask. She blinks a few times. What would ever give you that idea? I have a friend who moved from LA, and she said everyone is vegan. Not everyone, trust me. That's like saying everyone up here works at Microsoft. Or Boeing. Or Amazon, she laughs. You aren't vegan, are you? No way. Good, because I'm going to order a bacon cheeseburger. I grab a sweater from my keep pile and pull it on. That makes 2 of us. We laugh as we head for the stairs, and I'm glad for the change in mood. I think Mom would want me to have some joy and not just be miserable about her death. Just before I take the first step, something catches my attention. The door to the 3rd floor is wide open. I hurry down the stairs and try to call out for Kenzi to stop, but my voice catches in my throat. She's already outside. I rush back up to take a quick peek. The door's shut. 8. Kenzi. I finish off my burger before Ember is halfway through hers. My stomach is still rumbling, but it'll be fine once the food actually hits it. No need to overstuff myself, especially since I've spent most of the last 24 hours sitting or sleeping. At least the house has a workout room. That's going to come in handy, especially once I set it up for more than just weights. I could really go for a good Zumba workout right about now. Well, after I digest the burger. Ember eats slowly across from me, her gaze lowered the whole time. I tried to read her thoughts, but give up. She's undoubtedly trying to process the last 24 hours, and that's going to take time. I'm an adult, and it's going to take me a while to figure everything out. On one hand, I still can't believe I'm up here near Seattle, living in my childhood home with my niece because Claire is dead. How is that even possible? Any of it? Even though I had no relationship with my sister, aside from being friends on social media, I know there's no way Claire took her own life. Not when she had everything going for her. Well, maybe not everything. She did have to live with Richard, but she could have left. Yet she didn't. Why not? It doesn't make any sense. Financially, she'd have been fine. It wasn't like she'd have to deal with custody issues. Not when she'd never revealed the identity of Ember's father. What if he had something to do with this? Maybe she'd tried to get him involved. But I'm probably grasping at straws. Clearly I am. I didn't know my sister any more than I knew the woman sitting in the booth across from us, scrolling on her phone. I could probably predict what she's doing with more accuracy than I could guess my sister's motives about anything. Especially since Claire left her child to me. Never saw that coming. If only I could go back in time. But that isn't happening. All I can do is hope the answer is somewhere among her things. Unless Richard is guilty, then he'd have never handed over anything that would have pointed toward his involvement. Maybe what I need is to go through Claire's office. Obviously, I wouldn't be allowed near files, though those could hold a clue if an angry client came after her. But her personal belongings could indicate something the police missed. Although they should have already gone through all of that, right? Not that it matters. I have to focus on how to get into my sister's office. As soon as it's no longer part of the investigation, I will get in there and take Claire's personal items. Especially if Richard tries to lay claim to whatever's in there. He could pull the husband card, but I can bring Ember and use the child card. She left everything to the two of us, so we should get that stuff. Can I get another shake? Ember's voice pulls me from my thoughts. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I hand her a 10 and she scuffles over to the register. I keep an eye on her like she's still a little kid, but eventually pull my gaze away. She's fine. Nobody's going to kidnap her. I study some posters on the wall. Black and white images of Elvis and Marilyn. Then something outside catches my eye. Richard. No, it has to be someone who looks like him. Or I'm just imagining things. That has to be it. Or is it actually him? I turn and narrow my eyes, trying to focus. It sure could be him. My heart pounds like a jackhammer. What are the chances he would be here at the same time as Ember and me? It's not like this is some small town where people often run into each other accidentally. No, you pretty much have to be trying to find someone. I leap up and hurry over to the window, pretending to grab some condiments, and look outside. I don't see anyone who looks like Richard now. Don't see his truck. Maybe the truck he used to drive Ember's things over isn't his only vehicle. A hand rests on my shoulder. I spin around, heart racing. It's only Ember. You okay? Yeah, of course. I take a handful of napkins. You startled me, that's all. I got you a shake, too. She holds up 2 drinks. That's sweet. Thank you. We make our way back over to the booth, and I glance back out the window without being obvious. What's outside? She asks. So much for not being obvious. Nothing. And that's the truth, since I can't see my brother-in-law. Probably didn't see him to begin with. My mind is on overdrive. I'm going to have to go back to LA in the next few days to empty my apartment and take care of a few other things. Her face pales. You don't want me to leave? Do I have to stay in the house alone? My heart goes out to her. She just lost everything, and now I'm telling her I'm leaving too. No, not at all. You can stay with a friend if you want.
Oh. She frowns. Not the reaction I expected. Maybe kids don't do sleepovers like I always did.
But that's crazy. Of course they do. Kids have been doing that since the beginning of time. Maybe she wants to go with me. She might want to visit LA. It has a certain draw to it, which is why I headed there as soon as I had the freedom to do so. Or you could come with me. Then I can pack twice as fast. Not that I have much stuff. We could hit some popular locations. Any place you've ever wanted to visit down there?
Her expression is unreadable. She just shrugs.
There are some of the most incredible beaches down there. It might do us some good to soak up rays and relax. What do you think?
Maybe. We won't miss the funeral, will we?
Of course not. I'll make sure of that. She sips her shake.
When is the service?
Good question. I'll have to call Richard.
Can't wait for that. The corners of her mouth twitch. Yeah, I bet.
We make fun of him for a few minutes before heading outside.
I tried to be sly, scanning the parking lot for the jerk.
Can't see anyone resembling him inside any of the cars.
My mind may have just been playing tricks on me. Probably was. It's over here.
Ember gestures to Claire's car.
I mean, ours. Mine. It's going to take time to get used to all of this, especially if I'm going to keep imagining my dead sister's husband following us.
Right, thanks. I finish my shake, toss it into the garbage, and remote unlock the sedan.
Once inside, I blast the AC, just because I can. It's hard to believe I have a car that works so flawlessly.
We hit traffic on the way to the house, and it takes twice as long to get back as it took us to get to the restaurant.
Makes it feel like home.
Crazy that congestion can relax me. I've adjusted to California more than I realized. Is it always like this? I ask.
What do you mean?
This gridlock. It was never this way before.
She yawns. It's normal for the afternoon.
Awesome. I turn up the music and tap my fingers on the steering wheel until we finally make it to the house.
Ember yawns again. Mind if I crash in your room? I'm exhausted.
I'm sure you are. And it's your room once I get my stuff cleared, if you want it.
Her face lights up.
Thanks. Have a good nap. She goes inside, but I pause as I open my door. Could there be anything in here that could prove Claire didn't die by suicide? Cars always contain personal items. I slide over to the passenger seat and pull out the contents of the glove box. Registration, insurance, sunglasses, and a flashlight. But nothing useful. Not unless I want to wear a pair of purple-tinted shades. I tuck them into my hair on top of my head and feel around under the seat. Not so much as a stray receipt or wrapper. That could point to someone already having gone through the vehicle, or just prove my sister was a neatnik until the day she died. That wouldn't surprise me. I move back to where I was, then dig around underneath the driver's seat, but find nothing. Couldn't you have been a little less boring? I go through the back seat and find only an umbrella on top of a folded rain jacket. My sister probably the only person born and raised in Western Washington to use those. A true Seattleite walks through the rain as is, no matter how hard it pours. Even her trunk is ridiculously neat, and she has an extra umbrella. Sighing in defeat, I slam the trunk and mutter. The one thing untouched by anyone else, and it's useless. At least as far as proving she was murdered. I lock the car, but then stop. If Richard really was at the restaurant, he had to have been doing something. What if he took something from the car? He could easily have a key. Unless he was doing something else. But what? I drop to my knees and look around. Check the tires and underneath the car. I even use my flashlight app for a better view. Just as I'm about to give up and go inside, something catches my eye. About a foot from the front bumper, a small, square object shines as the light hits it. Everything else is dirty enough not to reflect the light. My breath hitches. I scramble over to where I can reach it and grope around, not finding it at first. I feel dirt and car parts, but nothing small and smooth, so I scoot in further and use my flashlight app again until I find it. I pull on it but doesn't budge. Dig my nails into the edges until it finally comes loose. I stand and study it. It almost just looks like a sticker, but it has little wires. It's far more advanced than I'd imagine a tracker to be. More than anything I'd seen on TV, which obviously wouldn't reflect reality. I hold it to the light in several angles, trying to decide what to do with it. Did Richard put it there when he was in the parking lot? Or maybe before to follow Claire's movements? Was he worried about her cheating? Was he controlling and obsessive? It makes more sense that he was tracking my sister. Why else would he have been in the parking lot? He wouldn't have otherwise known where we were. Unless he's been tracking Ember's movements. Now I'm starting to sound paranoid. Or am I? I flip over the tiny device again. Footsteps sound behind me, gravel crunching underneath as someone walks up the short driveway. 9. Kenzi. I jam the tracker into my shorts pocket and turn around. Nobody else is with me. Maybe I imagined the footsteps. Or a squirrel ran across the gravel. That could happen. Hello? Silence. Tiny hairs raise on my arms as I look around again. I'm definitely being paranoid because of the tracker. Taking a deep breath, I race to the house and open the front door. I can't remember if I locked the car, so I use the remote to set the alarm. It needs it now more than ever. Maybe the house needs an alarm. Actually, there's no maybe about it. Someone, even if it isn't Richard, is obsessed enough to track the car. Who knows what they'd do to the house if given the chance? Shuffling noises sound from upstairs. Ember must have decided to skip the nap. I lock the deadbolt and lean against the door, overwhelm hitting me. There's so much to do. Make the house home again, get my stuff from my apartment, empty my old room so Ember can have it, go through my parents' things in their room, figure out who is behind the tracker, look into transferring up here or finding a similar company to work for, and about a million other things. The two of us could spend the entire summer working on the house and barely scratch the surface of what needs to be done. Thankfully, my sister left us plenty of money, but I don't want to blow through that. Ember is going to need a car of her own soon, not to mention school supplies and clothes, college savings. My stomach lurches. What have I gotten myself into? I'm now responsible for getting my niece through high school, alive. Looking in from the outside, raising a child never looked too daunting, but it's so much responsibility. What was Claire thinking? She always thought I was the most irresponsible person alive. There you are. I was beginning to think you got lost between the car and here. Ember stands at the top of the stairs. Everything okay? I force a smile, not wanting to add anything to her plate. Yeah. Do you need any help up there? Not really. I'm too anxious to sleep. Just going through Mom's room. At first, I was going to leave it the way she had everything, but I want to mix her other stuff in with everything else to remember all of her life. She hesitates. You don't think that's weird, do you? Not at all. I think it's a great idea. Such a better way to remember her than a memorial service that most people will forget in a few months. She smiles. Oh, good. What are you going to do? I look around at everything covered in cloth or plastic down here and am tempted to start with this stuff, but go back to my original plan. We need our bedroom set up to feel at home. Everything else can wait. I'm going to clear out my room for you. Do you want help? Nope. Keep going through your mom's stuff. I smile again and head up the stairs, disturbing some dust and giving myself a sneezing fit in the process. "You okay?" Ember calls from Claire's old room. "Fine, thanks." I sneeze again and step into my old room. It's so weird being back here after being away for so long. I study the photos I tacked onto the corkboard and chuckle, remembering the trouble my friends and I used to get into. It's a miracle any of us graduated, given how little time we actually spent studying. Then I remember the tracker. I need to take care of that first. I pull out my laptop, fire it up. It takes me a few moments to realize there isn't any Wi-Fi. This place has electricity and water, but no internet. Isn't that just as necessary? I'm probably going to discover other things that need to be taken care of. In the meantime, I'll just have to use my phone. I do a quick search and discover the little shiny sticker is indeed a tracker. Not that I'm surprised. However, I am impressed to learn it's one of the most expensive and advanced out there. Somebody means business. The question is, who are they tracking? Ember, me, or Claire? I throw the thing onto the ground and raise my foot, ready to smash it, to break free from whoever is trying to watch our every move. But then I stop. The device could be evidence. If it's so advanced, maybe it could be traced back to the person who put it there. It might be the only thing to prove my sister didn't off herself. I curse Richard. Who else would be behind it? Retrieve it from the floor, then look for a way to turn off the tracking. It must be controlled somewhere else. It's just a sticker with electronic-looking shiny things. It's also clear why I never went into a technical career. Sighing, I set it on the desk. Not sure I want it in my pocket. Who knows what kind of radiation it could be emitting? "What's that?" Ember asks from the doorway. "Oh, just a sticker I found outside." "A sticker?" I shrug. "Find anything interesting?" "No, but I'm only going through her room. Think I should go through the boxes instead?" "Do whatever you need to, but if you find any diaries or day planners, let me know. Anything that can give us a clue as to what really happened." She nods and leans against the door. It feels like I'm invading her privacy, you know? I get it, but she isn't here. And if we're going to find out the truth, we have to go through her things. Nobody else will. "Yeah." Ember rubs her bloodshot eyes. "Guess I'd better get back to it." "Hey, do you need a break? Don't feel like you have to work if you need to rest." "I want to." She stands taller. "Besides, it gives me something to do. I don't want to sit and cry into a pillow for hours on end. At least I'm actually accomplishing something." "Yeah, I know what you mean. Just take a break if you need to, okay?" "Okay." She spins around, then goes back into the hall. If she's anything like her mom, she's going to work and work until she drops. Hopefully she doesn't put off mourning too long. I don't know what to do to make sure she doesn't. I'll jump off that bridge when I get to it. In the meantime, I need to do something about the tracker. My hands shake as I stare at it on my desk. I feel violated, for myself or Claire. I don't know yet, but it infuriates me that somebody would do that. If someone killed her and made it look self-inflicted, then putting this on her car would be nothing. I need to take this to the detective, and soon. If the police don't find any evidence against the suicide, they'll have no reason to keep the case open. My pulse drums in my ears as I snap pictures of the tracker from every side and angle possible. I still want to stomp on it until it's unrecognizable, but that won't do anyone any good. And it would alert the person who planted it. I find the detective's card and stare at it for a moment before putting the number into my phone. Hopefully, he'll agree this is suspicious. 10. Kenzi. Ding dong. I wipe sweat from my forehead and step out of my parents' room. Ember appears from Claire's room. "Who's here?" "The detective." Her lips press together. "Why?" I sigh. I found something.
What is it? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to freak you out. Her face pales.
Mission not accomplished.
Sorry. Come on. I motion toward the stairs, then double-check I still have the tracker in my pocket. Last thing I need is to have dropped it somewhere. It's there. Ding dong. My niece scowls at me, obviously irritated that I kept it from her. I squeeze the railing. Look, it freaked me out. I'll explain everything to you both.
You should have told me first.
Probably. I'm new at all of this. I hurry down the rest of the stairs and open the door. The detective stands there in the same black leather jacket as before. He's so muscular, I doubt the thing actually zips. My pulse races, and for a moment, I forget where I am.
Kenzi?
He nods to me, then holds out his hand to Ember.
I'm Detective Felton.
She shakes his hand.
Ember, Claire's daughter. I'm really sorry about your mom.
He appears to mean it. Thanks. Did you ever find her missing shoe?
No, we're still at a loss about that.
Felton turns to me.
You think you found a tracking device on Claire's car?
Ember's mouth drops open. What? Let's sit. I motion toward the kitchen, the only room downstairs without covered seats. The detective and my niece sit. I have too much nervous energy buzzing around. Do you want something to drink? I can make some coffee. Or we have water or juice or...
I'm fine.
He gestures for me to sit. I take the chair between him and Ember. You probably want to see the device. It's more of a sticker, really. Like a robotic sticker. That sounds stupid. Sorry. He chuckles.
It's fine. Yeah, I'd like to see it if you have it with you.
I pull it from my pocket and hand it to him. The detective doesn't take it. He slides on black gloves. Fingerprints! I slap my forehead. I didn't even think about that. Now mine are all over this thing. I've probably ruined any from the person behind this. Felton doesn't bat an eye as he takes the tracker from me.
Chances are whoever put it there wore gloves, but I'll have forensics check anyway. I'll note that your prints are expected to be on there.
Ember gives me a sideways glance as the detective studies the device. I was in LA when my sister died. I can get proof.
You've already been cleared.
He doesn't take his attention away from the tracker. My face flames, though I'm not entirely sure why.
Where was that thing? Ember asks.
Underneath the front of the car, I say. Felton glances at me.
What made you look there?
I just had a feeling.
A feeling?
He lifts a brow and holds my gaze with an intensity that makes my heart skip a beat. Fine, it was more than that. I thought I saw Richard in the parking lot when we were eating lunch today. They both look at me like I'm crazy. I thought it was just my imagination. I mean, really, why would he be out in the parking lot and not come inside? I meet Ember's gaze. You said he'd never kill your mom, right?
I said it was a leap. He's a jerk, but that doesn't make him a murderer.
She turns to the detective.
But most murderers are jerks, right? I mean, nice people don't run around killing people. Maybe he did do it.
Felton makes notes on his phone.
Why don't you tell me more about your stepdad? What did he do to make you say he's a jerk? More like what didn't he do?
She mumbles.
He's controlling, you know? Got mad at Mom for working late so much. He yells when he doesn't get his way or things get messy or loud. He just isn't happy and blames everyone else, even if it isn't their fault.
The detective nods and makes more notes.
Has he ever said he would kill her?
Ember jolts.
What? No. That'd be too obvious, don't you think? It isn't uncommon for people to say that when they're angry, but it often gets brushed aside because most people don't actually kill anyone.
She tugs on her hair while looking away.
I don't think he ever said that. If you remember anything later, let me know.
He turns to me.
How well do you know him?
Not very. Claire was 15 years older than me, and I was pretty young when they married. I never spent much time with my sister, much less her husband.
How long have you lived in California?
He scratches his scruff. 7 years. I moved after graduation. Only came back for my dad's funeral. Figured my mom's would be next. I shudder. I never imagined it'd be Claire. I'm just glad Mom doesn't know what's going on.
You aren't close to your parents?
I shake my head. Not to any of my family. It was a shock to find out Claire wanted me to take care of Ember. She and my parents have always thought I was irresponsible. I'm not. I just don't run my life like them. I don't have a job that requires a degree. I'm happy and have no debt. Why do I keep word vomiting? I don't need to prove anything to the detective. Like he said, I'm not a suspect. He already checked me out. I mean, my alibi. I can't think straight around the man. And he's talking right now. I have no clue about what. Ember shakes her head no in response.
Mom said she didn't know who my birth dad was. And you believed her?
Why wouldn't I? Felton turns to me, and I notice golden flecks in his blue irises.
What about you?
He asks. What about me, what? My face heats up again. I've never been more grateful for my sun-kissed tan.
Do you believe Claire didn't know the father? She doesn't strike me as the type to be in the dark about that.
I shrug. I never knew her well enough to be able to make a judgment. People have flings all the time, right? He glances down at his phone, then back up at me.
Any chance she was assaulted?
Ember gasps.
I never thought about that. I always assumed it was a one-night stand kind of thing. Or that they were in a relationship, but he didn't want to be tied down.
I lean closer. You never asked?
Well, yeah, but she never wanted to talk about it, so I didn't push it. Now I wish I had. I'll never know.
Her eyes shine with tears. I wrap my arms around her. Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have seen this coming.
You're a real hugger, aren't you?
I am. I squeeze her tighter. And I'm here for you. The detective clears his throat, reminding me of his presence.
This is good. I have enough to keep the case open and look into some other avenues. Do either of you have anything else that would help?
I let go of my niece and turn to him. What are you going to do with the tracker?
I'm going to pass it on to forensics. Hopefully they'll be able to trace it to the person who stuck it there.
I frown. And my prints are all over it now.
Our people are good. If anyone else touched it without gloves, they'll find a way to lift those prints.
I hope so. All I was thinking about was getting it off the car. He nods and pushes his chair back.
That makes perfect sense. If either of you think of anything else, no matter how insignificant it seems, give me a call. If this is more than it seems, I want to get to the bottom of it.
Thank you so much. I extend my hand. Detective Felton shakes it with a firm grip.
My pleasure. I'm really sorry about your sister.
He turns to Ember.
Did I give you my card?
She shakes her head no. He digs into his pocket, hands her one, and rises.
I'll get going then. Let forensics get to work on the tracker.
What about Claire's office? I ask. Can we get her things?
That shouldn't be a problem, but I need to go back there and look through it again. I'll let you know once you can come.
Thank you so much. We walk him to the door, and I turn to Ember once he's gone. This is good news. She frowns and leans against a box, looking lost.
But it doesn't change the fact that she's gone.
I wish I could say something that would make it better. No, it doesn't. But at least we have a chance of giving her justice. Ember sighs and looks around.
Now what?
We can keep going through things. Or if you need to get out, we can do that too.
Go where?
She shakes her head. Wherever kids hang out now. The beach, movies, or I could take you to a friend's house.
I just want to be alone.
She storms up the stairs. I start to call after her, but let her go, not sure what just went wrong. Was it something I said, or is it something else completely? Or maybe it's the obvious. Her mom just died, and now we're living here as two strangers in this enormous house. A door slams upstairs, and I take that as my cue to get to work. There isn't anything I can do about Claire's death, but I can work on making this place feel like a home rather than a museum. I march upstairs and put my childhood things into boxes and heft them to my room. Every time I notice the closed third-floor door, my curiosity burns a little deeper. But whatever's up there will have to wait. It isn't like it's going anywhere, and I still have to find the key. Not that any of it matters when my focus is on making this place feel like a home again. And that reminds me, I need to get my things from LA. There's so much to do. I collapse on my parents' bed. Well, my bed now. It's so weird to think of this house as mine and not theirs anymore. That reminds me of another thing I need to do. Visit Mom. Not that she'll recognize me, but it's the right thing to do. Someone should tell her about Claire, even if she won't understand. I close my eyes and let my mind wander. It bounces back and forth between my life in California, fake dates, parties, and sleeping in, to everything up here. Single girl turned guardian overnight. Between Ember needing space and Claire's investigation taking a different turn, I should head back down to my condo and collect my things sooner rather than later. My niece can stay with a friend, something that would help her more than being stuck with me, hardly more than a stranger. Relaxation settles over me at the decision. Now I just need to book the flight, if I can convince my eyes to open. Something brushes against my arm and I force my eyes open. I expect to see Ember standing next to the bed, but I'm alone. Then comes a giggle. Ember? Another giggle. It's a little girl's, too young to be my niece. And it sounds familiar. I flash back to playing with my friend Billa, the friend my parents never saw, the friend who landed me in counseling. It's definitely time to schedule my trip back home. 11. Ember. My phone buzzes with a text. I don't even have to look to know it's Gretchen. Who else would be texting me? Gretchen. Almost there. I wipe my eyes and try to muster some enthusiasm. I should be excited that my best friend is coming over and that we'll be together all weekend, but I just can't. This house is embarrassing, for starters. I don't know what's worse, how huge it is, or the fact that almost everything is still covered in sheets or plastic. Kenzi took care of the entryway so that at least when people arrive, it doesn't look like a haunted house. At least not until they see pretty much any other room. Only the kitchen, Mom's bedroom, my new room, and Kenzi's new room look anywhere near normal, and it's a stretch to call them that. They aren't set up at all, and now we have two huge piles in the hall, one for donations and the other for trash. The only good thing is that going through everything has been a good distraction. I only let myself cry at night or other times I'm alone, like now. Otherwise, my aunt keeps hugging me. She seriously couldn't be more different than my mom was. I have no idea how those two were sisters. I wash my face to try and hide the fact that I've been crying, although if there's any time to break down, it'd be now. But that doesn't mean I want Gretchen seeing me looking like a mess. Another text. Gretchen. Here. I wish I could be excited. Maybe seeing her will help. I make my way downstairs, and just as I reach the entry, the doorbell rings. My body tenses, and I take a deep breath before opening the door. All I see is a blur of red hair as she throws her arms around me. I'm so sorry, Em. I am surrounded by huggers. I push her frizzy hair out of my face and return the embrace. Thanks. She steps aside and her mom gives me a hug. Do you need anything, sweetie? Not really. Let us know if you do. Anything at all. She steps back and gives me a look of pity. I hate people feeling sorry for me. Sure, she means well, but it's still demeaning. Gretchen marches inside. Look at this place. I can't believe you never told me about this house. It's not like I've been here in years. I shrug. I was 10 when my grandma moved out. Her mom turns to me. I'll be back to pick you two up for dinner. She turns to Gretchen. Remember what we talked about? Yes. Gretchen throws her an exasperated look. You can go now. Dinner. Bye, Mom. She turns around and runs her hands along the railing. See you later, girls. She gives me another pitiful glance before closing the door between us. Gretchen turns to me, her face flushed. We should see if we can spend the night here instead of my place. My stomach knots at the thought of staying here while my aunt is away for the weekend, packing her things and saying goodbye to her friends. My plan is to sleep over at Gretchen's, not here. We don't even have Wi-Fi yet. Seriously? I hold up my phone and show her the screen. Does your aunt think this is the Middle Ages or something? Someone's supposed to come out Tuesday. Good. I don't know how you're supposed to live under such archaic conditions. My phone still works. She shudders. It's like the 90s or something. You want a snack? My aunt stocked the pantry and fridge. Anything good? Yeah, come on. I lead her to the kitchen and answer all her questions. Somehow, her endless energy helps me relax. I guess having her around makes it feel like nothing has changed. We heat up a pizza and stuff ourselves with donuts and pop while it cooks. How old is this place? Gretchen slices the pizza. I pull down 2 plates and hand her one. Nobody knows. Her eyebrows draw together. There aren't any records? No idea. It's supposed to be one of the oldest houses in the area. That's about all I remember. It's been in my grandpa's family since before he was born. She leans against the counter and a dreamy look crosses her face. Can you imagine what this place has seen? It's not alive. I snag the largest slice and take a bite. You know what I mean. I bet it was here for the Depression and Prohibition. I nod and swallow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's older than that. It has servants' quarters. Doesn't that make it really old? She steps closer and lowers her voice. Has anyone died here? I'm not sure. My conversation with the delivery guy runs through my mind, but everything he told me was just rumors. Probably stories kids made up to scare each other at Halloween. Gretchen narrows her eyes. What are you hiding? Nothing. Liar! Why wouldn't you tell me? It's not like I'd be scared to be here. That makes the house all the cooler. There are rumors, nothing more. She straightens her back. Well, it makes sense if you think about it. In a house this old, someone had to have died here, even if it was just from old age. I shrug. Maybe. What do you think? You've spent a few nights here, right? I haven't seen any ghosts. That's the truth, and I'm not about to admit to feeling watched. That's ridiculous. And if there are spirits watching, I don't want them to know I can sense them. Bummer. Gretchen takes a bite of her pizza. After she swallows, her eyes light up. I have an idea. I shake my head. Nothing good ever comes from that look on your face. We should talk my mom into letting us stay here tonight. You already said that, and no, we are not. Oh, come on. Ghosts come out at night. That would be so cool. My chest tightens. Cool? Have you lost your mind? I've always wanted to see a real haunted house, and this place has the most potential of any house I've ever been to. It isn't like that. I've been staying here, and I tell you, it's just a normal house. I stress the last few words in case it isn't. That way, anyone listening will hopefully get the clue to leave us alone. Gretchen frowns. You're no fun. Did you really expect me to be right now? Her frown turns to pity. I'm sorry. You seem like you're doing okay, so I just went with it. Do you want to talk about it? I let out a long, dramatic sigh, mostly because I don't know what to say. I don't want to taunt ghosts any more than I want to talk about my mom. She scoots closer. I know we're always complaining about our parents, but we do love them. I'd be crushed if something happened to my mom or dad. A nod, another lump forming in my throat. Tears threaten. I grit my teeth, willing myself to hold everything together. Gretchen puts an arm around me. It's kind of awkward because we aren't huggers. Not like the popular girls at school who are always throwing their arms around each other. Makes me wonder if my aunt was one of them when she was in school. All of a sudden, everything is too much. The tears flow like a raging river, and before I know it, I'm sobbing so hard my entire body shakes. Gretchen scoots closer and holds me close. I ignore the weirdness and give in to my emotions and let myself cry in front of her. It's actually kind of nice to have someone here while I lose it completely. Images race through my mind, both good and bad. The good times with Mom were always when Richard wasn't there. The bad always included him and his raging temper. His moods ruled the house. At least now I never have to deal with him again. He's out of my life. I wish that had happened before Mom's death. Then we could have enjoyed some time together before she died. Or maybe she wouldn't have died in the first place. Things could have been that different. What if Kenzi's theory is true? What if he actually killed her? But it could have been someone else, an angry client. I hardly paid attention to what Mom did at work as an attorney. Now I wish I'd listened more. Had she dropped any clues? You okay? Gretchen asks. I wipe my eyes. I guess. It's just... I struggle to find the words, but I can't, so I shrug. She nods. Was Richard upset? Not that I saw. I grab a paper towel and blow my nose. He hid away in his office, yelling on his phone. He couldn't kick me out fast enough when my aunt showed up. Her brows draw together. He wasn't upset at all? I blow my nose again. He wouldn't let me see weakness. Who knows how he reacted once I was out of his hair? I'm so glad he isn't your real dad. What would you do if you had to live with him without your mom as a buffer? No idea, but at least I don't have to think about it. How's your aunt? Does she remind you of your mom? I shake my head and clear my throat. They're total opposites, but I guess it isn't a surprise. They have about a 15-year age gap, so it wasn't a typical sibling relationship. Gretchen nods. Yeah, I get it. Like my half-brother. He's 12 years older, and I barely remember him living in the house when I was little. And now I only see him on holidays and birthdays. She looks deep in thought. Did you ever see her? What's her name again? Kenzi. I pull a scrunchie from my wrist and wrap my hair into a loose ponytail. The last time I saw her was at my grandpa's funeral. That was about 5 years ago. My friend's hands fly to her chest. And now she's raising you? Yep. I grab a piece of pizza, suddenly realizing how hungry I am. Is she nice at least? Yeah. I swallow. She seems cool, but it isn't like we've just been hanging out, getting to know each other. We had to move in here as soon as she got to the house. Richard didn't even give us one night at home. What a jerk! Her expression hardens. You're better off without him in your life. Let's talk about something else. Gladly. I toss my plate into the sink and start to walk away, but then remember nobody's going to clean the dishes if we don't, so I rinse it off and stick it in the dishwasher. Hopefully it still works after 5 years of not being used. Have you explored the whole house? Gretchen asks. Mostly, yeah. She lifts a brow. Mostly? There are some locked rooms. A chill runs down my back. I try to ignore it. Which ones? She steps closer, her expression intense. There are a couple bedrooms plus the 3rd floor and basement. Basement? Her forehead wrinkles. In a house around here? I shrug. It's one of the oldest homes in town. There has to be something good in those rooms. Like really juicy secrets. Aren't you dying to know? She cringes. Sorry. Poor word choice. It's fine. I draw in a deep breath, kind of glad for the change of subject, even if it is about the house. Are you curious? Yeah, but there's so much else to worry about right now. Gretchen tilts her head. Seriously? I'd be picking locks as soon as I found out about secret rooms. I've known about them my whole life. This was my grandparents' house, remember? I've been here countless times when I was little. And those rooms have been locked since then? All those years? For as long as I can remember. I think my mom said she'd never seen them either. Gretchen's mouth falls open. For real? Yeah, but we don't know where the keys are. Did you hear what I said? Pick the locks! She steps into the hall and looks around. Which rooms? The bedrooms are upstairs. None down here? She looks to my left. What about that room? My grandpa's study. It's always been open. She meets my gaze. It isn't now. Kenzi probably closed it when we walked through the house. I want to see. Sure. I walk down the hall, and I swear I can smell the mix of Grandpa's aftershave and pipe smoke. The scent has probably stuck to the house. He practically lived in his study. At least that was how it felt when I stayed here. Grandma would take me outside to the garden or to play games, and Grandpa would be behind his big mahogany desk, reading the paper or doing work. Gretchen puts her hand on the knob. Can I? Go for it. Her eyes light up as she turns the knob, even though the study is hardly a secret room. Grandpa always invited me in, often dropping whatever he was doing and swinging me around as a welcome. Everything looks the same, although not quite as massive as I remember. Shelves and shelves of books, the big desk full of things as if he only left to get coffee or check the porch for the day's newspaper. Gretchen walks along the shelves, eyeing the book spines. Have you ever seen so many books in one place? I mean, besides the library. There's an actual library in the back of the house, behind the stairs, near the dance hall. She stares at me like I'm crazy. A library near the dance hall? This place is like a mini-town. I guess. If you think about it, when the house was built, there was no town. They had to provide what they needed to live. I'm pretty sure the neighborhood was farmland before it was developed. Gretchen doesn't blink for a moment. That's so amazing. I can't believe you've had access to this place your whole life and never told me about it. I guess it just seemed normal. Didn't really put much thought into it, other than the fact that I've tried to put it out of my mind. A shadow passes out in the hall. My stomach drops to the floor. What? Gretchen spins around. What's wrong? I had to have imagined the shadow. I thought the house was haunted when I was younger, and now my imagination is going into overdrive again. Kenzi's right. Ghosts aren't real. Or are they? Gretchen steps closer to me. What was that look that crossed your face? It was like you saw a ghost. I stand taller. You just want to believe this place is haunted, but it's not. This is my home now. Don't put ideas in my head, okay? I have to live here until graduation. She frowns. I didn't think about it like that. Come on, I'll show you the rest of the house. 12. Ember. By the time we reach my mom's room, I'm ready to throw myself onto the bed and sleep for a week. Gretchen looks around. This was your mom's room? Yep. I plop onto the bed and grab a teddy bear, holding it close. It has a soft vanilla scent. I breathe it in and imagine my mom as my age from the pictures I've seen. Would we have gotten along? Been friends? Annoyed each other? What are these boxes? Her stuff from our house. She picks up a framed photo of my mom and me from a few years ago. You're going to put all this stuff in here? Like a shrine? A place to remember her. If I was still living at home, her stuff would still be there. It's basically like that, but here. And it's not like we don't have the space for it. I don't know what my aunt and I are going to do with such a huge house all to ourselves. I have an idea. I'm not going to break into any of the locked rooms. Gretchen crosses her arms. It isn't breaking in if it's your own house. It still feels like my grandparents' place. You'll change your mind. She meanders through the room, looking at Mom's old photos and posters. I take a deep breath, grateful for the break. Each time we came to a locked door, Gretchen pulled and tugged on the knobs, offering to pick the locks. When I said no, she lowered herself to the dusty floors and peeked under the doors and through the old-style keyholes. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end when she did that, giving me the impression we weren't alone. What's this? Her voice brings me back to the bedroom. Huh? She holds up an envelope with Claire written in masculine handwriting. I shrug. A letter from an old boyfriend? Gretchen cocks a brow. I grabbed it from this box. She gestures to a pile from home. Mom's recent things. And it's not dusty. The other stuff isn't dusty. I grab it from her. It was all covered in sheets. Like a ghost. Like an abandoned house. I study the unfamiliar handwriting and flip over the envelope. A drawn heart is just above the broken seal. Who's it from? Gretchen asks. I shrug, my mind racing. Could it be from my birth dad? She never told me who he was, but maybe she left me a clue. Are you going to open it or just stare at it? I glare at her, but she gives me a knowing look. My heart thunders. What if it's from my dad? You think it might be? I don't know. Open it! I drop the envelope. It floats to the ground, landing next to my foot. I can't bring myself to pick it up. Want me to read it? You're annoying, you know that? She smirks. Well, if it gets you to read it, then it's worth it. I bend over and pick it up. My pulse drums so loudly I can't hear anything else. Could the letter inside really be from my dad? A clue left by Mom so I could have the answers I've always wanted? My breath hitches as I open the envelope, then slide out the contents. Lined notebook paper folded in thirds. My hands shake as I unfold it and take in the writing. The same ink, same writing as my mom's name on the outside. But the date knocks the wind out of my lungs. Just over a month ago. This isn't a long-lost love letter from my dad. This is recent. Mom was seeing someone behind Richard's back. What does it say? Gretchen demands. I don't know. I swallow and try to focus on the words in front of me. Then why do you look like you've seen a ghost? She steps closer. I point to the date. She gasps. And it's not from Richard? No. His writing is chicken scratch, unlike the fancy lettering staring back at us. Want me to read it to you? I take a deep breath and shake my head no. I need to do this. Gretchen nods and sits on the bed, uncharacteristically agreeable. I swallow, lean against the dresser, and start reading the letter. Dearest Claire, my love for you burns like a raging fire. I don't know how much longer I can keep our secret. I want to shout from the rooftops about us. Celebrate that someone as perfect as you loves me back. I can hardly believe it's true. But because you want to handle things with care, I'll wait as long as you need. You're worth it. Just the fact that I have your love is enough for me, even if nobody ever knows. Remember, my sweet Claire, I'm always here for you. If the monster rages, I'll drop everything and be there for you. When the pressures of work bear down, I'm here. Just say the word and you have my attention. I'll travel to the ends of the earth, battle beasts, put out wildfires. Whatever you need, it's yours. I eagerly await your next call or text. All my love, SMP. Gretchen covers her heart. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. It's written like Shakespeare or something, like a poem. I can barely take it in. Who is SMP? How did he meet my mom? How long had they been seeing each other? Does he know she's dead? Is he the reason? If Richard found out about him, maybe he would be capable of killing Mom and making it look like a suicide. I could actually see him being the if I can't have her, nobody can kind of guy. He didn't even like her spending more time with me than him. Don't you think? Gretchen asks. About what? The letter being the most romantic thing. My mind is spinning, so I sit back on the bed. That's my mom you're talking about, and her husband didn't write that. Honestly, can you blame her? I want to shout that the letter, or rather the relationship, was probably what got her killed, but the words won't come. Instead, I say, I can't believe she was having an affair. Again, can you blame her? I read the letter again, slowly this time, taking in every word and looking at every stroke of the pen. Who is this guy? The most romantic? Who is he? How do we find out? I need to talk to him. Gretchen nods, hopefully getting with the program. I guess we could start on Face Chat. That's what all the old people are using. My mom looks at that more than any of us. I bet SMP would be on there. We both know he doesn't go by that. It would be too obvious. And besides, those might not even be his real initials. What if it's a secret code for something? Then we won't find him. Her eyes light up. Unless what? What if there are more letters? She grabs the box the letter came from, holds it over the bed, and tips it like she's going to dump it out. Stop! What? She freezes, and a few items budge but don't fall. I don't want to dump things out. I'm going through them carefully, one thing at a time. Gretchen sighs. Did she pack them or did Richard? Not that it matters, but him. In that case, why does it matter? If you want to find more notes, this'll be the quickest way. What if one of them has a clue? My stomach knots. Did she figure out I'm trying to solve a murder? Did I let it slip? To Mr. Romantic's identity. She answers my unvoiced questions. Right. Well, can I dump it? I debate the pros and cons silently before relenting. Go for it. Her eyes light up. Then she pours out the contents of my mom's life. The various items tumble onto the bed. There aren't any more notes. Not that I can see. We go through 2 more boxes, coming up with the same result. Nothing. Gretchen turns to me. Do you have her phone? I bet there are a ton of texts on there. Maybe even some voicemails. We could hear his voice and find out if he's as romantic as he writes. I shake my head. I haven't seen it. It was probably with her in the office. Can you get it? Maybe. Her phone plays the tune for texts. She glances at the screen and groans. Mom's on her way. Are you packed? Yeah. I nod to an overstuffed backpack by the door. I have a better idea.
It's my turn to groan. And there's that look that always gets me in trouble.
Seriously, we should stay here. There's so much to do.
My house is boring, nothing new or exciting.
This place? Endless possibilities. An affair to uncover and centuries of history to explore. Plus, we can hunt for...
I cover her mouth before she can say ghosts. Would you give up already? Actually, let's just go back to your place. There's Wi-Fi and we can look for the mystery man online. She frowns.
Really? That's what you want to do?
Yeah. Your house feels a lot more like home than this place. Hanging out in your room and laughing at random stuff will make me feel normal. Almost like things never changed.
I get it. I'll see if Mom will let us order takeout. Sound good?
Relief washes through me, and I throw my arms around her. Thank you for understanding. You're the best friend a girl could ask for.
Okay, enough of the mushy stuff.
She steps back and taps out a text. I laugh.
You want things normal, right? We're not huggers. Hunt down the cheerleaders if that's what you want.
They probably would hug me, given the circumstances. She rolls her eyes.
They're so fake, they probably would.
The doorbell rings. Gretchen grabs my backpack.
You ready for a totally normal, totally boring sleepover?
Nothing would make me happier. I turn off the lights and we head downstairs. Her mom gives me another hug when I open the door. As we leave, I look around, hoping I didn't leave anything on to burn down the house. Then I lock it and hope for the best. It's probably fine. It's not like I'm the kind of person to leave a flat iron on and forget about it. I don't even own a flat iron. Gretchen climbs into the back seat and I cross my arms. I don't want a pity shotgun. You take the front seat.
But you always want it.
Yeah, and I want a normal, boring sleepover. Remember?
You're so weird.
She climbs out, shaking her head. A warmth spreads through me that has nothing to do with the summer sun beating down. Climbing into her mom's car for an overnighter feels right. I could almost believe Mom is just at work, focused on a big trial. Yeah, I'll go with that. For now, at least. Kenzi's back at her home, probably enjoying time with her friends. I may as well take a night and act like nothing has changed. If only.
You getting in?
Gretchen teases as her mom starts the engine. Yeah. I jump inside, close the door, and buckle in. Gretchen turns off her mom's music by switching the radio to a top 20 station, then asks about teriyaki. I settle in and enjoy the familiarity of everything. I spend so much time with them, they're like a second family. After we get the takeout, the car pulls into my neighborhood. I mean, my old neighborhood. It's still Gretchen's. She lives just a block away from me. I mean, Richard. I sigh, frustrated with the whole situation. It's so hard to believe nothing will ever go back to the way it was. This isn't my home anymore. We pass our old elementary school. In my mind, I can see Mom dropping me off for the first day of kindergarten. My throat closes up. Then, not even a minute later, we turn down my old road. I try not to look at the house, but can't help staring like a freak. That's when I notice it. A strange car out front. Did Richard go out and buy a new one right after Mom died? No, his car is parked next to the new one. As we pass the house, I see a bright pink flowered license plate frame. Has he been seeing someone else too? I pull out my phone and snap a picture, but it comes out blurry.
13. Kenzi. I pull into the driveway, still in disbelief that my clunker made it from LA to just outside of Seattle. But it did, and here I am with the rest of my belongings. I glance over at the much nicer sedan, grateful for Claire leaving it to me, even if I have no idea why she left me anything. Why not a friend? Or anyone she'd spoken to in the last 5 years? Not that it's time to worry about that. I need to bring everything inside and set up a meeting with my new boss. Luckily, everything went smoothly with my request to transfer to the branch up here. I just need to have a face-to-face and pass a local background check. Then I'm good to start fake dating people and stop relying on my sister's wealth. I want to save as much of that for Ember as possible. It really should be hers. And with no more rent to pay, my earnings will go a lot further. I send a quick text to my niece, letting her know I'm back in town. She's having fun with her friend, so I have some alone time to get settled into my new room. It takes surprisingly few trips up and down the stairs to get everything I own into my parents' old room. I really need to stop thinking of the stuff from my apartment as my only belongings. Everything in this massive house is now mine, as crazy as that is. Not sure that fact will ever sink in. The hours pass as I add more things to our donate and trash piles from both my parents' room and my childhood room. Soon, Ember can make it hers, and I can take over the master. I don't even want to think about the rest of the house, much less the locked areas. I'll get to everything eventually. For now, the focus is on making this place home for both of us, but especially my niece. I don't know how she's being so strong. I've hardly seen the girl shed a tear, but her bloodshot eyes tell me she is mourning. Maybe I should look into counseling for her. I'm certainly the last person to be able to offer any real help in that area, given I, the Brannon black sheep, ran away from my family the first chance I got. That was hardly a ringing endorsement of my coping mechanisms. Once the house grows dim from the sun going down, Ember texts me to say she's on her way. I take a deep breath and go to my old room to make sure I haven't left anything other than the furniture. The drawers are empty, and nothing remains under the bed. Even the closet is bare. I turn on the light just to be sure, and see writing on the wall I'd long forgotten about. It was there as long as I can remember. I'm not sure my parents ever knew about it. The scrawlings are a little creepy, so it seems like the kind of thing Mom would have painted over. I trace my fingers over the faded ink and read the same words I'd pondered year after year. She's coming for me. I won't get away this time. Darkness is dangerous. And the worst one of all is just one word. Help. I shudder, wishing I'd thought to cover them before passing the room to Ember. The only thing I can do at this point is to hang up some clothes and do something about the ink later. I bring in some of her boxes and find one marked clothes. They were tossed in, hangers still attached. Bingo! I scoop as many as I can get into my arms and shove them into place as quickly as I can. She can organize them later, hopefully without seeing the faded marks. With clothes hanging, she would almost have to be looking for the messages to find them. Just as I'm placing the last of the clothes in the closet, I hear a car pull into the driveway. A quick glance shows me the scribblings are covered. I hurry downstairs to greet Ember. She and a girl with a messy auburn braid laugh as they make their way up the walkway. My niece looks the most relaxed I've seen her since arriving. She waves to me as she steps onto the porch and introduces me to her friend, Gretchen. Behind them comes a woman about Claire's age, with the same frizzy reddish hair as her daughter. She holds out her hand to me. "You must be Kenzi. I'm Cheryl, Gretchen's mom. Ember has been like another daughter to me since the girls were little." "Nice to meet you." I shake her hand. "Thanks for taking her so I could get everything squared away back in LA. Now I can focus on making this place home for both of us." "I'm happy to help. Honestly, if you need anything, just let me know. In fact, let me give you my number." We exchange numbers and the girls run inside. It's good to see her acting like a normal kid. I gesture for Cheryl to come inside. "I think so too. Those girls are good for each other." She steps in and looks around. "This place is unbelievable. Is it really hundreds of years old? That was what Gretchen said." I need to find out the exact year it was built, but I do know it's over 100 years old. I'm not sure about a full 200 or more. We make small talk about the house for a few minutes before she calls for her daughter. I shake her hand again. If Gretchen wants to spend the night, she's welcome any time. Cheryl smiles warmly. I appreciate it, and the offer goes the other way. Ember really is like an extended member of our family. As often as Claire worked overtime, Ember preferred to stay with us than at home. Can't say that I blame her. You can't? Have you met Richard? She laughs nervously. That guy's glare could freeze the sun. Can't argue with that. She calls for Gretchen again, and the girls plod down the stairs looking like they'd rather get their teeth pulled than part ways. Come on, Gretchen. We have to get to your sister's recital. Do I really have to go? She whines. Ember needs me more. I'm her emotional support. Let her and Kenzi settle in. I'm sure you two will be spending the night again soon enough. The girls whisper back and forth before Gretchen joins her mom, bemoaning the recital. After the door closes behind them, I turn to Ember. It looks like you had a fun couple of days. She nods. It was nice to forget everything for a while. Is that bad? I put my arm around her. Not at all. And I'm sure your mom would want you to get out and be happy. I guess. It just kind of feels wrong, you know? Like I shouldn't be happy so soon after. It isn't as if you're happy about what happened. You're just having a good time with a friend. She nods, but doesn't look completely convinced. Want to get settled into your new room? I got all my stuff out. I saw that. When did you have time? When I got in earlier this afternoon. Figured you'd want your own space. Do what you want with it. Make it all your own. If you want different furniture, we'll see what we can do. Wow, really? Yeah. Have fun with it. I wrap my arms around her, and she doesn't stiffen as much as usual. Thanks. She spins around and heads upstairs. Hey, are you hungry? Ember glances back. I will be soon. I'll put something in the oven real quick. If you need me, I'll be redecorating my room. You should get some new furniture, too. I smile. Maybe I will. We can pick things out together. My heart warms. I'd like that. She bounces up the stairs as I make my way into the kitchen, surprised at my niece's turnaround. Maybe this won't be so bad for either of us after all. I dig through the fridge for something easy and settle on a pre-made lasagna. Halfway up the stairs, my phone buzzes with a text. I pause to check it. It's from an unknown number. Leave things alone. Has to be a wrong number, so I ignore it and head for my room. Check on Ember first. She's busy setting up the desk with her things. In my room, I get another text. Same number. I'm serious. It doesn't concern you. Now I'm getting annoyed. I tap out a quick response. Kenzi, you have the wrong number. Unknown. No. Leave the investigation alone. My heart skips a beat. Kenzi, are you talking about Claire? Unknown. Stop snooping where you don't belong. I struggle to catch my breath. Looks like I found my proof that Claire didn't kill herself. Unknown. Or you'll regret it. Hands shaking, I reread the conversation. 3 dots dance, indicating a new incoming text. I screenshot the messages, then block the number before I have a chance to read more. 14. Kenzi. I hand the last plate to Ember. She sticks it in the dishwasher, then starts the load. I'm going to call the detective and see if he has any updates on the case. Is there anything you want me to ask him? She covers her mouth. What's wrong? I demand. I can't believe I forgot. Spit it out. She stumbles over her words for a moment. I found a love letter in Mom's things. It was right after you left. A love letter? I try to figure out the importance. To Richard? From him? No, from some mystery guy. You're sure it isn't from Richard? Ember shakes her head vehemently. Not his writing, and it's signed SMP. Totally not him. Now I'm really confused. Are you thinking it's from your dad? Maybe we're closer to finding him. It was written last month. My head flinches back slightly. Some guy wrote your mom a love note a month ago? Yeah, but I have no idea who he is. The initials don't match anyone she's mentioned to me, and I couldn't find anything online. My mind is swimming, trying to make sense of this. And the note was in her things? She nods. Right. Things Richard packed? Her face pales. You think he knew about it? If he did, why would he put it in her things? That would give him motive. Where did you find it? She toys with a strand of hair. I didn't. Gretchen did. It was in one of the boxes. Let me see the letter. It's upstairs. I check to make sure I turned off the oven, then follow her up to Claire's room, trying to make sense of the news. Since my relationship with my sister was estranged, I have no idea if she was the type to cheat or not. Not that I'm judging. I don't even tie myself down. No idea what I'd do if I was stuck with a guy like her husband. I'm sure he held things over her head and threatened her to keep her from leaving. Just seems like the type. Here it is. Ember hands me an envelope. I take out the paper and read it. Well, he seems a lot better for her than Richard. Maybe. She shrugs. You don't think so? I read a few lines from the letter. He sounds obsessed with your mom's happiness. Mom said Richard didn't turn into a jerk until after they married. That's all I'm saying. We don't even know who this mystery guy is. I'm going to let the detective know about this. This definitely changes things. Gives them even more reason to believe she didn't kill herself. Ember frowns. Do you think Richard did it? Were we living with a killer? Was I alone in the house with my mom's killer before you arrived? I can't answer that, but the detective can find out. I'm sure he's going to want to look at him closer now, and maybe he can figure out who wrote this. It could be him, she blurts out. What if Mom called things off and he lost it? I glance at the neat handwriting and think about the perfectly staged suicide. If Claire was indeed murdered. The thing with that theory is that someone who's out of their mind from heartbreak isn't going to do something so calculated, so cold. You know what I mean? Crimes of passion are usually brutal and not thought out. How do you know so much about killings? I like detective shows. I shrug. This isn't TV, obviously, but I still believe what I said. Have you ever had a bad breakup? No, but thanks for pointing that out. Count yourself lucky. I've had my heart broken enough to know that nobody is thinking clearly in that state of mind. If your mom broke up with our mystery man, he couldn't have done this. Especially not being the romantic he clearly is. This is a guy who feels everything intensely. Ember sits on the bed. We're back to Richard. It usually is the husband. How much crime TV do you watch? Enough. I pull out my phone. I'm going to call Detective Felton. Is there anything else he should know? Her eyes light up. Yes. We drove by the house and there was a lady's car parked in Mom's spot in the driveway. He's seeing someone too. You know it was a woman's car? It had a pink flowery frame around the license. That does sound suspect. Doesn't prove he was having an affair, but it's something for Felton to look into. I pull up his number from my contacts list. If you think of anything else, let me know. She dumps a box onto the bed. I'm going to keep looking. Maybe I'll find another love letter. Let me know if you do. I head into the hall, nearly trip over the donation pile, and make a mental note to find the nearest donation drop-off in the morning. Then I call the detective. When I get his voicemail, I leave a message telling him everything new I've learned. Ding dong! I groan. Who could be at the door at this hour? And why? Don't most people still think this place is abandoned? I'm tempted to ignore it, but the doorbell rings again. So I march down the stairs and peek out the decorative window to see a well-dressed strawberry blonde on the porch. It takes me a moment to place her. It's Natasha, Claire's friend and colleague. Maybe she has news in the case. With a renewed burst of energy, I open the door and welcome her with a smile. She grins back.
I apologize for showing up unannounced.
Don't be sorry. I move aside and let her step in. How are you doing?
It's rough losing a colleague, but working to clear her things is keeping my mind off what happened.
Clear her things? I exclaim. We were going to take her personal items. Ember wants them.
Oh, that's not what I meant. Of course you two are welcome to that stuff. I meant her cases. I'm too tired and not communicating clearly.
Maybe you should go home and get some rest.
I will soon, and I'll only take a moment of your time. Mind if we sit down over some tea?
Tea? Sure. I can check if there's any in the cupboard. Can't promise it's the freshest.
Ice water will be fine.
She gives me a tired smile. That I can do. I lead her to the kitchen and fill 2 glasses, handing her one but not offering a seat at the table. What brings you here? Natasha empties most of hers before speaking.
Richard's upset about not being able to plan the memorial service.
I lift a brow. And that involves me how?
Now that the police are looking into Claire's suicide being a possible murder, they won't release the body.
My back stiffens and I feel on the defensive, though I'm not sure why. Again, what does this have to do with me?
From what he expressed to me, it was after speaking with you that everything turned. He's so stressed about his family falling apart, his wife taking her own life and losing his daughter. It was a shock that Claire only left him their joint belongings. More than anything, he wants to bury her and move on. But he can't without the case closing and him being able to give Claire a proper memorial.
I study her. Why did he come to you with this instead of me? You don't need to be a go-between. Richard and I can speak like the adults we are. She nods.
I understand, but he's overwhelmed with grief. You're a stranger, and he knows me. Claire and I worked together for years. Our families got together fairly often. We even vacationed together a few times. Plus, I am an attorney. He probably figured I could do something. I can't, really, not when there's a murder investigation.
Maybe he should be more concerned about finding the truth than closing the case as quickly as possible. Natasha taps her perfectly manicured nails on the marble countertop.
He strikes me as a man who just wants to move on with his life. I nearly snort. He deserves everything he's gotten and then some. She tilts her head. Are you okay?
Yeah, look, we all want to move on from this. But I'm more interested in uncovering the truth. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you know of any clients who might have had it out for Claire.
It's possible. Not something I've looked into, but I certainly can.
She didn't mention anyone who concerned her? Natasha shakes her head.
Not to me, anyway.
Is there anyone else she might have shared concerns with?
You've got me. One of the other attorneys in our office? But she did seem down in the weeks before. One might even say depressed.
My stomach hardens and I try to make sense of it. She was depressed? Why didn't you mention it before?
What's to mention? The poor woman took her life. Obviously she wasn't enjoying it.
I draw in a deep breath, trying to fight my irritation. For an intelligent, high-powered attorney, she isn't coming across as very smart. Is there anything else you'd like to mention, Natasha? Claire seemed depressed before she died. Did she mention why? She shakes her head and tucks some hair behind an ear.
Things were rocky between her and Richard. Pretty sure something was going on with Ember at school. I can't remember all the details. Claire never was one to get too personal. We shared things, sure, but you have to know how closed off she could be. You were her sister, and you didn't know her.
No, but we also had a huge age gap. That played into it. Natasha leans forward and pats my hand.
We're all dealing with this sudden loss. I'm sure it's hard on you. Plenty of regret since you never mended your relationship. But instead of focusing on what can't be recovered, put your attention into that girl. Ember needs someone now more than ever. Let the police close Claire's case so everyone can move on. Richard and Ember both really need this. And so do you, I would imagine.
She stands straight and takes a step toward the hall.
Stop by tomorrow and gather your sister's things from her office. I'm sure that'll help you with your closure. We can't let you have her client files, but everything else is yours for the taking.
My stomach twists and knots as I walk her to the door. The fact that Richard sent her over to get me to back off the case only makes him look guilty. I nearly ask Natasha if she knows anything about him seeing anyone, but I keep my mouth shut. The last thing I want is for him to know we know. 15. Kenzi. I sip my nearly empty latte and glance at the clock again. Check my phone. Maybe the detective got stuck with an arrest that took longer than expected. He probably has the most unpredictable job in the world. Just as I'm starting to text him about meeting later, a notification comes through. A message from Dayton. I click the app and read it. Dayton.
Just checking to make sure you're doing okay. See you at Thanksgiving?
I'm surprised he remembers me, much less took the time to see how I'm doing. Or maybe he changed his mind about the necklace and wants it back. Kenzi. I'm doing about as well as expected, thanks. Definitely on for turkey dinner. I add a turkey emoji before sending. Then I regret it. Someone as rich and important as him would probably never use those. Dots dance. Then his next message comes through. Dayton.
Glad to hear it. I'll be in touch in October.
He adds on a jack-o'-lantern emoji. I laugh out loud, earning a few glances from other customers. Kenzi. Talk to you then. I close that app, then tap out a text for the detective about meeting another time. Just as I'm about to send the message, he races through the door of the coffee shop and looks around. I wave. He rushes over, then takes the seat across from me.
Sorry for being late. Had to back up an officer dealing with someone resisting arrest.
I offer him a friendly smile. It's no problem. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me.
You have more information pointing to it not being a suicide?
Yeah. Do you want me to get you a coffee? He shakes his head and rakes his fingers through his short hair.
Grabbed a cup at the station before coming here.
I fill him in on everything, from the text to the note to the woman's car in front of Richard's house to him being eager to close the case. The car leads to a lengthy discussion, and the detective takes plenty of notes. Today, he's wearing a tight gray t-shirt with a black leather jacket. It's most distracting, so I try to focus on his bright blue eyes. That doesn't help either. He looks up.
So he has more reason for motive than he's let on.
Exactly. Makes me wonder what else he's hiding.
We can't jump to conclusions, but it does make sense to question it.
I finish my drink and meet his gaze, getting lost in his eyes. Is it enough to go on? Can you interrogate him?
I'll look into him, yes. Can't say much more than that. Do you have anything else?
Only the sudden urge to keep him at the table. I clear my throat. No. Have you found anything new in my sister's case?
I can't speak about an active investigation, but I am looking at some of Claire's disgruntled clients. There are more than I expected.
And that's all you can say about it? He nods and scoots his chair back.
And you have my word I'll check the things you told me.
What about Richard? Felton lifts his sunglasses.
What about him?
Isn't the husband almost always guilty in cases like this?
He's been cleared.
Cleared? I exclaim. He's a horrible person. The man treated her like garbage. If he isn't suspicious, I don't know who is.
He was in a meeting with 9 other people for 3.5 hours. Each one has verified he was there the entire time. There are even time-stamped videos of him there.
I frown. That's convenient.
Unless you have something for me to go on, I'll be on my way.
Wait! The detective looks at me expectantly. My mind races. Do you want to see the love letter?
Do you have it?
Right here. I dig into my purse and feel around until I find it, then pull it out. Here you go. He grabs the envelope and our hands brush before he quickly pulls away. I jolt, but recover and flash him a smile. Sorry, it's covered in my niece's and my prints. Neither one of us would make good detectives.
It's no problem. We could still lift something. But I'm more interested in what the handwriting expert has to say.
I can't wait to hear. But you won't be able to tell me anything. I sigh.
Wish I could. But the good news is, once the case is closed, we can discuss it in detail.
Over dinner? I blurt out. Sometimes I really hate my big mouth. My face warms and I grin like a fool. A slow smile spreads across his face.
I wouldn't object to that once the case is solved.
Really? My body temperature cools closer to normal. He nods and places the letter in a plastic bag.
I'll be in touch. Thanks for the new information.
Yeah, sure. I mean, thanks for all your work on the case. If it weren't for you, it'd already be closed as a suicide.
I always want to find the truth. Anyway, we'll talk soon.
Okay, bye. He shakes my hand with a firm grip and leaves. I watch until he's out of sight and release a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. What just happened? Why do I keep reacting like that every time he's around? And I can't believe I asked him on a date. A real one. Are you sitting at this table? Pulling my attention away from the door, I turn to 2 women. I'm done. Then I grab my empty cup, head for a garbage, and toss it in. My mind is still racing, and I try to focus as I head to my new car. Since finding the tracker, I want to look underneath every time, but I resist the urge and climb in. In light of the love letter, it does seem more likely than ever that Richard is behind the device. Not that I ever really questioned it. I check the time and my texts. Nothing from Ember, so she must be busy going through the rest of Claire's things. That means I have time to stop by and collect my sister's belongings from her office. If I'm lucky, Natasha will be out. After last night, I don't have any desire to run into her. She's so pushy, but it could just be from the job. My sister may have been exactly the same for all I know. Once I park in front of the tall building, I head inside and find the law offices listed among a dozen other businesses. 5th floor. Copious amounts of caffeine plus the nervous energy after my embarrassing date invitation made me opt for the stairs. By the time I reach the 5th floor, I've calmed a bit. But at the sound of familiar feminine laughter to my right, I get anxious again. Natasha is here. Maybe I can still avoid her. I turn left and read the plaques on each door, looking for my sister's name. There are so many lawyers in this office, and I'm only going down one side. Finally, I come to the one I'm looking for. Claire Brannon Dawson. Interesting that she kept her maiden name. I can't help but think that must have irritated Richard, but to come to think of it, he wouldn't have any room to complain. Claire would have wanted the same last name as her daughter, and Ember was born before Richard was in the picture. Or did Ember take on Richard's last name? I must be the worst guardian ever. I don't even know her full name. Mackenzie! Natasha's voice sounds behind me. Holding back a shudder, I slowly turn around and fake a bright smile. Natasha! So good to see you again. She gives me an equally feigned grin. Are you here to collect poor Claire's things? I am. I'm sure you're eager to get it cleared out for her replacement.
Oh, nobody could ever replace Claire.
Isn't that the truth? Well, I'll get to work so I can be out of your hair. She walks around me and opens the door.
You can take anything other than furniture and files. The client information is locked up, but if you should find anything she may have accidentally left out, make sure you leave it.
Of course. What use would I have of that?
Everything is locked up, I assure you.
Comes a male voice from behind me, a familiar voice, one I just heard a half hour ago. My stomach tingles and drops. What is Detective Felton doing here? I turn back around, my heart thundering. This is a surprise. He gives a slight nod before glancing at Natasha.
Just here to check on a file.
She tugs on her shirt and steps aside, batting her eyelashes.
Whatever you need, Detective. I appreciate that.
He moves past us and goes inside. Natasha steps close to me and leans down as if to point out how much taller she is than me. Not that I care. What I lack in height, I make up for in personality. She whispers,
Have you given more thought to what we talked about yesterday?
I don't bother lowering my voice. You mean about trying to close the case quickly? Her perfectly shaped eyebrows draw together.
I'm not trying to close any case. Richard just wants to put his poor wife to rest. The guy has been through enough, losing his wife and daughter in one fell swoop. I can't imagine the grief of having a spouse commit suicide.
Commit suicide? I can't hide the disgust from my face. You make it sound like a crime. Death by suicide is the desperate act of someone at the end of their rope.
Sometimes literally, she mutters. But you're right. I should word it differently. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, I will. Don't let me keep you from your work. I march into Claire's office before she can engage me any further. Felton is flipping through a file. I thought all those were locked up.
She gave me the code.
He glances up and gives me a knowing look.
And don't worry, this case won't close until we can prove one way or another what really happened.
You overheard us? The corners of my mouth twitch.
She's loud even when she's trying to be quiet.
Can't argue there. I sigh as I look at my sister's desk. It's neat and tidy, as I would expect, but it has a lot of items and huge drawers. Probably enough things to take several trips back and forth to the car. Where am I going to find boxes?
I saw some empty ones outside the break room.
He doesn't look up from the file. Thanks. I walk around until I find the boxes and peek inside the break room and see a college-aged girl making copies. Do you know if anyone is using these? She glances over at me. I have to break them down and take them to the recycle. Do you want them? Yes, I need to clear out my sister's things from her office. Are you Claire's sister? I nod. I'm so sorry for your loss. Do you want help? Nah, I'm fine, but thanks. She gathers papers from the machine. If you need more, let me know. I can find others. I appreciate it. I gather as many boxes as I can and head back to Claire's office. Disappointment runs through me when I see Felton's gone. But then I chastise myself. Why should I care? He's busy trying to solve a murder, and I need to gather my sister's belongings and get back to the house. I put the boxes down and fill the first one with things on top of the desk. Multiple framed photos of Ember, one of Claire and Richard, and a bunch of office supplies. No laptop, though. That must have been one of the things the detective took. With any luck, it will provide information we don't have. Maybe even something to directly point to the killer. Footsteps sound. I glance up at the door. Felton smiles as our gazes meet. You're back. He nods.
Thought you could use some help.
I've got this. The detective hangs up his leather jacket on a hook. His shirt is even more form-fitting than I thought, and he's even more muscular than he appeared with a coat on. I try to object to his assistance, but my voice won't cooperate. He grabs a box, opens a drawer, and empties it while I stare like a starstruck teenager. After he fills the box, he turns to me. I grab the nearest thing to me, a stapler, and put it into a box. How am I supposed to get anything done with him around? The only thing I can think of is to pretend he isn't here, but that's next to impossible. Somehow, we manage to empty the desk of Claire's things. The items fill all of the boxes I brought in. Felton hefts 2, 1 in each arm. His muscles are even more pronounced now. I need to get home.
Ready?
He asks. More than you know. He cocks a brow and half smiles. I pick up the nearest box, and it's all I can carry.
You in the main parking lot?
He marches toward the door like he's carrying feathers. Is there another?
Under the building.
Yeah, I'm in the main one. I follow him to the elevator and try to pretend I'm not winded. He talks about the Mariners as we make our way to my car. I smile and do my best to ignore the beads of sweat forming around my hairline as he saunters effortlessly across the lot. When we reach the sedan, I finally put the box down and unlock the trunk, which pops open. Felton empties his arms of the boxes and grabs mine before I can even reach for it.
I'll be right back with the others.
You don't have to. He leaves before I finish my sentence, so I lean against the car and catch my breath, half tempted to ask him if he wants to help with the piles of junk at home. But there's no way I'd actually ask him to do that. He arrives before I've fully caught my breath and places one box in the trunk.
Mind opening the back door for this other one?
Yeah, sure. I open the door for him and he slides it in effortlessly. Thanks for the help. It would have taken me forever to get those down here on my own.
Glad to help.
He grins and slides on a pair of aviator sunglasses.
Let me know if you find any other notes or anything else that might be of use to the case.
Definitely will. He leaves with a wave. I return the gesture before climbing into the car and starting it. I need to get him off my mind quickly if I'm going to accomplish anything. 16. Ember. Come with me to the party, Gretchen begs over the phone. I don't want to deal with kids from school. I'm not going. It'll be fun, she insists. It's just a party. Will Abby, Katrina, and Sophia be there? Sure, but we don't have to hang out with them. It'd be more fun to be off to the side making fun of them anyway. Maybe another time. I'm really not up for hanging out with anyone. We hung out. That's different. You're my best friend. I don't feel like dealing with those kids. Think about it. I sigh. Fine, I'll think about it. Good. I'll call you around 4, and we can figure out how we're going to get there. I didn't agree yet. Talk to you later. Bye, Gretchen. I end the call and start to put my phone away when it alerts me of a text. My friend isn't one to give up easily. I think of a reply for her, but then see the incoming text is from Richard. What could he want? Richard.
You left makeup in the spare bathroom. Get it before I toss it.
Ember. Can't you just drop it off?
Richard. No. Get it or lose it.
I shove my phone in my pocket and stare at the remaining boxes in Mom's room, trying to get my mind off the jerks of the world. There are only about 5 boxes left, but it feels like 50. My body and mind ache from going through her things. I've spent so much time in her bedroom that my room languishes next door. Maybe I should give it a break and focus on my stuff. I haven't found any new love letters or anything that appears to be from SMP, whoever he is. Maybe he was a secret admirer or someone with unrequited feelings. But if that were the case, why would Mom hang on to the note? Was she keeping it for evidence in case he tried to hurt her? Now I'm thinking like Kenzi, and I'm not even watching the shows she does. Could Gretchen be right? Do I need a break from this house? From thinking about my mom? Guilt stings for wanting to not think about her, but maybe it would do me some good to get out. And my best friend knows me too well. It would be fun to mock the popular kids, and if they're at a party all trying to show each other up, it'll be all that much easier to find things to laugh about. Although, the moment they see me, they'll ridicule at my hair or clothes or whatever suits them. That's just the way it goes. Gretchen and I are easy targets because we don't try to impress them. It infuriates them that we don't care what they think. And the fact that my mom died will just give them more fuel. Anyone with a conscience would feel bad for someone going through something like this, but not the Katrinas of the world. They exploit vulnerabilities wherever they find them, and I have them in spades these days. I push them out of my mind and go to my room. Even more boxes. There's so much stuff to unpack and organize. At least it's summer break and I have time to deal with all of this. I can't imagine trying to move, mourn, and balance studying and school drama. Instead of picking a box, I spread out on the bed and close my eyes. I have the whole house to myself while Kenzi talks to the detective and then picks up Mom's things from the office. She offered to bring me, but I don't want to deal with all the attorneys giving me pitiful looks. Besides, I might just scream if I see another box. My phone buzzes. Probably Gretchen trying to talk me into going to the party. I go to the text and start tapping out my reply when I realize it isn't from her. The message reads, "Can't wait to see you, sweet cheeks." What the heck? I check the sender. Richard. Ew. I tap out a message telling him how gross he is when the dots dance. What more could he possibly have to say? Richard. That wasn't meant for you. Ember. Who's sweet cheeks? Richard. Never mind. Ember. Are you seeing someone already? Richard. I've been sending messages to your mom's phone, if you must know. He's such a liar, but that isn't what I want to focus on. Ember. Do you know where her phone is? Richard. Probably at her office. Ember. You don't have it? Richard. No. Ember. Don't text me again. Richard. It was an accident. Ember. I don't want to read that stuff. Richard. Speaking of phones, you need to find a new one. 10 days until the next billing cycle. Not paying yours. Ember. Saw that coming a mile away. Richard. Tell your aunt I want to plan the funeral. Ember. She knows. Bye. Richard. I'm serious. My hands shake as I stare at the screen. He's such a jerk. And I don't even mean about the phone. I don't want to be under his contract. He can probably see my calls and texts. I've always wondered. Who is Sweet Cheeks? And what kind of stupid pet name is that anyway? I've never heard him call Mom anything like that. He had to have been trying to text his girlfriend. That's the only thing that makes any sense. But who is she? Who's the woman with the pink flowered license plate frame? Now I'm too annoyed to lie down. I screenshot the conversation in case he has the means to delete it completely. Then I send it to my email, which he can't access. I pick up one of my boxes, but once I look inside, I realize I'm in no mood for decorating my room. Thanks, Richard. Really helpful. Not like he cares. He's probably happily texting with Sweet Cheeks right now. I push some boxes to the side and head into the hall. The donate and garbage piles have grown bigger. Kenzi must have been busy. With all my nervous energy, I'm actually in the mood to grab some empty containers and throw things inside. Sounds cathartic, actually. I spin around to go into Mom's room, where most of the empty boxes are, but I stop in my tracks. Something catches my attention from the corner of my eye. The third-floor door is open again. My heart skips 3 beats and my breath catches in my throat. I'm not imagining the sight. It's actually open. I'd nearly convinced myself I'd made it up before. This time, I pull out my phone and snap a picture. Proof of it being open. No way to convince myself otherwise. Now the question is, do I dare explore? What if the door closes and locks behind me? Or I find something scary. It's just a house. Things that have been owned by my relatives over the years. It's not a murder house. Or is it? Why else would my grandpa have gone to so much trouble to keep everyone away from the third floor? My mom, aunt, and I were all kept away. Maybe even my grandma. Not that I can ask her since she doesn't remember anything. I pat my phone in my pocket to double-check I have it. If I get stuck up there, I can call Kenzi. She could probably be here in a matter of minutes. Or even Gretchen. She'd come by foot if I were in danger. But the worst that could happen is I get stuck up there with a bunch of old things. It isn't like a murderer is waiting for me. But what about ghosts? What if the stories are true? A light coming on when the house is empty, people killed in the basement, secrets in the third floor. And how many times have I felt watched here? Too many to count. My pulse drums in my ears. My mouth goes dry. This isn't the time to lose my nerve. That door has been locked for decades, and Kenzi doesn't know where the key is. Even though she's going through Grandma and Grandpa's room, she hasn't come across it. We aren't going to find it anytime soon. I need to get in there and look around now. I'll take pictures, lots of them. Who knows when we'll be able to get back in there? This will at least tell us what's up there, other than servants' quarters and storage. Bang! I jump and spin toward the stairs. Whatever the noise was, it was on the first floor. Kenzi? My voice barely comes out louder than a whisper. I look over the railing but see nothing out of place. That means it was another door that slammed shut. Maybe from a draft? We haven't been turning on the heat because the sun does a good enough job keeping everything warm. Well, maybe not everything. Some of the rooms are chillier than others. I'm going with the idea that the noise was from a draft, but I'm also bringing something upstairs with me that can be used as a weapon. I grab a broken chair leg from the trash pile and march toward the staircase to the third floor. 17. Ember. My knuckles turn white as I clutch the broken chair leg. I loosen my grip slightly and move toward the open door. My knees knock together and threaten to give out. I take a deep breath, try to think rationally. The noise I heard was downstairs, not on the third level. If someone is in the house, I'm not going to find them up there. If anything, I'm moving away from danger. My breathing returns almost to normal and my muscles relax. But I'm not totally convinced this place is free of ghosts. Why else would I feel watched when alone? This is hardly something new. It's been going on as long as I can remember. I shove those thoughts from my mind. It's too bad I've never practiced mindfulness because then I might be able to think about nothing. As it is, my mind won't shut up. My mouth dries as I near the door. It's actually open. I half expect Grandpa to show up and tell me to go away, but he's not here to stop me. Nobody is. And it isn't like I'm doing anything wrong. Kenzi and I talked about exploring the third floor and the basement, but we've been too busy. Or maybe too nervous. I'm about ready to pee my pants with anticipation, but there's no way I'm walking away. If I do, the door will likely be closed when I return. That was what happened the last time. My stomach does acrobatics as I take the first step. The thick carpeting compresses under my foot, and the stair creaks under my weight, probably protesting since it hasn't been used in decades. Maybe longer. A century? What if it's been left alone since before Grandpa was born? He never let Mom or Kenzi up here, but he may have come in. I'm not really sure. I take another step. My pulse quickens at the thought of maybe being the only person going up in so long. I could be the first one in who knows how many generations to see what the third floor holds. 3 generations? 4? More? Maybe I should wait and go up with Kenzi. No, I'm already here, and the door will be closed and locked if I leave now. It seems to have a mind of its own. It wants me to go upstairs. The door hasn't opened for Kenzi. Only me. This is my opportunity. I need to take it. I clutch the weapon harder and creep up the next few steps. My heart pounds like a jackhammer, making it impossible to hear anything else. If there are any ghosts or people with me, I won't ever hear them. I take deep breaths to calm my racing pulse, but it does no good. I make my way upstairs one step at a time. The walls feel like they're closing in on me, but that's only because the staircase is so narrow. Barely room enough for me, and I'm small. I can't imagine someone like my grandpa making it up here without getting stuck. He was a hulk of a guy, much bigger than Grandma. Both Kenzi and I got our lack of height from her. Thinking about my grandparents calms me somewhat, and my hearing returns. Each stair moans under my weight. Even the walls protest on either side of me. Maybe some things were meant to be left alone. What if this was a big mistake? Or worse, a trap? No, it can't be. It's meant to be, or the door wouldn't have been open for a second time. I'm doing this. Nothing and no one can stop me. I take a few more steps, halfway to the top. Something creaks overhead. Probably just because I'm up here. Everything has been settled for so many years, it's not used to any movement, extra weight. It's just me causing the noises, not ghosts. I hope. The light from behind disappears. I spin around. The door is closed. My heart leaps into my throat. A scream gets stuck before reaching my mouth. I drop the chair leg. It scrapes my leg, lands with a thud. A drop of blood trails down my flesh. I swallow and pick up the weapon. Everything is fine. The door wouldn't lock from the outside. I'm not trapped. All I have to do is twist the knob to open the door. The advantage is mine, as long as I hold myself together in case I come face to face with someone. Considering doors don't open and close on their own, that's not out of the question. The real question is, will I be able to see that person? Will I run into a human or a ghost? I wait a moment, and when the door doesn't open again, I slowly turn back around and go up the next step. The skin on my back crawls. I clutch the weapon. It slides slightly. My palms are clammy. I wipe one on my shirt, then the other. Grip the chair leg with all my might before heading up the rest of the stairs. My mouth is dry. I wish I'd thought to drink some water first. Too late for that now. I'm here, and I'm not turning back. By the time I reach the top of the stairs, my skin feels on fire. My breaths are short. I'm barely able to blink. I keep the broken chair leg close, ready to swing and take in the upstairs. I'm really here. Looking at a place time forgot. I'm at the start of a long hallway with several doors. The first thing I notice is the dust. So much of it. And there are footprints in it, smeared and kicked up, some of it in piles. Someone has been up here recently. I freeze in place. Goosebumps run down my arms despite the stuffy heat of the room. I force myself to take deep breaths and think clearly. Maybe Grandpa came up here before he died. Or my mom might have even come up, curious after so many years being forbidden from entering. No matter who has been here, there's only one way to find out. I need to explore. But first I snap a few pictures. They don't come out very clear, but they're better than nothing. The space looks incomplete, like the builders stopped halfway through. Were there ghosts here already? No, that's crazy. More than likely, whoever built the house didn't care about the third floor. This was just the servants' living space after all. My rich predecessors probably had no plans to spend any time up here. Though it does seem strange that later generations never did anything with the space. It's a whole extra level, even if it doesn't feel as big. Maybe that's because of the shorter ceiling or the wall to my left. It has a small trap door. Must be the storage space, or maybe wiring or plumbing. Could be anything. I have no idea what people put in houses so long ago. I creep down the hallway, barely breathing, which is a good thing considering the dust I'm kicking around. The first room I come to is small and has a tiny bed with a nightstand next to it. A single book sits on it next to a skinny candle. The rest of the space is filled with wooden boxes. This room has no disturbed dust. No footprints, nothing. Creak! A chill runs down my back. I spin around, expecting to see someone, but I'm still alone. I remember my phone. I have to take pictures. Who knows when I'll make it back up here again? My hand shakes as I reach into my pocket. The chair leg drops to the ground with a loud thud and creates a plume of dust. So much for trying to be subtle. That was loud enough it could have been heard from the first floor. Or maybe I'm being dramatic. But it could definitely be heard from the second level. Whoever closed the door knows where I am. Maybe the door closed by itself. It could have old springs that won't allow it to stay open. That would make sense if the original owners didn't want to think about this level. Probably wanted their personal slaves to be out of sight, out of mind. It's a gross thought, but probably true. I pick up the leg, stuff it under my armpit, and snap pictures of the room. Maybe the camera will pick up something I can't see. The thought both excites me and sends a nervous shiver down my spine. Then I go back into the hall, tiptoe to the next bedroom. Basically the same thing. Small room, just a bed and nightstand. More boxes that were put there later, I would assume, in a time when servants were either no longer approved of by society or my relatives couldn't afford them any longer. That thought makes me happy for the servants, who had to live in these tiny, bare at the time, quarters while taking care of people who had big rooms and in-house help to meet their every need. The next few spaces are all the same. No disturbed dust. Whoever was up here didn't bother with any of the bedrooms. Not so far, anyway. How many servants did these people have? There are 5 bedrooms. It's crazy. Why not just hire a once-a-week house cleaner like my mom did? The lady made her own schedule and lived in her own place. We also treated her nicely whenever we saw her. I shove aside my thoughts and turn down the hallway. 2 more doors. More relaxed now, I go into the first one. It surprises me. The room is at least twice the size of the others, maybe bigger. It has a queen-size bed, a closet, and 2 nightstands. And interestingly, a fireplace. Some of the larger bedrooms on the second floor have one. Not that I've ever seen them used. Electricity was installed long ago. There are also fewer boxes in this room. No footprints in there either. Now I'm really curious. Did this room belong to the head of all the servants? Or maybe it was a place some of the family stayed in. But why would they stay up here with the servants? Maybe this room was for married servants. The possibilities seem endless, and I'll probably never know. It's not like those stories ever got passed down. If they made it to my grandpa, he took them to the grave with him. Unless they're in the boxes. I lean against the doorway and take some pictures. Maybe the answers aren't lost after all. Perhaps somebody wrote a log or journal and left it up here. There has to be a way to find out. Curiosity burns. I want to know more about these people who didn't have lives of their own and were instead forced to spend their waking hours serving others. What secrets are hidden in the boxes? Creak! I whip around, drop my phone, another cloud of dust, and again, nothing in the hallway. Just the house settling. It isn't used to movement up here. I'm just upsetting the floors, no big deal. I grab my phone, wipe it off, and snap more pictures. Then I hesitate before taking another step inside. I feel kind of bad disturbing the room, but I need answers. I've literally never seen such thick dust in my life as I have in these rooms. I swear a full inch covers the beds and nightstands. The boxes have a lot, but not as thick as the furniture. That means they haven't been up here as long. At least the servants didn't have to live with their rooms being the owner's storage space, as well as being tiny and unfinished. That would have been insult to injury. Still, I wish I could go back in time and apologize to them for what my relatives did. Help them out, even. What a way to live. I glance at the cardboard boxes as I pass them. Aside from being covered in dust, they've held up well over the years. I'd have thought the material would have broken down more by now. There isn't any writing on the tops or sides to indicate what might be inside or who they belong to. Now it's all mine and Kenzi's. Everything in here belongs to us. Oh, how I wish Grandma could remember something. I'd bet Grandpa told her all kinds of stories over time. They'd been married for over 40 years. Creak, creak. I glance back, now fully convinced the creaking is just the board settling, and I see nothing, confirming my reasoning. When I get to the other side of the bed, I notice the bedspread has a large brown stain. Blood turns brown, doesn't it? The hairs on my neck stand on end. But other things are brown, lots of other things, like crap, or that stain could be dirt. Maybe it could be... what? A spilled drink? Food? Ketchup could turn brown. But would servants actually eat up here? I rack my memories for any stories to answer my question. Then I remember. The walk-in kitchen pantry was where the servants ate, after everyone was finished, of course. How could I come from a line of people who actually treated other humans like that? It's seriously disgusting, and also not what I should be focusing on. I step closer to the bed and squint, trying to guess what the stain is. The bigger question is, why wouldn't someone throw out the covering? Was the servant afraid to tell anyone about it? Were they covering up a crime or just hiding the fact that they brought food up? Maybe the stain was made after the servants all moved out, and nobody ever had to sleep with this on the bed. That makes more sense. It's probably nothing important. I'll go with that. After taking a few breaths, I go over to the closet and pull open a door. Dust flies out, getting into my eyes and mouth. I wince and cough. Wipe my face and sneeze. Blink until everything looks clear again. There are only a few items of clothes hanging up. Some really old-fashioned shirts, pants, and skirts. A shirt or skirt with an ugly flower pattern lies crumpled at the bottom. I rub a shirt between my thumb and finger. The material is thick and stiff. I don't know how anybody ever wore it. It couldn't have been comfortable at all. I take a picture of that, too. Creak! I jump. My heart races. I sneeze again. It's time to get downstairs. I've seen enough for one day. Not enough to satisfy my curiosity fully. I definitely have to return. That means I'll find a way to unlock the door so Kenzi and I can come up another time. And it'll be a whole lot less creepy when I'm not alone in this enormous house. My mind races as I start to close the door, but then I remember to take a picture. I step back until the entire armoire shows on the screen and press the button. It must be darker than the other spaces because the flash shines. And as it does, something reflects the light down next to the crumpled clothing. No, not beside it, under it. Part of something is sticking out that I didn't see because of the shadows. I turn on the flashlight app and kneel. A knife. And it's caked in the same color of brown on the bed covering. It's a bloody knife. The brown on the bed is blood. Someone did die in this house. 18. Kenzi. I drop the last of Claire's boxes in the entry and take a deep breath. It's amazing how heavy they are, and even as tired as I am, I can't wait to dig in. Maybe there are more clues about her secret admirer in these belongings. She'd be more likely to hide them at work than at home, especially with Richard there. In fact, I'm surprised she left the note we found in her house. and even more surprised he didn't find it and burn it. Unless he wanted us to find it, to get the attention off himself. But that wouldn't make any sense. The fact that Claire was seeing someone else only gave Richard motive, unless he wanted it to make him look better for seeing someone himself. What if Claire wasn't even seeing anyone? Her husband could have faked the letter. That actually makes more sense than anything else. More sense than him not finding the note and packing it in a box for us to find. Anger surges through me. We've been played. A faint scream sounds from upstairs. Did I just imagine that? Another yell. Ember! I barely take the time to slam shut the door before scrambling up the stairs. She isn't in her room, not in Claire's either. Where is she? Did she get stuck somewhere? Ember! No response. I race down the hall to rooms we never use. Check Mom's old workout room. Everything is covered in sheets, untouched. Giggling sounds in the room. My stomach drops, my mouth dries. I swallow. Billa? I'm losing my mind. Why would my childhood friend be here? Unless... More giggling. I walk through the room, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Billa? Soft laughter sounds near the window. I start to walk that way when I hear another scream. It sounds like it's coming from near the entrance to the 3rd floor. Ember! I check all the unlocked rooms and try the doors of the locked ones just in case. Still secure. My heart hammers. Breath catches in my throat. Another holler. Sounds like it might be coming from the direction of my room. There isn't much else down that hallway, other than some closets. The entrance to the 3rd floor. But that's ridiculous. She can't get in there. Or can she? What if she stumbled upon the key I've been unable to find? She's shown interest in Dad's study. I haven't had the time to look through that room. What if she got curious and went through his things? She might have found the key, gone to the top level, and why wouldn't she? She's been itching to explore. I break into a run, stop cold. An enormous, old-style leather chair with thick wooden legs is pushed up against the door. It looks like it weighs a ton. The locked door. I can't get my mouth to cooperate. A muffled scream sounds. Definitely from above, but over a different part of the house. Ember! I race over to the chair and pull. It's even heavier than it looks. My hands slide off, bending back a nail in the process. I ignore the pain and dig my nails into the leather, not caring if I destroy it. I pull, straining with everything in me. It barely budges. Footsteps sound above me. Someone's running up there. Ember! Help! A mixture of relief and terror run through me, hearing her voice. She is up there, but I can't get to her. This stupid chair is too heavy. Hold on! I race over to our piles of unwanted items and scan them for anything to help. A curtain rod catches my attention. That should work. I grab it, knocking over half the pile. A few things bounce down the stairs. Once back at the door, I shove the iron rod behind the chair and push. The seat finally budges. Doesn't move far, but it's better than nothing. I grip the metal tighter and strain again. The muscles in my arms and legs burn with all the added pressure. The chair inches forward. Footsteps thunder down the stairs on the other side of the door. Help me! Ember bangs on the door. I'm trying! I push on the curtain rod with as much force as I can muster. Turn the knob! It jiggles. The door cracks open an inch. It bangs against the seat. It's stuck! There's a chair out here. I strain against the metal even more. It's not moving. Get me out of here! I'm trying! The door moves with each thud against it. She must be throwing herself against it. I time my thrusts to match her efforts. The seat moves forward another inch, then another. Finally, there's enough space for her to get through. Ember bursts out of the doorway, her eyes wild. She's covered in dust. It's smeared across her face, clothes, and arms, streaked through in her hair. "Are you okay?" I grab her arm and yank her away from the door. "Who put the chair there?"
"I don't know."
"You don't know? Someone was in the house?" She shrugs, her face paling. Realization hits me. That person could be inside now. "We need to get out of here." I don't wait for a response before leading her down the stairs and outside. We go to the car and get inside, my heart pounding. "How do you get in there? And who put that chair there? And what were you doing up there? Was someone with you?" She stares at me. "I can't answer so many questions. I need to call the cops, and I have no idea what to tell them. Can you tell me this? What on earth was going on in there?" Ember gasps for air. "I heard some noises and found the door open. It was the second time, so I—" "What? The door has been open before? And you didn't say anything? There's been a lot going on." I take a deep breath. "Okay, go on. You found the door open after hearing noises, so you went up?" "Yeah. I grabbed a broken chair leg from the trash pile and went up. Then I—" "Don't you realize how dangerous that is?" Her mouth wrinkles. "Now I can believe you and Mom are sisters." She sighs dramatically. "Would you let me finish my story?" "Yes, but I can't believe you went up there alone, especially after hearing noises." "What noises, by the way?" Ember throws her hands in the air. "Would you stop with the questions?" "I can't promise anything." "The door was open, so I went up and looked around. Before I even made it up the stairs, the door closed. I thought maybe it closed on its own, so I just went up anyway. I've always wanted to see the third floor, and I finally had my chance." "I'm guessing by your screams you found out why Dad has kept it locked up?" "Yes. Someone was killed up there." "What? Did you find a body?" "No, but there's a bloody knife and a bloody bed." My stomach lurches. "How do you know it was blood?" She looks at me like I'm crazy. "Because what else would it be? I got pictures. Want to see?" My mind races. "Yes, but I need to call the cops. I'm still confused, but neither of us is going back inside until they clear it. Next time you think someone's in the house, get out. Don't get yourself locked on the third floor." She mumbles something I can't make out, but sounds like ghosts. I pull out my phone and call 911, giving the operator as little information as possible. No way I'm going to mention that my niece thinks our house is haunted. The only thing that matters is making sure nobody is inside and that we make sure they don't come back in. Police lights flash into view in less than 2 minutes, and once the cruisers are in sight, the operator lets me off the phone. I turn to Ember. "Stay in here for now." "Why?" I ignore her pout and leap out of the car. 2 cruisers pull up and 4 officers exit. I run over to them and point to the front door. "Someone was inside. I don't know if they're still in there or not." 3 of them run in the house, while the 4th takes my statement. Then he goes over to the car and questions Ember. I stand off to the side so I can hear the conversation. She tells him everything she told me, but avoids the topic of ghosts. Once they're done, the officer waves me over. "I'm going to stay here with you 2 while the others check the premises. Is there anything else either of you can think of? Neither of you saw the intruder?" I shake my head. "Like I said, I got home and heard her screaming." Ember frowns. "I just thought the house was settling." "That's why you grabbed a weapon?" I tilt my head and throw her an accusatory glance. "Better safe than sorry." A yellow sports car pulls up to the curb and cuts the engine. I crane my neck to see who's driving. Probably some nosy neighbor. Out steps Detective Felton in his leather jacket and aviators. He nods to me as he struts over. "Nice car," I say. "Real subtle." He snickers. "I was off the clock when I heard about the home invasion. Otherwise, I'd be in a cruiser. But I recognized the address and decided to stop by. I was in the area." I start to ask what he calls the area, but one of the officers rushes over. "There are fresh footprints around back.
Have either of you two been back there today?
I haven't. I shake my head.
Me neither.
Ember turns to Felton. Could they match my mom's missing shoe?
No,
the officer replies.
They look like men's sneakers, eyeballing it. I'm going to look.
Felton rests his hand on my shoulder and meets my gaze.
Stay here.
He races around the house. 19. Kenzi. Ember loops her arm around mine and clings to me.
Someone was actually in the house?
It wasn't me who locked you in there.
No, but I thought...
Her voice trails off. Ghosts aren't real, kid. Sorry to break it to you. Her expression tightens. But it's just an old house that's readjusting to being lived in again. I hear the creaks and groans, too. Those noises were there when I was growing up. It's part of the experience.
No, it's more than that.
I draw in a deep breath and hold it. Let's say you're right.
I am.
Even if you are, that doesn't negate the fact that an actual person was inside. A non-physical entity couldn't move that chair in front of the door. I could barely move it, and that was with that rod as leverage.
I know what I heard.
I'm sure you do, but ghosts don't make footprints. We need to focus on that for now. I'm going to get a security system. We can't have a repeat of this. She shakes her head and steps back, looking at the house.
Where are the cops?
Making sure the house is empty. I pull out my phone and search for security systems.
It's taking so long.
The house is huge. I scroll the list of choices, already overwhelmed. What do you expect?
I don't know.
She sighs. I give up the search and go to social media, asking friends for recommendations. A few minutes later, Felton rounds the other side of the house and comes over to us.
There aren't any signs of a break-in, and we cleared all the rooms we could get into. Do you want to give me the keys to locked rooms?
I would if I had them. I return my phone to my pocket. The third floor didn't have anything suspicious? Like a bloody knife?
We didn't find any stairs to the third floor.
Ember and I exchange a worried glance.
What?
He asks. You didn't find the staircase? My heart thunders.
Where is it?
Just past the master bedroom. The door should have been cracked open, and there was a heavy chair kind of in front of it. The detective scratches his head.
I didn't see anything like that. There was a locked door down the hall from the master bedroom.
My stomach drops. There wasn't a chair in front of the locked door? He shakes his head no.
Why don't we do a walkthrough with you two? He glances at Ember. And you can show us where you heard the noises.
Okay. Her voice sounds so small.
Do you feel safe going inside?
She nods without saying anything. Felton and I exchange a concerned glance before he turns back to her.
Are you sure?
Ember twists some hair around a finger.
Nobody's been upstairs in a long time because the door is locked. My grandpa always said it was off limits. But today the door was open, so I went up.
She looks at me for a moment before continuing.
And I found an old bloody knife and a big bloodstain on one of the beds.
The detective's brows draw together.
You're sure?
Yes, I can show you pictures. She pulls out her phone and shows him. I try to see, but I'll have to wait until later. Felton nods.
Let's go inside. I want to see this with my own eyes.
Ember grabs onto my arm again. Okay. Felton turns to me as we head for the house.
Did you know about this?
She mentioned something about it.
Did you relay that to the officers when you gave your statement?
My face burns. I was focused on the fact that some dude was in my house. A decades-old murder wasn't on my priority list, if that's even what it is. Ember glares at me. The detective's expression doesn't reveal what he's thinking.
When was the last time you were up there?
I've never been to the third floor. Like she said, My dad was adamant that we never go up.
Interesting.
What do you mean by that? I demand.
He must have known about it. Did he ever report it?
I wouldn't know. He never answered my questions about that part of the house. We enter and walk through the house, not finding anything out of place on the first level. Outside the back windows, the other officers are scouring the property. I turn to Felton. Where are the footprints?
The most obvious ones are next to the back door, but they also lead to and from the back of the property. Whoever came in went out of his way to avoid the front of the house.
But how did they get in? Was there an unlocked window or door? He shakes his head.
Everything was secure.
A mixture of anger and the sense of being violated runs through me. My chest heaves as I try to calm my breathing.
Does anyone else have a key?
I wouldn't know. To my knowledge, the locks haven't been changed in a long time. I have no idea who would have been given keys or why. I never handed out mine when I lived here before, when I was growing up. He turns to Ember.
What about you?
She shakes her head.
I never had a key until Kenzi and I moved in. My mom had one, but we have it now. Mom and I never came here after Grandma went to stay at the home. Maybe Grandma has one.
Felton's eyes light up.
She might know who else would have a key.
Nope.
Ember frowns. Grandma doesn't even know her own name. His expression drops. Who all has had keys that you know of?
Ember looks to me. My parents, sister, and me. My grandparents before that, and then my great-grandparents and beyond, going back until the house was built.
Anyone else? He asks. Spouses, siblings, other relatives, boyfriends or girlfriends, housekeepers, nannies, gardeners.
My mind races through the possibilities. My dad was insistent that we not hand them out. Then it hits me.
What?
Felton's stance stiffens. Ember meets my gaze. She is thinking the same thing I am. Richard, we say in unison. The detective's expression tightens. My breath hitches. He wants us to drop the case, according to Natasha. It could have been him who sent me the texts.
It has to be him.
Ember leans against the wall and looks at me. What if he wants me dead too? Felton slides his finger around a phone screen.
I suggest you change the locks right away.
I nod. I'm also going to get a security system.
Good. Get something with video.
You'd better believe I'm going to. What do you recommend?
Text me later and I'll send you some links.
The detective heads for the stairs.
Let's see the rest of the house. Then you can look into all of that.
I turn to Ember. Text Gretchen and see if you can spend the night there again. You aren't spending any time here until the house is secure.
What about you?
I'll figure something out.
Like what?
Her eyes narrow.
You aren't going to stay here, are you? If it isn't safe.
Felton turns to me.
Do you have somewhere you can stay?
I'm resourceful. Don't worry about me. His shoulders push back and he takes a step closer.
You aren't seriously thinking about staying here, are you?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll find some place to stay. A hotel, maybe. Or I can see if any of my old friends are still in town. I have plenty of options. Ember whips out her phone.
I'll bet Gretchen's mom would let you stay there.
I don't want to impose. Let's look upstairs and get out of here.
You're just as stubborn as Mom was, she says. The more I spend time with you, the easier it is to see you two were definitely sisters. She won't think you're imposing.
Come on.
I march ahead, eager to focus on something else, and I swear the detective chuckles behind me.
That only makes me pick up my pace. I glance back. Hurry up, you two. Upstairs, everything looks normal. I hadn't noticed anything unusual before, and I don't now.
Look with fresh eyes,
Felton says, as if reading my thoughts.
Has anything been moved around? Look slightly out of place?
It's so hard to tell. I look around again. We're trying to make this place home after it was abandoned for 5 years. That's why there are still sheets and plastic covering so much. There are some rooms we haven't even been inside.
Because they're locked?
I nod. Then we walk around, starting with Ember's and Claire's rooms, and we make our way down toward mine and the third-floor entrance. The door is closed and the chair gone. It feels like someone pulled the floor out from under me.
Are you okay?
Felton steps closer and steadies me with his strong hands. His hold is comforting, giving me the strength to find my words. Did you guys move the chair?
I didn't move anything. Like I said, a chair is missing.
It was by that door. I point to the spot. And the door was open. It was open.
Maybe it closed when my guys were looking around. I'll find out what happened when they came up.
I break from his hold and stumble to the door. Twist and pull on the knob. It won't budge. It's locked.
What's in there?
Felton appears beside me. The upstairs! I yank on the knob, but it's futile. He turns to Ember.
And that's where you found the blood? The knife?
She nods, her face pale.
The door was open when I heard the sounds.
He tilts his head.
That didn't strike you as odd?
Well, yeah, but I wanted to see what was up there. I glance back at her. And you said it was open one other time?
Yeah, but I didn't go up that time. I thought I would later, but when I came back, it was closed again. That was why I wanted to look around this time.
Felton looks deep in thought as he approaches me.
Mind if I check things out?
I step aside. He twists the knob and has no more luck than I did. He examines the door and the fresh scuff marks on the floor. Those are from the chair that was pushed against the door, I say. You wouldn't believe how heavy it is. The detective pulls out his phone and snaps some pictures. Then he puts on some gloves and feels around the door frame. He pauses halfway through the top portion.
What do we have here?
My stomach drops. What?
He holds up a key.
20. Kenzi. It takes me a moment to grasp the significance of the sight. The key to the third floor has been there the whole time. And whoever has been unlocking the door for Ember to find knew exactly where it was. A cold chill runs down my spine and radiates out to the rest of my body until I shiver. It's been here all along? Ember turns to me, her face paling even more than it was already. Felton examines the key.
Shall I do the honors?
My heart thunders. Go for it. I'm so shaky I doubt I could unlock the door if I tried right now. The detective, on the other hand, slides it in with ease, twists and opens the door. I can hardly believe my eyes. It's actually open for the second time in one day. I pull myself together and extend my hand toward him. Can I have that key?
As soon as we pull the prints from it.
He takes a plastic bag from his jacket and drops the key.
It's evidence.
Keep it. Ember looks at me like I've lost my mind. I'm going to have every lock in the entire house redone. Whoever has been coming inside will be sorely disappointed soon. Relief washes over my niece's face. Felton turns to her.
Do you mind showing me where you found the bloody items?
She swallows.
Okay.
I put my arm around her. You don't have to. The detective and I can go up and look around.
You think I'm staying down here alone? No way. It's safe, Felton says. The building has been cleared.
Ember doesn't look convinced. I'm going up there with you.
Okay.
He leads us up the narrow, creaking stairs. I can hardly believe I'm actually going up these stairs. Had the key been there all those years? Could I have satisfied my curiosity at any point during my childhood and explored? Or did Richard put it there to make it easier to mess with us? Anger surges through me. I can't believe he kept a key to this place and used it to mess with us. Actually, I can believe it, but I don't understand why. What would be the point? To steal Claire's things? Or something far more sinister? Goosebumps form on my arms. It feels like someone's watching me. I whip around. One of the officers is standing at the bottom of the stairs. I nearly collapse. He gives a slight nod.
We've cleared the property out back.
Thanks! My voice is at least 2 octaves higher than normal. I turn back around and catch up with Felton and Ember, despite my knees threatening to give out. Once at the top of the stairs, I take in the sight. It's so dirty up here, it makes the rest of the house look like it belongs on the cover of a magazine called Clean and Tidy. Piles of dust have collected in corners and in other places in the depressing hallway. Dirty cobwebs hang from the ceiling. Fresh footprints are the only thing indicating anyone has been up here in the last 50 years or more. Ember leads us down the hall. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I glance into the rooms we pass. Mostly full of old boxes. Dusty, of course. If it weren't for everything else going on, I'd love nothing more than to stop everything and find out what's inside them. What old family relics do they hide? But before I can worry about the past, I need to secure the future. Change every lock and get the most techie security system available. Then my niece and I can sit down and explore our heritage. She stops in front of a door at the end of the hall and points. Behind the bed. Felton brings one finger to his mouth, then indicates for us to stay in the hall. He pulls out a gun and creeps inside. I jump in front of my niece. I can't believe you went up here alone. You wouldn't have? She has me there. Next time, let's come up together, okay? I'm on board with that. I glance down the hallway. The dust on the floor has recent footprints like the rest of the floor. Did you go down there? Ember shakes her head. No, I got distracted by the murder scene. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I tiptoe toward the next door. It's closed. I push on it with my shoulder, not wanting to get fingerprints on anything. It opens with a groan. My heart races as I step in. It's a tiny bathroom with hardly any room to move around. There's an old-style toilet with a handle above to pull on to make it flush. The child-sized tub has feet, and the sink has no counter to speak of. I suppose nobody was too concerned about the household servants spending time on appearances. Out of sight, out of mind is my guess. Something yellow catches my attention. How I didn't notice before is beyond me. The brightness stands out from the dullness of everything else in here. It's a shoe. A yellow pump. My stomach plummets, crashing through the floor all the way down to the basement. Felton, get in here! He races over, gun raised. I lift my hands and jump into the hall. It's just a shoe.
A shoe?
I think it's Claire's missing pump. He looks in before stepping inside. My stomach threatens to expel its contents. Richard has really been in our house when we were home, and he killed my sister. It's the only thing that makes any sense. The only question is, was he trying to hide evidence or make us look guilty? The answer is obvious. He wouldn't hide the shoe here if he didn't want anyone to find it. It could be disposed of anywhere else. He wanted us to find it, get our prints all over it, and get charged for his crime. I was in LA at the time, so the only explanation is he was framing Ember for her mom's murder. Red-hot anger pulsates through me. I'll kill him. He'd better hope Felton gets to him first, because I will murder that bastard with my bare hands. He'll regret ever being born by the time I'm done with him.
Kenzi!
Felton's voice brings me back to the present. What?
Take Ember downstairs and send up the other officers.
He turns away from me and takes pictures of the shoe with his phone. I race over to her and grab her arm. Let's get downstairs.
What's over there?
A bathroom. Come on. I pull her toward the stairs. Why does he want us to leave? I'll tell you down there. My heart is pounding so hard it could give out. We race down the stairs. The officer who scared me before is still standing at the doorway. I gesture up the stairs. Felton wants you and the other guy up there. He nods, radios the other officer, and hurries up. Ember gasps for air. What's going on up there? I hesitate, not wanting to tell her, but she deserves the truth. There's a yellow shoe in the bathroom up there. Her mouth gapes. You mean, like Mom's? Exactly like hers. She leans against the wall. How's that possible? All the more proof that Richard is guilty. He has a key to the house. He's been coming in, and he wants to frame us. What? She rubs her neck with both hands. He's trying to frame me? Fresh fury surges through me again. That's what it looks like. But I'd never. Her eyes shine. I wrap my arms around her. Of course you wouldn't. Let's get you to Gretchen's house. As we pack our things, I include what I need to confront my conniving, murderous brother-in-law. 21. Kenzi. I pull away from Gretchen's house, my hands cold. Part of me wants to back out, to not confront Richard, but I need to do this. Hear it from his own mouth before he gets arrested. Find out why he did it. It's a risk, but I'm not going to be stupid. I'm going to talk to him outside the house, where neighbors can see us. I've got my dad's pistol and some pepper spray. By the time I reach his house, I'm shaking. Not with fear, but because my body temperature has dropped so much. This needs to be done, and before he's arrested. I can't have this conversation when he's in jail. Technically I could, but I have a better chance of getting the truth from him at his house, and that's all I want. His car is in the driveway, and there aren't any others. He's alone. His girlfriend isn't here. Good. My heart pounds like a jackhammer as I get out of the car. I keep one hand near each of the concealed weapons. If he comes anywhere near me, he's either getting sprayed or threatened with a bullet. The door opens before I reach it. His brows draw together as he steps into view. What do you want? What do you think? No idea. Go away before I call the cops. I hold back a laugh. You have something of mine. You're mistaken. Am I? I clench my jaw. You don't have a key to my house? I gave you those already, or you wouldn't be able to get inside. I narrow my eyes. You and I both know you kept a copy. He stands taller. Do we? Yeah, we do. Why'd you do it? Do what exactly? His mouth forms a straight line. I take half a step back, wanting to draw him out.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Est-ce qu'il n'est essentiel?
You know.
Don't come to my house and play games with me. If you want to accuse me of something, do it to my face.
I should have known he wouldn't just spill everything. Why have you been messing with Ember? She thinks of you like a dad. You're the only father figure she's ever had.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. I hate that he's getting under my skin. Can't let him. I have to keep my cool until he tells me what I need to hear. Why have you been messing with us?
You need psychiatric help.
He steps back and starts to close the door. Stop lying. I keep my voice even, calm. Just tell me why. That's all I want to know.
You think you can come to my house and accuse me of not only trespassing, but lying too?
I hold back a smirk. I never said anything about coming into our house.
You didn't have to say it in so many words. Go away. I have you on my doorbell cam. Leave, or I'm going to have you arrested for trespassing.
I laugh. I'm doing nothing wrong standing on your walkway.
This is harassment.
You're delusional. Why did you kill Claire? My stomach knots. I hadn't meant to say that. His expression tightens.
What did you say?
You heard me. May as well go with it. Can't take it back now.
You think I killed my wife?
I take a small step closer. Who else? You had plenty to gain from her death.
Like what?
Spittle flies from his mouth.
You and that brat got everything.
I've hit a nerve. Didn't see that coming, did you? He steps onto the porch.
No more than you did.
Is that why you've been coming into my house? Have you been stealing things? Is that it? To make up for what you think you've lost? Newsflash, it was never yours. My sister wasn't your property. Richard's brows furrow.
I never thought of her that way.
Then why kill her? You can't claim it was an accident. It was staged to look like a suicide. His face reddens.
I'm telling you, I didn't kill her.
Who did? Nobody else had motive. He makes a fist.
Plenty of people wanted her dead. Do you know how many people she put behind bars? That woman defended criminals and let many go free because she was so good at convincing juries and judges. There's no end to the enemies she made.
Including you. I stare him down.
I was her husband. We were on the same side.
Then why did you kill her? I'm yelling now, and I don't care. All I want is to know the truth.
It wasn't me.
No? Then how did Claire's missing shoe get into my house? He hesitates, slightly. Didn't realize I knew about that?
In your house?
He looks genuinely confused. If he didn't put it there, who did? It had to be him. This has to be an act. He deceived Claire all these years. He's a professional actor. I can't let him get under my skin. Stop playing! I struggle to steady my breathing. Just tell me why you did it. All we want is answers. Closure. That's it.
What are you talking about? Her shoe is at your house?
I said stop. Angry tears threaten, and I'm not about to let him see them. Just tell me why you did it. We deserve to know. He opens the door wider.
Come inside, and we'll talk.
You think I'm stupid? I pat my purse. I have pepper spray. No way I'm letting him know about the pistol. His nostrils flare.
Get inside and tell me about the shoe.
You really think I'm an idiot, don't you? Never mind, I'm leaving. I turn away. It's the last thing I want to do, but I'm about to lose my temper. If I don't stay in control of myself, things will go sideways fast.
No, you're not.
I spin back around. Excuse me?
You don't get to come over here, drop a bomb like that, then just leave.
Why not? You killed my sister. I think I can do anything I want.
Not so loud.
His brows draw together.
I did not kill my wife.
Whatever. Save it for the judge. I spin around and march away. Fingers grasp my arm, squeeze painfully.
You're not going anywhere.
I reach for the gun, but he yanks me back, pulls my hand away from my jacket. Let go! I shout loud enough to draw attention from neighbors, but nobody is in sight. Everything is a blur around me as he pulls me into the house, slams the door, locks the deadbolt, and slides the chain into place. My pulse drums in my ears. I reach for my purse, need the spray. Richard rips my bag away from me and throws it into another room, pins my arms behind me and shoves me against a wall. Gets in my face, his skin red and eyes full of rage.
You come to my house and accuse me of murder. And you think I'm going to let you get away with that?
I struggle against him, but it does no good. You're not convincing me of your innocence.
I don't care.
He yanks me again, this time pulling me into the room where I first sat with Ember, pins me against another wall, opens a drawer and shuffles the items around. The police already know everything. If you hurt me, that'll just be one more thing against you. I struggle to get away, but he presses his side against my back.
Shut up.
He moves more things around, then jams my wrists together, wraps something around them. I struggle to breathe. He's going to do the same to me as he did to my sister. The police will know I didn't kill myself, no matter how you stage it. You may as well give up now before you get into... He strikes my cheek.
I said, shut up.
The hit jolts me. My ears ring. Richard shoves me and throws me against the couch. I hit my head on the side table. He grabs my shoulder and forces me onto the cushions.
Shut up and let me think.
My heart races as I struggle to free my hands from the ties. He paces the room, muttering to himself. You're better off letting me go, you know.
I told you to shut it.
He goes back to the drawer and rifles through it, holds up a roll of duct tape.
Unless you want this over your mouth, shut your trap.
I bite back a retort. Time for a new plan. I need to get out of here. As much as I want to demand answers, that ship sailed. I'm going to have to wait and let the police do their jobs, which is obviously what I should have done in the first place. Richard continues his frantic pacing, finally stops.
I've got to call Natasha.
Natasha? What's she going to do? He glowers at me.
I told you to shut up.
Then realization hits me. She's who you've been seeing. His mouth forms a straight line. His nostrils flare. Is she involved in the murder? Claire's best friend and husband? And let me guess, you two killed her. My stomach lurches at the thought of what my sister went through in her final moments. Not only being killed, but being betrayed by two people who should have loved her more than anyone else.
It wasn't me.
He punches a wall. His fist goes through the drywall. I gasp. Natasha killed her. Made it look like a suicide.
Yes.
Richard rubs his fist.
I had nothing to do with it. Sure, we were seeing each other behind Claire's back, but that doesn't mean I wanted her dead. That's all on Natasha. Now I'm dealing with the fallout. She really didn't think this through.
It all makes sense. But why break into the house? Why mess with Ember? He cracks his knuckles, glowers at me.
I was pissed. You two got everything. I knew Ember always thought that place was haunted, so I wanted to scare her. That's it. I had the keys. Just wanted to mess with you two and make you as miserable as I am.
Sorry to break it to you, but nothing you can do to us will do that. You're thoroughly miserable on your own.
Shut up.
Tell me one thing. He lifts a brow, his expression tensing. Why did you put that tracker on Claire's car? Were you following her or me? And were you the one sending me texts? Richard's expression tenses. Answer me! He storms over and gets in my face, brushing his nose against mine.
You don't get to tell me what to do. I'm the one with the upper hand here.
Then what's the harm in telling me? He swears before pacing like a wild man, turns to me.
I was following Claire. She started seeing someone long before I hooked up with Natasha. In fact, I went to her to see if she knew anything. We always went to each other for advice on our spouses. She didn't know anything at first, but then with a little digging, she figured everything out.
He pauses.
Happy now?
I hate to admit it, but he's probably telling the truth. My sister had been seeing somebody. I stare him down. Did you cheat with Natasha to get back at Claire?
Shut up!
He disappears and returns with a roll of duct tape. My heart races. I need to keep him talking. You never answered me about the texts. Did you send those?
Yes, it was me. I was trying to get you off Natasha's back and mine.
He rips off a long piece of tape and forces it over my mouth.
Finally, something to shut you up.
22. Ember. Look at this video. Gretchen hands me her phone, laughing. I take it and lean against her headboard. Knock, knock. Mom, go away! She yells toward the door, craning her neck to watch the video with me. The door opens. Her mom comes in anyway. Mom! She ignores her daughter and looks at me. Natasha's here to see you, Em.
Natasha? Why?
Gretchen's mom frowns. She says the police want to question you, and she's here to be your legal representation.
My stomach lurches. The police want to question me?
She nods. It sounds like they're making progress on your mom's case, sweetheart. That's good news.
But I just saw them before I came here. They didn't say anything about it.
Natasha's just looking out for you. Helping you is a way for her to do something for your mom. My mouth goes dry.
Do I have to go?
I'm sorry, but when the police ask, it isn't really a request. Let Natasha help you.
It just seems weird. They already know everything.
She steps inside the bedroom. How about this? While you're out, Gretchen and I can make that cobbler you really like.
I frown. You're bribing me with my favorite dessert?
It isn't a bribe, just giving you something to look forward to.
I sigh. Okay. Will it be blackberry?
She nods. We can also throw in blueberries.
My mouth waters. You know me too well.
Natasha says it won't take too long, and she's a lawyer, so she'll make sure everything is above board.
I nod. Not that I really care. If I had my way, I'd just stay with Gretchen. I grab my jacket and follow Mrs. Ross downstairs.
Don't tell them anything you don't want, my friend says behind me.
I won't.
Downstairs, Natasha sits prim and proper at the couch, perfectly dressed and without a hair out of place. She uncrosses her legs and stands, giving me a wide smile. It reminds me of a snake. I'm sorry to pull you away from your friend, but this has to be done. The detective wants to question you, and I'm not about to let him do that without you having a lawyer.
Thanks. As I slide on my coat, I study her, trying to figure out her angle. Something about this doesn't sit right with me, but I'm probably reading too much into it. Or am I? Detective Felton didn't say anything about wanting to talk to me before I left. Unless he didn't want to say anything about it in front of Kenzi, in which case I probably would need a lawyer. I have no idea what my rights are. I probably should be grateful for Natasha going with me.
She definitely doesn't have to. We'll see you soon. Mrs. Ross gives me a friendly smile. And the cobbler will be baking, or even done. I can't wait. Though if my stomach doesn't stop nodding, there's no way I'll be able to eat it. Natasha sachets to the door and opens it. Let's get going. You don't want the dessert to be cold when you get back. Okay. I turn to Gretchen. Bye. See ya. She gives a little wave and follows her mom to the kitchen. Don't look so worried. Natasha gives me another smile and steps outside into the dark evening. Cops always have questions. I'm only here just in case. I'm sure everything is fine. I nod, wishing my mom was here instead. She would know what to tell me. Natasha's heels clack on the walkway. She remote unlocks the sedan. Climb in. My eyes barely adjust to the dark as I walk around the front of the car and step inside. I'm greeted with a heavy whiff of fake vanilla. I cough and climb into the seat. She starts the car, backs onto the road, then turns in the opposite direction of Richard's, house. It's easier to get to the main road going the other way. I know a back way. You do? She turns to me and smiles again. Of course. I've been to your house plenty of times, remember? Right. Although it doesn't seem like she was there that often. She and Mom spent most of their time together at work. In fact, Richard used to get mad and call her office her real home. We go through the neighborhood, taking twice the time to get to the main road than we would have if we'd just gone past my old house. Then she turns the opposite direction of the police station. My heart jumps into my throat. What's going on? What do you mean? Her voice holds a song to it. She's way too happy for someone heading to the police station. The station is that way. Oh, we're not going there. I struggle to breathe. What? We're going to your new house. The house? Why? That's where the detective is. Why else? She turns and lifts a perfectly manicured eyebrow. I'm glad I don't have anything in my stomach because I'm sure I'd vomit if I did. Everything okay, Ember? Other than the fact that I don't trust her? Honey? What's really going on? She stops at a sign and turns to me. What do you mean? Something isn't right. I inch my hand toward the door handle. You've always had such a wild imagination. She laughs, and I've never heard anything sound so fake in my life. We're going to your house to answer a few questions for the detective. After that, I'm going to take you back to Gretchen's so you can have your cobbler, and I'm going home. It's been such a long day. I can't wait. I force a smile. You're right. I'm overreacting. She relaxes and pulls into the intersection. Exactly. Just trust me, and you'll be back at your friend's house before you know it. Okay. Thanks for taking the time. I don't believe her fully, but I may as well have her believe I'm falling for her story. And if she is telling the truth, at least I'm not being a jerk. I could be overtired and reading too much into this. But given the skin on my back won't stop crawling, I don't think I am. I just need to keep her distracted and thinking I'm on her side. Then I'll make a run for it. All I need is for her to stop again. But we're on a long road. She's taking the long way again, and there isn't another stop sign for miles. That's the thing about my new house. The neighborhood is set aside from everything else. The richest families have always kept their space from other people. We finally come to the next stop. My fingers are just under the handle. My heart feels like it's going to explode out of my chest, and my hands are shaking out of control, but I grasp the handle, pull on it. My hand slides off. The door doesn't open. Something the matter? Natasha glances over. I bumped the handle. I say quickly. Child locks. My kids are always playing with the doors. She gives me another fake smile. My hands shake. Kids are that way. Yes, they are. But you aren't like that, are you? I'm not a kid. She doesn't reply. Time seems to slow down nearly to a stop. After what feels like years, we finally pull onto my street. It's almost my chance. I just need to wait for her to park and unlock the doors. Then I'll make my run for it, even though I have no idea where I'll go. Gretchen's house is too far a walk, and I don't know any of the neighbors. I had some friends in the neighborhood when I was little, but that was so long ago. They might not remember me, or they may have moved. But I'm probably better off with a neighbor I don't know than with Natasha. I never should have come with her, but it's too late for that. Now I just need to get away. She pulls into the driveway. None of the lights are on, not even the one set to come on by itself when the house was abandoned. I want to say something, but I bite my tongue. All I need is for her to knock on the door. She doesn't. She just turns to me with that plastic smile of hers. Are you ready? A heaviness settles over me. Are you sure the police are here? There aren't any lights on. That house is huge. They're probably in a room we can't see. But they would have some of the front lights on. Not necessarily. If they were in a back room when it got dark, they would just turn on the lights where they are. Makes sense, right? I changed my mind. Can you take me back to Gretchen's? The police need to talk with you, and you need legal representation. I swallow. Really, I'm okay. I've talked with a detective before. He's nice. That's what they want you to think, she snaps. I jump at her sudden change. Look, your mom would want me to do this for you. It's the one last thing I can do for her. Okay. I take a deep breath. My best bet at this point is to just get out of the car. Then I can at least run. Let's do this. She studies me. You mean that? I make eye contact with her. Yeah, of course. I want nothing more than to help solve the mystery of what really happened to my mom. Natasha hesitates. Good. Let's do this. I reach for the handle. Time seems to stand still as I wait for her to unlock it. Finally, she does. A wild mixture of emotions race through me, everything from relief to fear. I copy her fake smile before pulling the handle. The door actually opens. I step outside, keeping my movements slow. It's tedious. I just want to run. But she needs to be distracted when I do. She can't get the advantage. Once I'm standing next to the car, my knees knock together. I can do this. There isn't another option. I casually walk toward the back of the car. The license plate frame catches in the light. It's pink and flowered. I've seen it before, parked next to Richard's car at his house. My stepdad and my mom's best friend? They're seeing each other. They're the ones who betrayed my mom? What are you waiting for? Natasha snaps. I'm still recovering from the news. My feet won't cooperate. Well, she comes over, hands on her hips. What's the problem? My mind quickly fills in all the gaps. She's been working with him. Mom died in the office. You... What? She steps closer. My mouth won't work, but that's just as well. I don't want to confront her. I need to get away. I burst into a run. Her heels clack behind me. My muscles burn. My mouth goes dry. Stop! Right. I push myself to run faster. My foot catches on something. It catches on the other one. They twist. I lose my balance. My arms fly out. It's all happening too fast. I crash onto the concrete. My shoulder hits first, then my arm, my face. I tumble. Pain stings. Clack, clack. Natasha looms over me, says something I can't make out, grabs my arm, yanks me to standing, squeezes, digs her nails into my skin, pulls me toward the house. 23. Kenzi. I slowly wake, blink my eyes a few times and try to figure out where I am. The room isn't familiar. The only light comes from a street lamp outside. This looks like a family room. Whose family? My head pounds. Hands are behind my back. Seems like that should be a clue. It's not. I sit up and look around. Struggle against the ties, find the ends and twist, tug, pull. Something gives. I pull harder. The tie falls. My hands are free. I rub my wrists. They aren't bleeding. My shoulders are tight, but otherwise I'm okay. Except for the headache. And the tape across my mouth. I rip it off and instantly regret it when dried skin rips off with it and drop it on the ground. Did Richard hit me or drug me? Or did I fall asleep and he moved me in here? I feel my head. It's tender but no bump. I study the large TV and the various gaming consoles, exercise equipment. I stand on unsteady feet. Hello? Nothing. How did I get here? I turn around just fast enough not to make my head worse. Family portrait on the wall. Can't make out the faces. I stumble over, wishing the headache would go away. It doesn't. But what I see shocks me to my core. It's a picture of my sister, niece, and Richard. Everything comes tumbling back to my memory. Richard and Natasha have been working together all this time. And not just that, they were seeing each other behind Claire's back. They killed her, staged it to look like a suicide. My pulse races. I need to get out of this house. Need to call the detective and let him know the news. He needs to arrest these two right now. I look around for my purse. Feel along the couch cushions. Can't find it. Need light. I stumble toward the doorway and feel around for a switch. Turn on the light. It's blinding. I cover my eyes and blink quickly. My eyes finally adjust. My purse isn't here. Not anywhere I can see, at least. But there is something. A landline phone. I race for it, pick it up, and press the button. A dial tone. It actually works. I dial 911 with a shaking finger. Look around, expecting Richard to appear from nowhere and tackle me. He doesn't. This is 911. What's your emergency? I gasp for air and explain everything, stumbling over my words. After she asks several questions, the operator tells me to stay on the line. Officers are on their way. You need to send them after Richard Dawson and Natasha Bradley. Ma'am, please stay calm. Calm? You want me calm? My mind races for something to say to get through to the woman. Detective Felton is on this case already. You need to contact him. Ma'am, forget me. You need to send men to the law offices of Bradley and Dawson, and to the Brannon house. They could be at either place. If you don't, then I'm going there myself. You need to stay on the line until the officers arrive. No, I'm fine, and the killers aren't here. If you won't send someone after them, I'm going to go myself. I need you to look outside and tell me if you see the officers. Fine, but I'm going to have to hang up to do that. This is a landline. I don't wait for a response before ending the call. I've got to find my purse and call Felton myself. Let him know what's going on. Ember. I need to let her know what I found out. The last thing we need is for her to talk to either of them. She needs to know just how dangerous they are. I race out of the room and down a hall, coming to the kitchen. I recognize it from when I was helping Ember move out. As soon as I come to the front room, my struggle against Richard comes back to me. I'm lucky to be alive. There's no reason he would have had not to kill me. He killed before, why not again? And especially, why not me? His wife left everything to me. It would probably go back to him if I was dead. I stumble around the room until I find my purse in a corner, pushed against a shelf. My phone and keys are both in there. The gun isn't. I hold my bag close, pull out what I need, and leave. Don't bother closing the door. Race to my car. Richards is gone, not that I'm surprised. The only thing that does surprise me is him leaving me alive. He must have thought I'd stay unconscious longer, that he would return and finish me off later. I shudder as I realize he must have something more important to take care of. But what? Red and blue lights bounce off neighboring houses. I have to get out of here before they detain me for questioning. Heart racing, I leap from my car, get in, and leave, squealing the tires. The cruisers pull up to the house just as I turn the corner. I hit the gas as hard as I can, head for Gretchen's house, put my phone on speaker, and tell it to call the detective. It goes straight to voicemail. Maybe he's already on his way to the house. Hopefully he got the message from the operator. I slam on the brakes in front of the house, leap out, bang on the door. Gretchen's mom answers and drops her hands to her sides. "Kenzi, is everything okay?" "I need to talk to Ember right now." Her face pales. "You don't know?" "Don't know what?" "She went with Natasha to—" "What?" I exclaim. "Why on earth did she go with that woman?" "I thought you knew. The police wanted to question Ember, and Natasha was going to be her legal representation. What's wrong with that?" I throw my hands in the air. "No time to explain. But let me know if you hear from her." I whip around and race back to my car. They must have gone to the house. That's where they planted the shoe. What are they planning to do with Ember? I shudder at the thought, jump into my car, and peel out. Tell my phone to call Felton again.
"Detective Felton,"
he answers. It takes me a moment to realize he actually answered. "Natasha has Ember. She and Richard have been seeing each other, and they have to be the killers. Richard attacked me at his place."
"You went to his house?"
"He's not there now. We need to go to my house."
"I'm on my way. Got a call about a disturbance outside. A female yelling."
My stomach drops. Ember.
"Maybe. Where are you?"
"Heading over."
"It's not safe. Let us handle it."
"I'll see you there." I end the call and punch the gas. 24. Ember. I struggle against Natasha, but she digs her nails deeper. Warm blood drips down my arm. "Let go!" She pulls out a key and unlocks the door of my house. Anger surges through me, but is quickly overtaken by cold fear. "What are you doing?" "Isn't it obvious?" She shoves me inside. I crash into a box, rub my arm, smear the blood, gasp for air. She slams the door. "Up the stairs!" My heart thunders. I pretend to take a step toward the staircase, but then pivot and run around. Natasha hollers. Her heels clack and echo. My pulse drums. My feet skid out. I just have to get to the back door. Freedom. There are plenty of trees back there. The whole property will be shrouded in darkness. I turn again. Richard. I skid to a stop, spin around. What's he doing here? More importantly, what are they going to do to me? Natasha. I'm surrounded. They're going to kill me just like they did my mom. Maybe even make it look self-inflicted. She looks past me and nods. Arms wrap around me, tightly. The familiar scent of Richard's cologne gags me. I struggle, but his grip tightens. "Take her upstairs." Natasha's brows furrow. I kick Richard as hard as I can in the shin. He cries out, "Let's go." I take advantage of the moment and race past Natasha, run for the front door. I'm going to get away. This is actually going to happen. I round the corner, skid, lose my footing. Manage to keep going. Press the wall for balance. Struggle for air. Reach for the knob. Fingers squeeze my shoulders. Pull me back. Drag me. I kick, scream, and flail. "Shut her up," Natasha demands. They bicker as he forces me up the stairs. I fling my head back, hitting Richard with a solid thud. He cries out, but doesn't let go. Tightens his grip. Shoves me against the railing. I scream again, this time louder. My throat hurts from the strain. Natasha covers my mouth with her hands. I bite her. She pulls away, shaking her hand and cursing me out.
"Lock her up." "You could help me,"
Richard retorts. I elbow him in the side, whip my head back again, and wallop. This time, I get Natasha in the arm. She stumbles down a stair and glowers at me. "That's going to leave a mark." "Good." I spit on her. Kick again, but don't reach her. Richard yanks me back.
"You didn't plan this very well."
Natasha shoots him a death glare.
"And you could have helped more."
I continue struggling against him. He doesn't seem to notice as he drags me the rest of the way up the stairs. I stare longingly at the piles. There are so many things I could use as a weapon. If only I could break free. All I need is just a moment. Just one. He shoves me against a wall.
"Hold still."
I hurl my head back with all my might.
Whack.
Richard lets go for just a moment. It's my chance. I stumble, regain my footing, race toward the nearest pile, grab a fire poker, and spin around. Natasha runs at me, knocking me back. We both fall to the ground. She lands on top of me. Pain sears through my hip. My hand releases the weapon. It's out of my reach. I lean toward it. Can't get out from under her.
"Hurry,"
Richard demands.
"I see flashing lights."
Natasha scrambles to her feet. I crawl over to the weapon. She grabs my hair. My head yanks back. From the corner of my eyes, I see Richard unlocking the door to the 3rd floor. I spin around, arms swinging, manage to hit Natasha across the face. She releases me and presses her hand to the red mark on her cheek. My legs nearly give out, but I manage to race past her. Just need to get down the stairs. Then I can get outside. I look for the flashing lights Richard mentioned, but I see none. He must have been lying, trying to get Natasha to move faster. Something wraps around my ankle. I lose my balance, fall to the floor. Thud. The air knocks out of my lungs. I struggle to breathe. Can't. Natasha pulls me up, drags me over to Richard. He grabs me, squeezing even tighter, making it harder for me to catch my breath. He forces me up the narrow staircase. The door slams shut. I'm stuck up here with the two of them. There's no way I'm getting out. Not alive. Richard takes me to the room with the old murder evidence. Or is it old? What if they killed other people in here? What if they've been using this abandoned house for the last 5 years to hide murders? I could be just one of many. But why would they kill my mom at work if that was the case? He shoves me against a pile of boxes and slams the door shut between us. I'm alone. My mind races, trying to make sense of it all. I can find a way out. I have to. But I'm on the 3rd floor. It's not like I could jump. I'd hurt myself. Maybe die in the process. Is that the point? What if I can jump and not get killed? It'd be worth it. Bones heal. Most of them anyway. I shudder at the thought of breaking my neck or spine. On the other side of the door, Richard and Natasha are bickering. They sound like a married couple. He exchanged one bad relationship for another. I can't help but take some satisfaction from that. At least he isn't living the good life after murdering Mom. I race over to the tiny dirty window. It's hard to see outside. I rub the glass, but that's only half the grime. The rest is outside. Who knows when, if ever, the window was last washed. I can see some moonlight. Light and nothing else comes through the glass. The window is just big enough that I could squeeze out. But could I survive the fall? The door creaks open. I spin around. Natasha steps inside. The door slams shut behind her. My heart pounds. She inches toward me. I grab a candlestick and hold it up. What are you doing? What do you think? You're going to try to... I hesitate. Blue and red lights flash on the ceiling behind her. Try to what? She stomps closer to me. I bring my attention back to her, not wanting to draw her focus to the lights. The police are close. I just have to stay long enough for them to find us, locked in the 3rd floor. Try to what? Natasha narrows her eyes. Kill me. I meet her gaze, pretending to be a lot less scared than I really am. You aren't so stupid after all. Who said I was stupid? I glance back to the ceiling. The lights are gone. Were the cops going somewhere else? Of course they are. Why would they be coming here? Who has any idea that I'm here in trouble? Nobody. Unless the lights turned off because they stopped. This house is on the very end of the street. Do I dare hope? I have to. What do you keep looking at? Her nostrils flare. The door. I want to get out of here. What do you think? She steps closer. You go out there, and he'll definitely kill you. And you won't? I inch away from her. You're a loose end. She pulls out a knife from her jacket. Kenzi will figure out what's going on. Or the detective. They're already looking into this. They know my mom didn't kill herself. I'm an attorney. You think I can't get myself free? She narrows her eyes and steps closer. I back up another step. Can't move. I'm in a corner. Natasha inches closer, the knife's blade catching in the moonlight. Think. I have to distract her. Why'd you do it? I blurt out. What? Kill my mom. Your best friend. Who cares? You're about to join her. Ask her yourself. She raises the weapon, lunges for me. I squat down. My heart jumps into my throat. Natasha's knife jams into the wall. She pulls, but it doesn't come loose. Yanks again, then stumbles back as it flies out. Just tell me why. I leap out of the way and lean against the armoire. If you're going to kill me anyway, what's it going to hurt? She glowers at me and raises the blade. You really want to know? Yes. Claire had everything. Her brows furrow together. All our clients wanted her. She was always the first pick. She had the perfect family, and she didn't even care. Complained about Richard all the time, even started seeing some guy behind his back. She didn't appreciate anything. Then, when she found out about my affair with Richard, she threatened my place in our firm. I had to do something. Tears blur my vision. You didn't have to kill her. Yes, I did. There was no other option. I'd have lost everything. Like you won't now? Not after we take care of you. She marches toward me. Why'd you help Kenzi and me? She stops. What do you mean? You made sure we got all of Mom's things. We got the house. Why? You could have left us with nothing. Natasha scowls. I wanted to get rid of every trace of you from Richard's life. All I want is a fresh start with him. No reminders of Claire or you. Just him and me. We deserve our perfect life together. I couldn't wait to get your aunt up here so you and all your stuff would be out of Richard's house. Our house now. The door bursts open. Richard steps inside. The cops are here. You two need to shut your traps. My heart feels like it's going to explode out of my chest. I just have to stay alive long enough for the police to find us. They have to know we'd be up here, wouldn't they? The detective and the 3 other officers were just here earlier. Richard starts to say more, but I cut him off. I scream at the top of my lungs, stomp my feet, and hit the wall. A commotion sounds downstairs, muffled voices and banging. Natasha lunges for me. I duck down again, escaping her once more. Crash! Thud! Footsteps thunder up the stairs, down the hall toward us. Richard turns to Natasha. Kill her. Blood drains from my body. I can't move. Detective Felton appears in the doorway. He aims a gun at Natasha.
Freeze. You two are under arrest.
She lunges for me, the blade aimed for my chest. Bang! A bullet explodes in the wall just behind Natasha's head. She drops the knife. It bounces on the floor. Police flood into the room. They cuff Richard and Natasha. It's over. 25. Kenzi. The locksmith hands me a shiny new key and then gives another to Ember. She nods to the front door. Give it a try. I turn to Ember. Want to do the honors? She looks at me and then the knob. Okay. In one quick motion, she slides it in and twists the top lock. It clicks into place. Then she repeats the process with the knob. It also clicks. Let's try the back door next. The locksmith gives us a friendly smile and motions toward the side of the house. Ember nods toward my key. Your turn. We make our way around to the other side, and I use my new key to unlock the door. Then I turn to the locksmith. This may sound like a crazy question, but nobody else has a copy, do they? She shakes her head. Only you two. And it isn't crazy given everything you've gone through. You don't have a master key somewhere? A code that can print out more of these? Nothing. Just like you requested. Relief washes through me. And these will unlock all the inside doors? Oh! Thank you for reminding me. No, I made a separate one for those. She pulls out 2 new keys and gives them to us. Again, only you two have these. Don't lose them. Ember holds hers close. I won't. I pull out my keychain and slide mine onto a ring. Neither will I. Looks like my job here is done. The locksmith smiles again. Best of luck to you both. Thank you. I lock the door, then we head back around to the front of the house. We wave to her as she heads for her van. Once inside, I lock that door and set the alarm for the outer doors and the windows. Nobody can get in or out without us knowing. I turn to Ember and hold up the untested key. Want to check the rooms we haven't seen before? She looks conflicted for a moment. Actually, can we just watch a movie? I want to relax and do something normal for a little while. Great idea. I'll make some popcorn. Meet you upstairs in 5? Yeah. She gives me a genuine smile before trudging up the stairs. I hum to myself as I get everything ready, adding flavor to the popcorn and finding Dad's secret stash of soda. It's still good, right? That stuff doesn't go bad. We'll find out. My arms are full as I make my way up the stairs. I should have had Ember help me, but I managed to balance everything. I don't have to walk around the piles on the second floor because we finally got rid of it all. A donation shop came by with a truck and picked up more than I expected. Apparently, some of the junk we were going to toss was worth something. Then we took the rest to the dump, thanks to a neighbor who lent us his truck. Things are really coming together, even though this place is far from done. Not when more than half of the rest of the house is still covered in sheets and plastic. But we have the entrance, kitchen, our rooms, and a family room feeling like home. There's no rush, especially since we're now planning Claire's funeral. No surprise, it turns out Richard did nothing. That's all for the better, since he wouldn't have put her in the family section at the graveyard. Now she'll have not only a proper funeral, but a burial as well. When I enter the family room, Ember looks up and laughs. Whoa! That's a lot of popcorn. I hand her one of the ginormous buckets. You don't eat that much during a movie? I'm up for the challenge. She pops a few kernels into her mouth. Minty. Each layer has a different flavor. I take my popcorn seriously. She laughs and takes another bite. I can tell. So, what are we going to watch? She gestures toward a wall of Blu-rays. There's Grandpa's old collection, or we could stream something. I plop down onto a recliner. Doesn't matter to me. I thought you'd have something picked already.
Ember shrugs. I could go for either a classic or something new.
I don't feel like getting up. Let's stream.
Sounds good to me.
She aims the remote at the TV. An infomercial comes on. She flips through various stations, stopping at the news, and turns to me.
This thing is ancient. How do we get to the streaming options?
Let me see. I reach for the remote, and just as I'm about to press an input button, the news flashes pictures of Richard and Natasha on the screen. I quickly turn to the next station.
Turn it back, Ember says. I want to hear what they have to say.
Are you sure? All we need to know we already do. They're going to be locked away for a long, long time. Natasha may never get out since she planned the whole thing ahead of time. She hesitates.
What about Richard?
Between his involvement in the cover-up, what he did to us, and some work scandal, he's going to be locked up just as long. He'll be too old to hurt anyone when he finally does get out, if at all.
Her expression relaxes. Good. You're right. Don't turn it back to the news. Let's watch something funny.
Think that new comedy will be available already? There's only one way to find out. I click around until I find one of the streaming services. As soon as I log in, Ember points to the screen.
That's the one!
I click on it, and for the first time in a while, we watch a movie and just relax together, like a normal aunt and niece. 26. Kenzi. My stomach knots a little as I pull into the parking lot. It's my first job since moving from LA. I don't know what to expect, though I'm sure it's probably no different from the work I'm used to. People are lonely and want to impress the family and friends they rarely see in person. I pull into a spot and check my phone for the details. Tonight is dinner and dancing with a guy named Graham at his 15-year high school reunion. If things go well, I have the option of joining him at another reunion function tomorrow. Sometimes a client turns into a regular, or at least a repeat customer. One time, my bestie acted as some guy's fiancé for nearly a year while his parents were on an extended visit from overseas. I double-check my hair and makeup before stepping outside. It's a warm, bright evening, and I'm in a cute black cocktail dress and the same heels I wore for my last date. I'm not wearing the necklace Dayton gave me, though. I feel like I should give it back. Since I promised to have a date with him at Thanksgiving, I'll return it then. Although now I have to think about Ember. Maybe she can spend the holiday with Gretchen's family while I catch up with my friends in LA. Not that I have time to think about that at the moment. I'm supposed to meet Graham at a gazebo off to the side of the building. I look around and spot it clear on the other side of the large parking lot. I lock my car. I'm finally thinking of Claire's car as mine, and make my way across the lot. Halfway there, someone steps out of a car. It isn't just any car. It's bright yellow, and I'd recognize it anywhere. "Detective Felton?" I ask. He spins around, taking my breath away in his tux. He scratches his head.
"Kenzi?"
I laugh. Looks like we're equally surprised to see each other. A slow, gorgeous smile spreads across his face.
"Looks like it. Are you here for the class reunion? I thought we booked the entire facility."
I give a slight nod and gesture toward the gazebo. "I am. Actually, I'm heading over to meet my date now." He fusses with his tie.
"You're meeting your date?"
I swallow, not wanting to out my client, and give a nervous laugh. "You know what I mean."
He loosens his collar. "You don't happen to be meeting Graham?"
"Yes, actually. You know him?" The detective mutters something.
"I can't believe you're Mackenzie, my fake date. This is so embarrassing."
Realization washes over me. "Wait, you're Graham?" He nods.
"Graham's my first name. You can see why everyone calls me Felton."
I size him up, my heart racing. I actually like Graham. I think it's a strong name that fits you. He clears his throat.
Since we're already acquainted, should we head inside? You already know what I do for work, so we should be able to pull this off easily enough.
He reaches into his car and pulls out a corsage.
Is it okay if I pin this on you? I probably should have gotten a wrist corsage. I'm really not used to this dating thing, as you can probably tell since I hired a fake date.
I step closer and take in the earthy scent of his cologne. Go ahead. Felton leans closer, his large hands fumbling with the pin. A shiver runs down my spine as he brushes my shoulder. He clears his throat and takes a small step back.
You might want to check that.
I do, and it's fine. Then I loop my arm through his and give him a genuine smile. Ready to go in?
I think so.
He glances at the building, looking unsure. Just before we reach the door, I lean closer. You know, I would have been your real date if you had asked me. He gives me a sheepish grin.
I did think about the dinner you mentioned. This just wasn't how I imagined it, with my crazy and unpredictable high school friends.
I laugh. Relax, okay? We're going to have a great evening.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
No problem. I am curious about one thing. He lifts a brow.
What's that?
Why is it that someone as good-looking as you needed to hire a date? He doesn't blink. Guilt stings. I shouldn't have said that. It isn't my business. Let's just go in and have some fun. Your friends sound interesting.
No, it's okay. You can ask.
He plays with his collar again.
Work is my life. I focus on cases and they take over. Doesn't leave much room for a social life.
In that case, I'm glad we ended up together. He looks at me like he doesn't know what to make of me. Come on. I step closer toward the door before turning to him. Should I call you Graham or Felton?
Probably Graham. Only my football buddies ever call me by my last name.
Perfect, Graham. I like the way it rolls off my tongue as I look at him. He opens the door and waits for me to step inside before joining me and putting his arm around my waist. Graham! A lady waves at him from a table near the bar. He waves, then turns to me, his expression tight.
You ready?
Don't worry. Everything is going to go smoothly, and nobody's going to doubt that we're really a couple.
Okay.
He stands tall and guides me over to the table. The woman gets up and gives him a huge hug. So good to see you.
You too.
He then introduces her as Olivia. She hands us name tags on lanyards and offers me a big smile. How long have you two been together? I think back to the notes from work and start to say 2 years, but then Graham, it's strange not to think of him as Felton, puts his hand back on my waist.
Actually, we just recently met. She grew up in the area a few years behind us and is back now.
Aww. Olivia looks us over. You two are adorbs, by the way. She waves toward the bar. Grab some drinks and find a table for dinner. Dancing will start in about an hour and a half.
Thanks.
Graham slides his hand around mine and walks to the bar.
Is this okay, holding your hand?
It's great. I mean, it's fine. I flash him a grin, glad he can't hear my thundering heart. I've held plenty of hands during fake dates, but it's never been like this. His grip tightens slightly. He walks up to the bar and turns back to me.
What do you want?
I look around to see what other people are drinking and see everything from beer to wine. I'll start with a beer. He orders 2 higher-end ones, then we head over to the tables. Some guys wave at him from a huge booth. Graham turns to me.
Do you mind sitting with a bunch of rowdy former football players?
It's whatever you like. Sit with your friends. He snickers.
I haven't seen these guys since the 10-year reunion. Wouldn't really call them friends, except on social media.
You'll probably enjoy catching up. He shrugs, then we sit with them. He introduces me to all the guys, and the dates introduce themselves. Thank goodness for the name tags, or I'd never remember half of them. I've gotten good at memorizing names quickly in this business of fake relationships, but this is overwhelming even for me. A waitress comes by with menus and takes off to another table. The guys all tell old football stories, laughing and giving each other playful shoves. I make small talk with a girl named Carly until the food arrives. It takes a while to get through the meal with a constant roar of laughter. After we've finished, Graham turns to me.
Do you want to dance?
My stomach tingles. I'd love to. I scoot out, then when he's standing, he takes my hand in his again and leads me to the dance floor. At least a dozen couples are already busting out moves to a popular song from about 15 years before. We dance and laugh to several songs until a romantic ballad begins. Graham looks around and clears his throat.
We can get another drink if you want.
Or we can keep dancing. I step closer and put one arm around his back.
Oh, okay.
He threads his fingers through mine and rests his other hand at the small of my back. My heart rate speeds up and I take in the scent of his cologne again. How is this guy single? Workaholic or not, I don't get it. The lights dim and a disco ball bounces colors all around. The song slows even more and the lyrics grow more intense. Couples around us lock lips. Graham's eyes widen.
We can get those drinks now.
No, this is good. I lean against his chest, his rock-solid chest, and just enjoy the moment, finally able to take in the fact that we're here on this date together. If I thought I'd been imagining something between us before, there isn't any doubt now. Not between his nervous throat clearing and my erratic heart rate. Hopefully he'll agree to another date for tomorrow's event. But then what, after that? Would he want to go on a real date with me? More importantly, is a relationship something I want to risk at this point? I'm settling into my new life, raising Ember. I need to provide her with stability, and we still need to bury my sister. It's for the best that neither Graham nor I are actually interested in an actual relationship. Or maybe it's the perfect time for a risk. 27. Ember. I wave to Gretchen as she runs to her mom's car out front. She calls a quick goodbye before jumping in and slamming the door. Part of me wishes I was going to her sister's recital. No, that's not true. I just don't want to be alone in this enormous house. It's so much easier when Kenzi's here. But I have to get used to her working, strange as her career is. Maybe I should get a job. That way I won't have to be here in the evenings when she's gone. That's actually a good idea. As soon as I turn around and catch a glimpse of the staircase, my breath catches. I flash back to Richard and Natasha forcing me up the stairs, fighting me, nearly killing me. I swallow and hold the image of them being handcuffed and led out to the police cars. They aren't getting out and they can't hurt me. Besides, we have all new locks and a state-of-the-art security system. It's fine. I squeeze the knob before finally stepping into the entrance. All sheets and boxes have been removed, and it actually looks like a home. In fact, I almost expect Grandma or Grandpa to round the corner and welcome me in. But that isn't going to happen. Sighing, I close and lock the door behind me. Giggles play in my mind as memories from my childhood surface. Grandma had the patience of a saint, playing hide and seek with me for hours on end. The only rule was that we had to stay on one level. It could take all day to find someone if we opened the game to both the first and second floors. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I whip around, expecting to see Kenzi standing there, but I'm alone. Still, it feels like someone is watching me. Just as I start to relax, the hairs rise again, and goosebumps run down my arms. Breath hitched, I turn around. Still nothing. But that isn't surprising since Kenzi is working. I have the place to myself for a few hours, and I'm surprisingly glad for the alone time. I draw in a deep breath before heading upstairs to the family room. What I need is a good movie to distract me. Kenzi might even be home by the time it's done. Before I reach the family room, I glance at the door to the third floor. There is so much to uncover up there. The boxes alone have to be a wealth of history and heirlooms. But Kenzi and I agreed to go through it all together. I'll wait before going up there until she's home. We're both so curious, but we're dealing with one thing at a time. And for now, that's the main living areas. The third floor has waited this long, it can wait a little longer. I turn around and pause outside my mom's room. Regret washes over me. It's been so long since I last saw her, and more importantly, spoke with her. And yet, it'll never happen again. All because of Natasha and her greedy selfishness. Anger runs through me, but it's quickly replaced with grief. Tears blur my vision. I wipe them away, sit on Mom's bed, and look at the pictures of her when she was a teenager. I'm glad you didn't take your own life. It's a relief to know you didn't purposefully leave me. A lump forms in my throat. But still, I wish you had never died. And I wish I could have done something to those two when I had the chance. Given them a small piece of what they deserve. Now I can just hope the other prisoners make their lives miserable. I hate having all this anger, but what else am I supposed to do? Walk around with an idiotic smile on my face? Not happening. What would Mom tell me if she were here? It's so hard to know. This is hardly something she prepared me for. She never sat me down and said, "If I am ever murdered by people I trust, this is what you should do." Yeah, right. Exhaustion sweeps through me. I don't fight it. Just lay on her pillow and maneuver myself under the covers. I swear I can smell perfume. Not one I remember her wearing, but something she had to have worn long ago. It's comforting. I don't remember closing my eyes, but now it's dark and I feel rested. The anger from before is gone for now. If I wasn't so thirsty, I'd go back to sleep and just stay here for the night. But I can't ignore my parched throat, so I push off the covers and swing my feet around to the floor. My shin hits the nightstand with enough force to take my breath away. I gasp, rub the sore spot, then feel around for the table lamp. Nearly knock it over while trying to find the knob to turn it on. Finally find it and twist. Bright light nearly blinds me, and once my eyes adjust, I realize it's actually pretty dim. My leg is already discolored and has a bump forming. That's going to look great with all my cute shorts. Not that I'm spending time with anyone other than Kenzi or Gretchen. I rub the knot and wince. Stand and test it. It's tender, but I'll be fine. I was hardly planning on running a marathon. I step toward the door, but something on the floor catches my attention. A pile of papers. I must have knocked those over when I hit the nightstand. I'm tempted to leave it, but turn around and pick it up. It's a mixture of loose papers and envelopes in disarray. I set them back on the stand to go through later when I notice the word Dad in my mom's handwriting. Without thinking, I grab the envelope from the pile. Nearly drop everything when I read the rest of what she wrote. Ember's dad. My dad? Did she know more about him than she told me? I just stare at the writing, trying to make sense of it. Did she leave this for me to find? Or had she thought it would stay safely hidden away in this abandoned house for many more years? If she knew who he was and never told me, did that mean she thought I was better off not knowing? Is he a criminal? Someone famous? Or he might have a dangerous job that would make having a family impossible. She never told me anything, just evaded my questions. Could I be holding the answers? My heart races. I collapse onto the bed, the envelope shaking in my hand. I take a deep breath and try to calm down. It doesn't work. I untuck the flap and pull out a folded piece of lined paper. If I didn't know better, I might think it had been ripped out from one of my school notebooks. Completely generic. But it's about to tell me who my dad is. Maybe. Is it a letter from Mom to him? A letter to me giving the information I need to find him? I can't take it another moment. I unfold the paper, dropping the envelope in the process. It's Mom's handwriting, but loopier, like she wrote it a long time ago, maybe in happier times. Does the page hold the secrets about who my dad is? My breaths catch in my throat. I'm shaking too hard to read it. This can't be happening, but it is. Somehow I manage to get a hold of myself, to focus on the note. My sweetest Ember, as I write this, you're sleeping soundly in your crib. I suppose it's the postnatal hormones making me sentimental and worried, but I can't shake the urge that I need to write this letter to you. In case I never get the chance to tell you about your dad, I want you to know as much as I do so you can look for him one day if you want to. I'm just sorry I can't help you do it. Honestly, there isn't much to tell. He and I had a whirlwind weekend together. I never bothered to learn much about him because I knew I wouldn't see him again. Our lives couldn't be more polar opposite, so I didn't think anything of just walking away. Not until I found out I was pregnant. If I could go back in time, I'd get every possible piece of information about him for you. But since I can't do that, I hope this will be enough in the event I'm unable to share it with you in person. If the internet keeps progressing like it has been, it might be really easy for you to find him by the time you're a young adult. We met at a party and hit it off right away. My friend Sasha Beckett dragged me there for one last crazy weekend before graduating law school. Your dad is considerably younger than me and was getting ready to travel across the country to start college. That's right, 7 or 8 years younger. That's the first clue. He started school the year you were born. He's muscular, athletic, funny, and smart. He has dark brown hair and deep blue eyes. His first name is Graham. Love, with all my heart, Mom. This concludes The Perfect Death by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by Tina Wollstonecraft. Copyright 2020 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.